welcome back, everyone. We want to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who has stuck with us so far. We understand technical issues are no fun for the players, for the viewers, for anyone tuning in. So again, if you have stuck with us this far, we appreciate you being here. Let's go ahead and run down a little bit of what's been going on so far while we have been in this downtime. And of course, you did see a little bit of drop between SGP and Tilde. We can go ahead and update you as the teams have been playing off screen and making sure that they keep pace. Because again, this is the grand finals. We don't want to take up too much time from everyone. So in that matchup, it was Tilde that came out with the lead, took 3 stocks where 2 were lost. So SGP was able to take 2. Following up behind, Jaja was sent out by the side of Northwood, who was able to take that final stock, but losing 1 on Tilde's side, leaving it at a, I believe, 8-9 scoreline. And then following up behind into the next, it was Blitz coming out for Fisher, who was able to take the last 2, but losing 2 in the process as well. So we're currently sat at a 6-7 stock count for the side of Fisher, sitting with 1 above.
And I believe that Northwood are the team that are currently selecting who to send in next, and I believe they locked in Zai as that next player number 3 of 4 for this crew battle. Zai opting to play Palutena, very well-rounded character, should be able to deal with a lot of what the Fisher cast brings to the table, but it's going to be exciting to see.
And we have to watch, because I know you were talking about it, right? Making sure things stay close. We do lean into Fisher for their leads, but right now it is sticking close. And it's also going a little bit by the book. You never really expect teams to pull away with a massive lead unless there is a larger disparity. That's what I would always say. And these teams are no different. So to see it this close is expected. I think. Right now, though, this is that turning point. If there is ever a moment for Zai to be able to kick things off and really take a lead home, you take 1 stock, you go ahead and roll through, you take Blitz out, force another player, and then you match stocks all the way down. So let's go ahead and see. It is going to be that Mega Man from Blitz to give us a chance. Blitz Luigi coming in here, and of course, as you can see, we'll be sitting on 2 stocks only.
Should be interesting to see, as Palutena Mega Man is just a weird matchup. Mega Man just feels like they play the game differently. They have to move in sort of odd fashions, but the setups are ever dangerous here. Palutena should be able to get in and do some damage off of stringing together 2 or 3 hits, especially with things like that neutral air, but they do have to weave their way around the wall of projectiles that Mega Man is.
And that's such the scary part, right? You can already see this attempt at utilizing that buzzsaw. Just keep Palutena at bay, gets the sticky down, and make sure that you force the shield out. Wait a moment, and still just a little bit of fragment damage. Now keep in mind, the last few times we've seen players play, it has been that consistent factor of a run down the time, only work off of pretty, I want to say opportune moments. At this point though, nice little combination out of Zai. How many more are you going to get though?
Holding shield for so long. And the reason I say Palutena should be able to get in and do damage is because of the speed differential, but you can tell that there's a lot of work that Zai has to do to weave around all those projectiles, and even the leaf shield sort of acting as a trump card in the end there for Blitz, as that one could be dangerous, that up B back towards center stage, but no real clean punish there. Blitz continuing to tally on the damage here. This is what makes Mega Man so difficult, right? Building a lead and trying to come back against this character, it's like fighting a brick wall.
It's so scary, and the fact that that can happen. Blitz Luigi not just saying, I'm keeping my stock for right now, I'm hunting, outright looking for that finisher. 2 grab attempts come out from the side of Zai, and neither connecting, and still looking for that range, can't find it either. A little bit of a fireball trying to space out, but I mean, how much longer can you go for it? The dodges have been immaculate, but I mean, they're running down the time quite a bit. A final slash forward. It is now a hunt for a chance. You will most likely get to that ledge. Good little spacing there. But I mean, Luigi wants it. Good grab and throw, and now Zai has that control. Ooh, oh, that was unexpected, 100%.
Clever, I think, is what I'm pretty sure this is what happens in this sequence here. So the bomb sticks to the ledge, and that's usually a safe way for Mega Man to get up because it's an active hitbox, especially if they snap to the ledge. They've got the invincibility. You don't have to worry about it anymore. But the up smash actually causes it to activate early, which means that he doesn't get the chance to snap to the ledge, and thus he buffers an air dodge thinking, I'm going to grab the ledge and immediately roll. I believe that's how the interaction worked. So that up smash was actually everything there for Northwood.
It's one of those straight moments, because honestly, let's be real, Zai was on the cusp of losing that stock. 140 ramped up. It was scary, right? So well done to grab onto a chance. Whether it was by luck or genius, one or the other, you gain that stock. And I think that's what this is all about, right? You have now even the playing field. Northwood currently sit at a moment and a chance to go ahead and try and take another 3 stocks and be able to give themselves the stock lead. Of course, for Fisher, it's a whole same story, right? Like, this is nothing different for them. They're going to get counterpicked. They're going to have that ability to lay up a very nice combination. And you take a look at who's played so far. Who do you want to send out for the side of Fisher?
Well, Palutena is really difficult to counterpick because they are just so fast, and they've got a pretty straightforward kit in terms of just being able to rack on damage. They've got a projectile in their kit. I think the way that you would want to play this, if you want to try and keep the advantage as Fisher, you'd likely go with probably Sonic's is where you'd lean here, just because Sonic as a character has the speed to be able to rip the agency from that matchup. And while you do have some other solid picks like Tony Pajamas and Kiwi, who can also find ways around what Palutena brings to the table, the Reflector is ever present in that matchup, and thus it feels like Zai could potentially eliminate your stocks very early. So to eliminate the risk factor of that, I would lean on Sonics here.
Leaning on Sonics, maybe that's what they do as well. And we'll see if Fisher take your advice. That is kind of it's the ever-present question. We can theory craft all we want, and at the same time, I mean, you're looking at the side of Northwood, and if this does not go to plan and the Palutena falls, you have one last chance, right? That is one of the main differences here. Normally, I think crews, it's interesting, right? Some leagues run 3, some run 4, and here it's 4. So you get that extra 3 in the back pocket. If you're looking, because I think we've seen, I'm not sure what Jeja ran, but it's, what would you want to see after that Palutena? Because going along those lines, right? Hey, the Sonic is out. What do you want to see played next for Northwood?
So Frostbite has been typically the go-to player as the anchor for the Timberwolves when it comes down to it. But on the flip side, you could lean towards the heavyweight Copal in those later matchups. But instead here, they're going to go with the Wolf on Jackal as that next member for the side of Fisher. And I love this matchup. This is a good pick here into the Palutena. And they're showing why the damage that they do is just so quick and clean.
Not just that, I mean, it was so fast-paced as well. You take a look at how much time is left, right? Every single crew battle is set at 10 minutes, I believe. The fact that you took it in about a minute speaks volumes. Very heavy-handed and heavy on the gas, if you will. 123 doesn't stop him from charging in, gets quick boot, falls across the board, but not going to happen too much more. Now it is all Zai to try and cover these options. Fast falling down, trying to get in the way, but a gentle kick brings it very close. Nice shield to spark away any sort of danger, but Zai still on the hunt. Good grab out of the air, throw backwards.
Oh, nearly got around that explosive flare too. That was good for Zai on that spacing to be able to cover. This is still very difficult here for Zai to try and get in. The way Jackal plays, you can see they're controlling the stage so well, and then they have that laser, that neutral B, that can just fight through really anything that Palutena brings to the table in terms of projectile games. So you have to find a way in once again. And now once you're able to do so, you can rack up that damage very quickly. 23 off of just 2 hits, but playing patient here is Jackal. They're waiting for any overstep to try and punish and take the stock.
Honestly, I think Zai knows that as well, right? You can feel the tension in the air. You don't want to make a single mistake, and honestly, that might be the mistake right there. A little bit of a gentle aerial, and all of a sudden, you're in death's door. Onto the ground you go. Good little upbeat into the center stage, and now you get control, but how much longer are you going to control? Good shield, keeping the pace, but 150, now the grab. A little bit of a throw backwards. Not going to be enough to fully throw off stage, but enough to zap away. Look at the stasis. Oh, no connection on the aerial to keep Zai away, but it is enough. 184. All you need is one single tap.
Gotta be so careful here. Zai has really done a good job of mixing up their landing options, but he gets greedy, pulled the trigger too early, and that's when Jackal finds the mark. The side B sweet spot takes stock number 2.
Now sitting on 69 for the likes of Jackal. Very nice, very nice. Let's see what more you can get here. 12 and counting, not anymore. And Zai now feeling a bit of that pressure. Of course, you can go in. You don't have to worry too much about getting knocked away, so you're going for those heavier hits. But now, again, that option is a problem. Very, very tricky edge here. Very nicely done, though. Another fireball. These fireballs are connecting time and time again for Zai, and it's surprising how many have actually hit.
Just well spaced and good kind of placement to ensure that where Jackal wants to be is not easily accessible, and it's racking on the damage as well. Palutena not short of kill power, but you do have to get them towards the edge here. Shines that one. That should be good. Wow, Explosive Flare catches underneath as well to knock them up, but they'll be able to land once again. Both players in the red here. Zai's got to be very careful, but he will catch the landing once again. So one stock apiece here, but 100% separate them. No jump here as well. This could be death. No, he will be able to space it out. Oh, but the ledge re-grabbed and the down smash will clean things up, and Jackal holds the lead.
You can only space so much before things go a little bit south there, and that is what Jackal was preying on. Very nicely done. And honestly, Zai did about as much as you could, right? You take a look at the matchup, we take a look at that space, and the fact that the early stock went the way of Jackal so quickly, right? Only a minute in, and you lose that stock with only about, I think it was 40 or 50% at that time. That's a brutal one. So the fact that Zai was able to bite back in that manner makes me very happy. However, you're still in that 4-3 deficit, and this is where things get tricky. We mentioned a little bit about what Northwood have to offer in the banks as their anchor, as their last player, but this is a very big difference, right? It's not the Sonic coming out here, it is that Wolf, and the fact that you have to face Wolf first and then possibly a Sonic afterwards, very different, well, I wouldn't say super different playstyles, but it is a different genre of character for each match.
It's a very different kind of approach for both. Sonic as a character kind of weaves back and forth with their speed, using their speed to their advantage, and especially on the ground, whereas Wolf can use that projectile to just march in and burst you down with quick, leaping options like the dash attack, like dash grab as well. Good aerial strength as well on things like the neutral air that you saw time and time again connect on either the soft hit or even the strong hit at times. And Jackal doing a very good job of just catching little errors from the side of Northwood, especially when it comes to catching landings. There was really nowhere safe. Zai did his best he could in order to get back to center stage, but every time it was just reset, just throw them back off, rinse, repeat on those ledge traps, and eventually you just kind of ran out of time. The one time he mixed things up to go for a ledge regrab is the one time Jackal called it out with a pretty safe option with that down smash, knowing that there's really nowhere for Zai to go in that instance.
And that's how you trap an opponent, right? That's how you get them caught in that corner. And this time around, they're going to try and swap it. If you're hunting a wolf, you send out a bigger predator. Sometimes that predator lives in the water. It's going to be the K rule to come out from Copel, trying to bite away at victory. And I think this is I would say this is pretty safe, right? Much heavier character, much better ability to withstand a lot of damage, be able to stay on the ground if you wish, and maybe not be juggled as easily, right? We were watching a lot of those trades come out, and Jackal was more than willing to trade out, but I'm not sure you're willing to trade hits here this time.
Yeah, so King K rule on paper, the matchup is rough for them. Yeah, on paper, at even stocks, the Wolf should still be able to win this. Sonic should be able to clean things up, but Copel's really smart. Copel's very strategic about how they play things, and as the heavy character that King K rule is, they should be able to survive on these stocks a bit longer. So you're playing that knife's edge game of, can you survive in the red? Can you survive the early combo game that's going to get brought by your opponents to be able to then use that rage to your advantage? And Copel does it masterfully. He's done it time and time again. So this is the game that Northwood has opted to play, and I like it, especially since you only need to take one stock here of this Wolf. And Wolf, not the greatest of recoveries, and King K rule's got so many options to be able to knock this wolf off stage. Things like that are quick, like the forward tilt. You can use the crown to rack up damage. And while Wolf does have a reflector that's very good in this matchup, it is committal, and Copel knows knows how to get around that, knows how to position themselves to go in, get grabs off the back of it. Even if the crown is off the table or the cannonball, there are workarounds in this matchup that Copel has used time and time again.
And you got to make sure that time is on your side overall, because again, this is only game number 1, right? We have a whole nother game, possibly a third behind, and these players will be running a long time. Not just that, it's another factor of we still have subs in the back pocket, right? These are not the mainstays that they have to stick with the entire time. You can swap out a couple back and forth if they so wish. Now, taking a look at the stages, because the K Rool is coming out here, it is going to be offered, I believe, to the side of Fisher. So if you're taking a look, wait, no, I think I got that backwards. Taking a look at the stages, I mean, either way, what would be a main stage coming out for the K Rool, and what would be one coming out for the Wolf if you're in this matchup?
I wouldn't be surprised to see some triplats here. Although it doesn't necessarily benefit K Rool, they do have a ton of space to cover. And while it does help the combo game of Wolf, the fact that King K Rool, just being a bigger body, has larger hitboxes, you can cover those kind of lower platforms pretty well. And the top platform is not easily accessible for either character, and if you get trapped up there, it's very easy for both characters to get punishes on that platform. So I wouldn't be shocked to see some form of it, and we're getting to see small battlefield instead. So forget that top platform, just keep the side 2.
Don't get too fancy with it. Don't throw a third in. Just keep it 2. That's all we need. And as already we see, it is Copel to start things off very quickly. But the juggle coming into match, you can see how much more though Jackal has to expend, right? That was what, a 2-tap by Copel, and then a 3 to 4 piece combo. A nice little strike though, throwing him to the ground. Copel chasing afterwards, but Jackal hunting, all ready for a stock. Take a look, 110 gets that super armor, and now a throw backwards. Even through that super armor, Jackal's like, it doesn't matter. I will get the damage. I will force you to a possible stock. We're right back in that scenario that Zai was in as well. Very dangerous territory if you are not careful. Nice little snipe. Keep him away. Good block coming out from Copel. But that crown throw was a problem. You lose your stock, and that's going to be a 4th for Jackal.
Roll behind up smash was everything there. Copel wanted to use their rage and get a little bit more damage on, but when it's a multi-hit, that armor only works through the first bit of it. So great stuff by Jackal to take that stock. 1 off the board here. Copel looking for a way to mitigate the damage dealt. Dash attack will knock Wolf off stage, but the side B from Jackal will get them back to the ledge. Great neutral air. They fight back here, but how much time do they have? Too many heavy hitboxes being thrown out here. Has to get off the ledge. Well timed by Jackal, and now all of a sudden up to 106.
This can't happen. In game 1 of all things, that's going to be another belly slam. And I mean, you're attempting so hard to keep it, but a nice suction equals shot out of the stage. You only lose 1, so it could have been much worse, but well done for Copel for going ahead and negating a lot of the damage that could come through.
The blunderbuss seals the deal for King K Rool and Copel. They take down the 3rd member of Northwood, and now it'll be a 3-2 scoreline headed into this final match. And I think for this one in particular, while it does hurt to drop that stock, you can see the kind of general idea for Copel, right? Get the damage online, get them into the red, and then if you survive early enough, you can use that rage. You have big hitboxes that cover a decent amount of space that really Jackal, I have to commend, was able to work around extremely well. You called it out, being able to fight through the armor time and time again. The crown throw, especially to get up to 130, perfectly timed, using the throw. When you get a grab and then do an action, do a throw out of it, you have a little bit of invincibility, and he perfectly timed it so that the crown would hit him right as the invincibility started, and that's how he was able to rack up all that damage on the Copel.
I'd also like to point out, Jackal forcibly stopped Kofel from using that crown too much. There was a point where Kofel was throwing it out over and over and over again, and it was just like, yeah, that's my starter, right? Get the chip and then work around and then go for the big hits. And Jackal was like, no, you're not allowed to do that. You have to mix it up. So really, really like how these last few stocks have been rolling. However, there is danger afoot. Taking a look at things, Kopel is sitting on 2. You were really hoping to take that final stock off of Jackal for free. And now we have that question mark, right? K-Rool brings a different story. And granted, Sonics could come out here. Are we going to see more of the same? Or with how Fisher are currently playing, do we get to see a change up? Do you save Sonics for maybe game 2 or 3?
I think the way things are panning out, you could go either way here. It feels like between Tony Pajamas or Sonics would be probably where they'd lean with this roster, but both will have, I think, the agency to potentially run away with this matchup and roll through this first series. But it is a difficult decision to make, because who do you want hands warm for the second set, in theory, right? Who do you want to give time in the spotlight to? The more footage you give away, the more there's the ability to scout. But this is, again, a situation where for Northwood, 2 stocks on Kopel, on King K. Rool, I mean, their game plan is set and locked in. You know what you are going to expect from them. Fisher, there's a little bit of that room for experimentation here, but they do want to close out this set if they can.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a long night, and of course they want to get things going. And keep in mind, for those at home watching and for you tuning in, there is going to be more action after this series as well. We all have Rainbow Six coming out here, and it'll be Fisher once again, a squad for their own, chasing a championship again across the board, and that will of course be UCF. If you forgot, there it is on your screen. Later on, it will be Fisher versus UCF for their own championship. Fisher have a chance to go ahead and grab 2 crowns in one night, which will be very, very interesting to watch. For right now, though, still focus on the side of this Super Smash Bros. Ultimate channel, and I mean, it's the K Rool's got to do some work. So hoping to get that information. We've been kind of waiting and seeing exactly what they want to lay down, and I mean, we can only theory craft so much. I'm excited. I want to see what they chance here. So while they're getting that done, let's go ahead and look further. No matter what, there will be a winner at the end of this round. So looking at game number 2, the openers we saw, if we go all the way back, was Tilde and SGP. Those 2 opened up. It was Tilde to come out. It was a 1 stock left. In that instance, my thoughts are we going to see those same starters once again? Depending on this variable of how this game ends, do we see the same starters or do we see a shakeup?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a shakeup here, but it is going to be Sonics locked in for this match here, and that is going to be real difficult for Kopel. But I've seen these 2 play before, and I've seen Kopel get the better of Sonics before. The question is, can he do it while down a stock, as they're going through, I believe, button check right now to make sure everything is set and ready to go. PS2 likely the stage here. Sonic, as a character, likes these larger stages because, again, with their speed, they have the agency in this matchup. They have the ability to pick and choose when to go in. So to give yourself room and time, especially to weave around the massive hitboxes that are K. Rool's projectiles, pretty good pick here for both sides.
Such a time, such a happy moment. But of course, for the side of Sonic, I love that, by the way. These button checks are so much fun to watch. They are very entertaining at points. Seeing the footstool, seeing all the silliness, it's there. But we are, as we already saw, as you said, it is going to be Pokemon Stadium, and I'm excited because, again, we were wondering if it was going to be that mysterious pickup, if we were going to see that silliness come out from Fisher, or if they're going to send in the real deal. I hate saying that because Tony Pajamas is a very strong player, but again, it's Sonics, right? Like, you want that anchor, you want that finisher, you want that complete domination, and you want to close out this game and continue onwards. So, K. Rool versus Sonic. My question, of course, still leans into that factor of, I wonder how close it's going to be at the end, if it's going to be crazy, if it's going to be on that last foot, or if it's Sonic's just to take it away. Let's get into it. Sonic's coming out here for Fisher. And, of course, Kopel on the K. Rool. 2 stocks left. Let's see it.
game number 1 on the line of this series, so let's see who comes out on top here. It is going to be that one stock advantage, and the biggest thing here, mentioned it time and time again, can the heavy survive at these higher percents? If they do, all that rage could be super damaging, especially on a character like Sonic that is on the lighter side of the cast. But one thing that Sonics as a player does very well is secure stocks. They know the full extent of their combos, and they're very good at finding the secure on the end of those combos, finding the strong hit to round out the combo. So Copel will have their hands full, but thus far, about a minute into the action, and it's dead even in terms of percentage.
The consistent factor, but as we were just saying, hey, there is that option. It's a chase down below. Wow. That is Sonics playing with a little bit of spice here. And no finishing spike, but there you go. It was enough to go ahead and sneak that one away. 85 on Sonics.
So that was something that we've seen from the past from Copel. This up air, the King K. Rool up air is a very laggy move, but it does a ton of damage. And oh, wow, what a catch there. The cannonball will actually secure the stock. Maybe a little bit of a kind of a lackadaisical recovery from the side of Sonics, gets called out. So 2-1 now the stock count. But these up airs, look for Copel to use them. If he catches Sonics jumping too frequently, that's a way for him to potentially take some stocks very early. Just unfortunately drop that second stock due to not recognizing how much time he had down low.
I think it's also you have enough of that safety net, right? Like, come on, that's just one. You're just like, that's okay. For the side of Copel, though, you have gotten a little bit of breath of fresh air. You say, hey, I'm allowed that opportunity. If that's true, hey, maybe I can do a little bit more with it. Maybe I can get a little bit crazy. That's going to be a little bit of a dodge. But the drag through, as again, Copel says, you gave up one stock. I'm about to take another. Let's keep ourselves in the lead, already racking up the damage once again, but a nice little speed up. I can't get the combination off. Again, the heaviness. Now a little tap in the air, looking for another fast fall down, right into the waiting arms of Sonics, who is ready. 140, very low recovery. That's gonna be the jump pad, keeping him off the ledge. Can you get it one more time? It's just the constant annoyance. This is mean, by the way. This is so mean to do. That's just rude. Okay, finally an opportunity to get back up. 162 though on the count. It is danger territory. Almost a grab comes through. Crown comes back, not gonna be dropped. You just need one more hit. Who is going to hold it down? Who is going to carry? If this is Copel to actually come out with 2 stocks from this, that would be insane. It's not gonna happen though. A final blow to the back of the head leaves Sonics the leader.
Sonics shuts down Copel and takes the first game of this series for Fisher, and looking good at the moment. I mean, they had a stock lead coming in. Copel gave them a run for their money, but it's so difficult. You saw it off stage. That spring racked up, I want to say 30, 40-ish% with that edge guard. The moment this crocodile is off stage, Sonic, on a character that you don't think of as a traditionally great edge guarding character, can just rinse, repeat, make life miserable for this crocodile, and they were able to secure the game off the back of it.
With 2 stocks left, by the way, and with what could have been, at least we feel like 3. But for right now, it is Fisher to go ahead and take that lead, and we're looking at that game number 2. For right now, though, we do want to give a huge shout out because there's something going on in just a couple days, I believe, that everyone will be interested in. It is LA Comic-Con, which is being, trying and hopefully executing, because look at what they have. They are producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience in the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center on December 1st and 3rd, which is quite literally this coming weekend, starting tomorrow. If you are interested, your pass gets you access to the gaming stage for tournaments, stream studio for your favorite streamers, the free play zone with the hottest PC and console games, as well as a little bit of the mix with over 10 indie games with devs on site to talk about them. If you're interested and you want to learn more, go ahead and click on the panel below and use promo code LEVEL UP for $5 off your gaming pass. Go ahead and check that one out because it'll be very, very interesting. And listen, I know there's something going on in Boise. We understand if you want to do Comic-Con instead. Hey, listen, more power to you. Go ahead and check it all out. For right now, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to make sure we're ready. We're going to make sure Fisher and Northwood are ready to go as well. We'll see if Fisher can run a second in a row or if Northwood are going to bite back. Don't go anywhere.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell-Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Game 1 is done, and of course we are ramping into game number 2, Soy Sauce. There was a lot to think about after that initial opening setup, not only with the openers, but with the final anchors. I mean, Sonic's coming out strong. If you're Northwood, I mean, what are you thinking here?
Well, I think if you're Northwood, you change up the pace a little bit. I think you want a few different matchups there. Obviously, it was close, but there are a couple things that just didn't quite pan out the way you'd like here, and I'd expect to see maybe similar characters, but in different spots in the lineup.
So if we're opening once again, because my brain is not refreshed enough as much as I wish. I mean, the openers were a little bit interesting, to say the least. Go ahead and refresh us a bit on who they were, and then maybe even who we expect to see on this opening.
So we started off with Tilde versus SGP, or So Good Pop, on the Wii Fit versus Falco in that opening set. Northwood then opted to go with, I believe it was Jija as their second member, who opted to play Kirby and was able to take down Tilde, but then fell to Blitz, the Mega Man player for the side of Fisher College. We then saw Zai as the third member for Northwood. The third member for Fisher was Jackal the Wolf, and then we saw Copel and Sonics round things out. So maybe Northwood this time around. I'm expecting to see Frostbite in the lineup somewhere this time around, just not 100% sure where. And I'm expecting SGP to drop back somewhere in the lineup, give someone else a chance to be that leadoff man.
Of course, if you get a matchup like, maybe even Sonic's getting in on the starter just for a little bit of fun and see how hard you can run it, or maybe even Blitz, right? That is another matchup that you're scared of, because we're taking a look here. I think it is double blind once again to open up this game. Even though Fisher won the beginning, I think teams can opt for that. So very, very interested to see what exactly happens and who exactly decides to step up. But if you were to take anyone out of the side of Northwood, who would it be to replace with Frostbite? Because I think that's a big question. Where do you want to do it? Because it adds that second layer. Hey, we're going to swap someone out, but we're also going to place them in second, third, fourth, or even opening with Frostbite. Where would you want to slot them in, considering what we have? I say that, but we're getting into game as we do. Gosh dang it. All right, so it is going to be still Tilde running in here, but it's the Kirby to jump on out.
Jija on the Kirby to start things off is a wild move, but I actually love it here, knowing that you're going up against Tilde, because Kirby is such a small character that they're able to duck just like that underneath the lasers, underneath a lot of these landing hitboxes that Tilde wants. So Jija could potentially be able to not only avoid a lot of the combo game that Tilde wants, but also Kirby's combo game is arguably just as good. If they get a grab, you can string together neutral airs and forward airs for a lot of damage, and that is really difficult for Tilde to deal with. On the flip side, this is Kirby, one of the lightest characters in the game, and Tilde's very good at finding the combo finishers, finding ways to take stocks. So this is a very double-edged sword type of game plan brought to the table here by Northwood, but I love the gamble.
Not only that, I love the fact that we're seeing Ziza get a little bit silly, right? We saw the crouches before, just sticking on the edge, trying to get into the mine, and that is part of the game. If you are going to run a character like Kirby, you want to try and throw a little wrench in the plans. If you can get in their mind, if you can cause them a little bit of chaos, if you can get a little bit of an edge over in those mind games, you get the win, right? And every little bit helps, especially against the likes of Fisher, but Fisher ain't going to go down quickly. It is a simple setup. Tilde with 69% said thank you very much.
I mean, that was a neutral air from Falco. That's not even one of the moves with a ton of knockback to it. That shows how light this Kirby is. It does not take all that much damage for this character to be at kill percent. But Jija certainly not lacking in kill power if you're able to land something like a smash attack, or the grabs will kill a high percent. But you can't afford these reversals. This is a lot of damage for Kirby to take, and this is the strength of Tilde, right? They just know. It's systematic. Once they get one hit, they know exactly how to follow up, but there's a strong hit of back air, and even from center stage, that kill.
Nice to grab, and now it's the attempt to run it back. You can see he's saying, give me that chance, please. I got 23, now 39. Hunted on that top platform, a little bit of a tap to reset, and now looking for that poke, and a perfect cleanup. The combo is so good. Kirby takes 2 in a row.
And that's huge. That's the first lead for Northwood that they've had all series long, and now Tilde has to find a way to battle back. They should be able to find something here. Kirby sitting at 106 is working on borrowed time, but it all depends on how do you find this stock. Down air into neutral air. Does not kill this time around, but will be able to recover low once again. No clean snap to the ledge there. Tilde just waiting for any overextension, trying to catch this Kirby flat-footed, but very difficult to do so. You can tell that Xija's defense is on point right now.
Play it smart, and you know what? Tilde said I can do the same. Down to last stock apiece. And Xija going, okay, how do I want to deal with this one? I can't go with the cheese Kirby. I got to be careful. I got to be careful. I'm not careful. I'm not careful. Okay, maybe I'm careful. Let's go ahead and maybe get a footstool. And you can see Tilde getting a bit frustrated there. Up you go with that. I love it. I just love seeing that. It's the good old Kirby gameplay.
The classic neutral B along the ledge, but unable to connect on it this time. Tilde racking up the damage. These back airs could mean everything, but a forward smash from center stage, and just like the first series, no kill sparks required for Fisher to take the lead.
It's that moment again that you were talking about, right? There was a piece for Northwood to maybe get a lead, the first lead that they were looking for the entire time, but as you said, very light character. It's the unfortunate fact that the kill threat on the Kirby is between 70 and 100, not that 110 to 130 that we see on a lot of the other characters, or if you're looking at Copel, that 130 to 150, depending on who has those hits. The fact that you have now dropped down feels kind of bad, but at least the cheese is gone if you're looking at Fisher's side. They have now given themselves a pretty nice footing to stand on, and I think Tilde did exactly what they needed to do.
And similar to the first set, right? They are able to not just find the win, but find it in such a fashion that shows, hey, Tilde's on point here. The combo game is on lock. They are not, coming in with cold hands. But it's good for Northwood to once again, we talked about this, keep things close, keep things manageable. It's just one stock here. If you are able to take this one stock of the Falco down without, drawing any blood here of your own, then you're able to get things right back to even. You give yourself a chance, and that's what it's all about here, to try and take down a team like Fisher with such explosive members in their cast.
So dangerous if you are not aware of what can happen. But again, you only have to look forward one step, maybe two, depending if you're on that losing side. For right now, options are available. If we're taking a look at Northwood, who do they want to send out? You were talking about Frostbite possibly coming in here, and now that we know, because I was originally saying, maybe toss out that Kirby. The Kirby is very niche. It's a very, situational pick. The fact that you opened with it showed a little bit of a gamble, which I can appreciate. Where would you slot in Frostbite now that a mainstay set, Copel, the likes, very strong, I want to say versatile characters in regards? Where would you want to slot Frostbite in?
I would try either right now to try and get rid of Tilde with Roy, because although the laser is a little bit of a nuisance for Roy, the kill power just kind of takes over in that set, and Roy gets it much, much faster than Tilde's Falco will. But also Frostbite, traditionally, I mentioned in that previous series, it has been the anchor of this team, the fourth man, the third man, wherever, depending on the format. It's been mostly this Roy as the back foot, the last hope. So we'll see if that's where Northwood lean here in this series. The one player I would try and avoid, I think, for Northwood here, the one match I'm probably scared of the most here is Copel going in against Tilde, just because, again, the combo game is so clean from Fisher that I wouldn't want to put that big body that's trying to survive in this early and then give them a chance to be counterpicked. I'd try and keep them in the pocket, which tells me that Northwood's probably leaning towards SGP or Zai here for this set.
If either one of them come out, maybe we get to see some miracles run it up. So much time can be spent on just minutely picking this apart, but at the end of the day, it's also comfort levels, right? if a matchup is not favorable character-wise but player-wise, they're more than willing. I think that's what we're seeing here, because we even got a little bit surprised in game number 1, right? Like the Jackal coming out here, I think you were talking about some of the reflectors and some of the differences with that Wolf, and it might have just been a more comfortable matchup at that time. So again, at the same time, as much as we watch a lot of these matchup calls, where does your comfort level stand? Do you know how to exploit the opponent in these scenarios? So see what Northwood do decide to play. I think we're just waiting on stages right and now and trying to figure it out, because if you are looking at Tilde, I think the Wolf was taken from Pokemon Stadium and then run into I don't remember the last stage, but I'm guessing that's where we had a little bit of a cutoff there.
Yeah, PS2 was typically the stage for the Wolf. I believe it is going to be Frostbite locked in for the side of Northwood. So that's the Roy that I was mentioning before. And Frostbite, again, very proficient on this Roy. And I like the call here. Just saying, hey, this is one of our players who's very good at taking stocks early. They're on a character that has that kill power that comes online around 60-ish% or so. So even if you get in a combo, which Falco will likely be able to do with things like the laser, you're just building up the rage. As long as Frostbite can survive on the Roy, that is the key. As long as they're able to hold on to the stock, similar to the Copal method, right, on the heavy, just be able to get out of that first combo and give yourself a chance to land a combo of your own. That's the name of the game for Frostbite here.
I would also like to point out, this is, I believe, the first time that we're seeing a swordsman technically come out here, which is crazy. I always feel teams have at least 1 or 2 swordsmen kind of like stuck in their back pocket, like, okay, we're gonna pull this one out, like we know what it is. The fact that this is now an alternate to come out, I think lends a lot of power to the uniqueness of these players' character pools. It's so much fun watching the diversity kind of come out here and roll along, but at the end of the day, I mean, we have more swordsmen than I think any other character genre out there, so we'll see how it plays out. As you said, you just need to survive 1. If it works, taking a look at Fisher's side, I do expect a little bit of bullying to come out. If you're going to do anything, I mean, Mega Man can be in the back pocket there. I mean, I'm fairly certain Blitz would have one heck of a heyday keeping that swordsman away.
Yeah, I mean, sorties traditionally struggle with range, so you'd have to assume that Fisher is probably going to lean that way with either Blitz on the Mega Man, maybe even Tony Pajamas on the NES as well. But this match could be very, very quick, not just because Tilde has 1 stock, but because both of these characters so combo-centric, so good at just eviscerating stocks. And we go to Town and City. I like the pick here for Tilde. Give yourself some space and no real platforms for Frostbite to get extensions on.
Gotta wait and see what you can do. But of course, the taunts have been thrown out, and now it's going to be the shield. As you said, a little bit of combo heavy. And already, that is Frostbite to try and gather some extra damage. Fragments working in their favor. A little bit of knockdown, roll back coming out. And now the snipes. It is just get that range, get that damage if you can. Tilde wanting at least 1 stock in the back pocket if they can. And a little bit of a forward air into the combo game, carrying to the top of the stage. Can't follow all the way through. Forward smash not going to land either. Good perfect shield into an up tilt. Look at that. The brutality is working, but off the stage you go. And a little bit of a side tilt, making sure to cover that stage edge. Oh, combination hits.
This is where everything matters for Northwood, right? They survived the combo, but they're up to 108. So one of these strong hits of back air or something from the side of Tilde could do the trick. Frostbite has to find a way to take this stock here, but they can't afford too many more hits. No. And they jump into the up smash. The anti-air was so clean from Tilde, and that's a big stock for him to take.
What a chance, a moment. We saw it, I think, in the previous game as well. Opportunities abound, and whenever these mistakes happen, you got to run away with it. Very nicely done by Tilde to see it, but now it is all hands on deck. Frostbite wants this stock, and 81% is more than enough to get a combo rolling and to knock him off stage, but Tilde says, nah, you don't get that one for free. I will chase you. Nice up air, chasing again onto the upper platform. Can't get the tilt. Shield is up. Down they go. And now a sweep on the back foot. Tilde smells blood in the water. 84 almost gets the second stop off the top stage. 891%, 91 to 98. Both these characters realize they're in kill percentage.
Be so careful here.
Oh my gosh!
Run to for Frostbite. Tilde with a massive 2-stock lead here. At 98, you think he'd be working on borrowed time, but the way Tilde's gotten these combos off, it is so dangerous. Up B won't be able to take the stock from center stage. We'll be able to grab the ledge. Parry, but oh, Frostbite turned around. Thought he might love for a roll instead. Goes for the neutral B. Shield there. Down air. Great tech. Rinse, repeat. Make it 2. Not a third one, though. Can't get that third down air out in time. The pace of play just favoring Tilde. And at 154, he's done so much work.
I mean, listen, you already took 5 stocks. Tilde knows they've done their job. They have put in the hours. This is a lead of leads right now. Tilde says, I'm not done, though. I am not done. 168 has a little bit of pumped up energy, and the shield goes low, but a little bit forward, creates some space back to center stage, gets the grab, gets the throw, and now up on the top stage. Still not kill threat, but 53. And honestly, Frostbite's got to feel that pain, the frustration, the desperation, and gets that forward air, the connection, and the off the top. It is going to work. You lost 2, though. Very rough game for Frostbite.
Tilde came ready to play. They said, give me the Roy. I want the combos. And he got everything he wanted. And that is the disadvantage of Roy, is that the combo game again for Falco, use that projectile to your advantage. It's the bread and butter. Use the laser to get in, get your up tilts, get that north-south combo of down airs and drag downs, and they're immediately able to not only rack up the damage, but then very keyly put that off stage, put Roy off stage. That jump is so crucial for Roy. And I think Frostbite used it once or twice to try and get out of disadvantage, which means that all he has to do is, or all he has left to recover is that up B. And it's a very easy fade to track down. And Falco with that speed in the air, so easy to catch, so easy to secure stocks that way.
It felt textbook, right? After a while, we were seeing these combinations, and yes, the first stock felt a little bit lucky, but after that, it was chase, right? In 2 stocks, by the way, in 2 stocks, it was taken only to about 90%. That's how well Tilde was actually reading a lot of that. If you remember, a lot of that damage actually came from the text on the bottom of the stage, so you have to keep that in mind. Tilde played a fantastic game. Now taking a look, moving into the next 4 Fisher, they are going with Mega Man. This is something we predicted. This is something that we figured would happen, and unfortunately, with Frostbite coming in a little bit cold, it's going to be difficult. Not only do you need to take all of these stocks, but you're only sitting on 1. You only get to mess up about 2 times before you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really rough. The way, especially the way that Blitz likes to play, right? We saw plenty of Saw Blade, plenty of pellets being thrown out, Leaf Shield. It's just, once you think you're through one option, there's a whole nother level of defense there. And there's about 4 levels of it that the way Blitz is playing is going to be really difficult for Frostbite to try and work through. The biggest thing for Frostbite here, now that they've had this kind of warm-up game, again, you can't afford to take too much damage, but they have to now change up that playstyle completely. Where the last matchup was very rushed down, be in your face a lot with these quick tilt options and combo game, this is going to be a war of attrition for Frostbite, and that ability to flip the switch is very hard to do between sets.
So then let's talk about that flip. The switch is flipped, right? Let's say that happens. For Frostbite, what would that look like? What combinations are you going to use to break into Mega Man space? How do you actually get around this? Like, what would a winning combination look like for Frostbite if we see that miracle come back?
You have to catch a little bit of overstep and spacing from Mega Man, because while the projectile game is very good from Mega Man in this matchup, if you move too far forward with it or get locked into something, Roy has the speed to be able to jump in and get a lot of damage. For example, Leaf Shield, you can kind of hold that and move around with it for a little bit, but there is that moment where he has to actually throw it. And that's where potentially you could see Roy get over top and get something like a neutral air, like a grab off a tomahawk. So you have to wait for Mega Man to commit to something and then try and punish it. And you're looking for those oversteps in that instance, because with all the projectiles, they will have the agency in the matchup. But the moment Roy gets in, you could see those 0 to 60s.
It feels bad that a lot of what we're saying here is based off of Blitz messing up, right? That is one of the rougher edges, but it has to be stated. And I do agree 100%. This plays off of, hey, if you make mistakes, I'll take that advantage, but so far everything's pretty much leaning in Blitz's favor. Taking a look, we do have information that we are going to PS2, so once again, a homestay for the Mega Man. Well played overall, and it's really Frostbite going to be playing up and down, maybe not so much around if they would like, but this is, I mean, this is standard, right?
Yeah, standard stage, a lot of space to work with here, and importantly for Roy to have those platforms as an escape route around those projectiles. They want some sort of platform because they can't just allow themselves to get pelted by projectile after projectile. And while you are waiting for the mistakes of Blitz through a lot of neutral, one of the areas that Frostbite can also, I think, get a pretty decent advantage on is the ledge. Roy has a lot of kill power very early, so instead of maybe going for those elongated combos like down tilt tech chases, if they are able to force Mega Man off stage, Roy doesn't have the best edge guard game, but trapping them at the ledge, Roy has great coverage, and Mega Man a little bit slower, doesn't have the best defensive options in those instances. So I'm looking to see how does Frostbite push this Mega Man to the corner once they get in.
If they can push the Mega Man into the corner. Let's see it break out right now. Frostbite gonna try and do a little bit of work. Already starting off with the combinations, but immediately Blitz answers with their own up to 13. Maybe not the chunking that we thought, and really it is just those leaves to cause a little bit of destruction. But you can see the aggressiveness, right? Stepping up, and that's actually the downfall. 32, 42, and then some. Tornado goes out, covering that high ground, and now the buzzsaw to follow. Good little sweep, takes away an option, but still, it is all hands on deck.
And the very important thing for Frostbite there, kind of knowing when your combo is done, right? He knows that it's only really true on that second hit and then opts to back away and reset. So he's got to wait for these oversteps defensively from the side of Blitz. Blitz doing a good job of kind of mitigating the airspace. A lot of what Roy gets that's very strong is things like the forward air, the neutral air. Those do a lot of damage and are easily followed up upon. But you're seeing the control here. Frostbite has immediately changed to a more grounded game style. He's getting so much mileage out of it.
And honestly, I don't know if Blitz is really aware of this, right? There's been multiple times Blitz is actually fast falling from the top stage. And I mean, Frostbite is just waiting, right? That's why we see that 124. Good roll, good grab coming out. Frostbite starting to get a good handle on where Blitz is going to be. However, that might not be enough. Good little stab, gets him on the ground. Another grab, a throw forward. Trying to chase afterward, doesn't get any further, but the leaves. Again, this shield is causing problems. Blitz saying all I need is a good hit. Gets a couple of the pellets out, trying to slow down the advances, but a high jump sends them reeling. Fast forward air, not gonna land. Chase again. And I mean, Frostbite feels it, just needs one more hit, but no, that is gonna be the back here. Coverage now to the side of Blitz.
Oh, this is a ledge 3 grab. He's able to perfectly time that get up around that forward smash, but that was dangerous. Leaf shield will poke. Good up air. Stuck on the platform. No, that's going to be a stock. Well done to get the soft hit. Knocked him up onto the platform. And those missed techs are everything for Frostbite.
It's so important, but that's going to be the absolute spike that we like to see. Well done on the side of Blitz. It, again, expected and honestly huge job by the side of Frostbite. We saw the aggression. We saw the, I want to say almost taps come out here. Still, though, it's still the lead over to the side of Fisher, and it is going to be Blitz Luigi. Hang on to 2 stocks.
I talked about how Frostbite wants to keep Mega Man to the corner, once they get in, do their damage, and immediately get this character off stage. Well, it also works in reverse here, because Roy's recovery, again, very predictable on that fade, and Mega Man's got that massive projectile as a down air that's just so easy to cover. You just position yourself accordingly and make sure you get there before they snap to the ledge, and that's just what happens at the end of that sequence. So an emphatic stock for Mega Man Blitz to take, and now Northwood down to just 2 players left in this playoff bracket.
And the question is what player did they sub out for Frostbite, right? Taking a look, we saw the Palatina as well as that, I think K-Rool were the 2 that we saw on stream at least. At this current moment, I mean, the Kirby was there, and I think the first one as well was SGP, so SGP is also still in the running for being in this matchup. But I mean, who do you actually want to play with? I mean, Mega Man did so much work, Blitz did so much work earlier. What do you want to play in if you're Northwood?
It's difficult to say. In my head, I'm looking at the characters once more, kind of scanning over them. Maybe SGP, I'm not 100% sure if things like the soccer ball on the Wii Fit will be able to fight through some of the projectiles of Mega Man, because a lot of those, for example, the pellets are very, very weak. I don't think they'll be able to knock back the soccer ball. The saw blade is a different property, so I believe it just straight up does not interact with the soccer ball. And Leaf Shield, I also think, is not that strong. So if I'm thinking about this correctly, I think the projectile warfare could tilt in Northwood's favor here, so maybe you lean that way. I wouldn't be surprised to also see maybe Zai on the Palutena came out last time. Again, the one character or one player I think you hold now in your pocket as potentially that anchor is Copel on the King K rule. Although a lot of the matchups don't necessarily favor them, you want to have that kind of heavyweight as the last man standing and have that kill power be the ability to come back late. So I think you lean towards Zai or SGP here. We haven't seen Sensational either, who is listed on that roster, and they're a very explosive player, very double-edged sword on things like the Falcon and Sephiroth, where you can take stocks very early, but you also might die very early as well. So we'll see which way Northwood likes to lean here for this third player.
There's so many options to be had, but I mean, Fisher are sitting very pretty. And keep in mind, in the first game, we saw Fisher go toe-to-toe, pretty much. Northwood and Fisher were going at it, and I think we only had a one-stock difference until the last. They got to be wiping their brow right now, right? Very nicely done by Tilde. And for this type of squad, is this something that we should come to expect, and do we expect to see this lead continue to mount up? Do we expect to see this two-stock difference throughout the rest of this game, or do you feel they might get a little bit over-eager and start losing some of those stocks, maybe to silly trades, maybe to a little bit of a stylization?
I mean, Fisher are one of these teams that the strength of this squad isn't just in player experience, it's in depth of the roster. Not only do they have a ton of talented players like Tilde, like Sonics, but they also have players who are on characters that have such a way of dealing with stocks very quickly. We've seen everyone have these kind of pop-off moments in the past, be it throughout the regular season or even in the playoffs. It's not like they're relying on one or two players to be the player, to be the MVP of each set. They feel like they've got 4 or 5 MVPs because it's about the kind of experience being shared. You have these stars on the team, but they're sharing their knowledge, and it's elevating the depth of the roster so that not just Tilde taking 5 stocks is the name of the game, but you also have Tony Pajamas, who's swept through teams, Sonics, who's brought to the table such great experience. You've got Blitz on this Mega Man, which adds a whole nother dynamic. There's just so many ways that Fisher can attack you that it is hard to play the counterpick war that Northwood are really, really good at.
It's taking away their options, making sure they can't get comfortable, but the comfort is still there. We're going right back to PS2 as a ban of BF, SPF, as well as SV. So Battlefield as well as Small Battlefield, and then, of course, SV at the back. And I say that because we are seeing Copel's K rule. You were wondering about that, and I was too, because, again, Copel did work, was able to hang on to the end, but have deemed it necessary to bring out the heavyweight, deal with this Mega Man, take down this Blitz Luigi. And I mean, the matchup still feels pretty okay. I think for Copel, I think they understand that. Maybe not the optimal, but you can work your way around, right? Those extra shieldings, the ability to kind of walk through some of these extra projectiles will be nice.
So the game plan here is to try and use Copel's armor to their advantage and say, all right, even if you have the advantage in terms of projectiles, with Mega Man just being faster using all of them, they're saying, hey, the Crown has armor, all of our, we've got the belly armor on all of our aerials. We're just going to go in and see if we can take down these 2 stocks very, very quickly. And it's a good plan. On paper, it works. But the difficulty is Blitz's defense has been pretty solid overall. So we'll see how good Copel is at this kind of rush down style on a big heavyweight. Again, focus around the corners here. Mega Man with that down air could absolutely decimate some of these stocks on King K rule. So Copel has to win the fight on stage.
Well, first exchange is feeling kind of nice on both ends, right? A little bit of a sticky, but the Crown doing some work, both shielding right behind each other. And again, it's a prediction game, but out comes the fiery blade, and all of a sudden off the top ropes on those platforms is so dangerous. The armor not going to do enough to the two-piece hit, and all of a sudden it feels like this is control for Blitz.
Copel's really trying to land this back air, and it means so much if he does, but it's so difficult to land. But look at that, just 2 hits, and all of a sudden, after a little bit of chip damage, up to 81, and the up air catch was so clean. Talked about in that first set, unable to really make it work, but here, doing a great job of finding the window to sneak that underneath, and any lackadaisical recovery, Copel will gladly take advantage of.
That feels great if you can turn it around. However, again, the heavy hitters are still around. That's going to be a Crown to cover the low option. And that will give Copel a chance to get back on stage. 155. Don't want to mess around. Another punch up as we're at 73. Blitz, maybe a little bit frustrated. Says, hey, I want to at least take one. I had to. Stocks a good another slash. Keeps him on the far end. However, the knockback is not going to be enough. Down low. Very low recovery as per usual. But that's going to be a slash, and that'll be done. Well played by the side of Blitz to take that stock.
Just no easy way out of the corner for King K. Rool there. Just so many options you have to weave around. And then once you're off the ledge, just the option coverage from Blitz was too clean. Using Rush to be able to evade for the moment, that up B, kind of messing with the angles. But it is Copel with stage control here. Cannonball connects and actually kind of allows a reset in this scenario on the ledge. Dash attack was good, but does not find the marker here. Air dodge to the ledge. How does Copel get out of the corner here? He'll get a grab. A backfire should do the trick here. No, but great DI. Able to survive here at 159. Doesn't get the ledge regrab, or doesn't get the grab off the dash, which means that Blitz gets to survive.
Only for a little bit longer, right? Like 159 is a crazy number to currently sit at. So you can see the run by and even sacrificing. That's Copel saying, I'll bring the bomb to you. But that's going to be the finish. A belly bump to end it. As honestly, not too bad. Only losing one is, I think, a dub for Copel.
Only losing one and nearly not even losing that stock in the first place. We lived up to 160 and got Mega Man up to, I think, 70, nearly 80% on that stock as well. So really well done by Copel to be able to take those stocks so cleanly. And only dropping one stock here, again, keeping things close, giving themselves a chance. But the biggest thing about keeping it close is that at some point, you do have to find an advantage here. And that's going to be very difficult now with Fisher having the option to counterpick.
And that one will be quite fun, right? Other options are available. You do have Jackal in the back pocket. As you said, Tony Pajamas, I think, is still kind of working around in there as well. So, you know, again, we're playing off the notion that Sonics is going to stick as that anchor. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Sonics is going to come out right away. We're expecting Sonics to be that anchor, be that finisher to ensure a closeout win. For right now, though, which one would you prefer? I mean, we're wondering exactly who comes out. And, I mean, already the side of Northwood have played their sub, have played their alternate. What do we think is going to happen?
Assuming Sonics is that anchor, I think Tony Pajamas is a bit of the safer pick here. He can contest from range a little bit more, a smaller hitbox for King K. Rool to try and track down, not as easily edge guardable, even though that up B is pretty difficult to try and get around. But you still have the ability to weave in and out of these massive hitboxes and go with generally a faster character.
You know, I feel bad because I keep making you answer all these questions, Soy, and then I keep get proven wrong, right? Apparently, Fisher were hunting for that Copel versus Sonics matchup. We are getting word that Sonic is coming in here as the third, hunt down the Croc, take them out, and put them away for the foreseeable future of this game. I mean, do you think that is the right call? Do you think the hunt is correct? Because you were still talking about that speed. Keep that pace up.
Yeah, I do like the pick here. Sonic, I mean, we saw in that last set, Sonics has the edge guards down with that spring placement. They're able to get good damage online. And these two, they're very familiar with each other. So both are very privy to each other's play styles here. And the fact that, once again, you give Sonics a stock lead here against this King K. Rool just means that they've got a little bit more leniency to kind of go in and see what they can get away with, because they will have the agency in this matchup. They will have the ability to weave in and out of a couple of these slower hitboxes. We even saw it. Kopel has been very good at using the up air, but that move is a double-edged sword at the end of the day. It's got a lot of end lag to it. It puts you in disadvantage very frequently if it doesn't actually find the hit. We see Kopel use it time and time again to help stall out his recovery, but it ended up costing him in that previous set. So I do like the play here from Fisher to send in Sonics, but I do worry about the kind of comfort level of both players because they're so familiar. It feels like it should be a little bit tighter than that last series.
I mean, we're even talking about changes here. I mean, Kopel taking 2 off of Blitz was something also a little bit different that we were not expecting, right? So already those winds of change may be blowing through this game. But you know what's not changing at all is our stage. We are going right back to PS2, third time in a row. You can't change that at all. This time around, it was FD, Kalos, and Town that were banned away, so, I mean, it makes a little bit more sense. Okay. We'll go back to PS2 and all that fun stuff. I will say, I am sad that we can't turn stage change on, because that, I mean, Pokemon Stadium was so much fun back in the day. I remember the times where you got to, I think it was watch some of the stage change actually muck up a lot of combinations or create new combinations. It was like, oh my lord, those are fun.
Oh, the Melee days where it was the original Pokemon Stadium. Those were some wild interactions, especially the pit on the Earth stage. Oh, that was a dangerous place to be. But,
I remember that.
Between that and there was also a glitch where you would fall through the center of the map
Yes!
on the fire transformation.
Oh my gosh!
That one was costly to a lot of players. That one was brutal, but unfortunately, not going to be the case this time around. This stage, it's got some funky transformations as well, but we won't get to see them here as button checks, I believe, are underway here. Kopel down a stock to start up against Sonics on the Sonic. We'll have to see what adaptations come out here as we get ready. Taunts on board, and here we go.
Off we go to the races, and again, we already see this chance. We saw this matchup again at the end, and it was Sonics to actually take a very heavy lead. Saw what could have been that 3-stock carry over, and I mean, they have a chance to do it again, and already very fierce, very action. I do like this call out a little bit more, right? The idea that, hey, we've already played one game. We know exactly what's going to happen. A little tap on the back edge. Again, the follow off the stage, and then the back here to kick things off. Sonics makes it look easy.
Oh my mercy. No mercy from Sonics there. Immediately gets this crocodile off stage and immediately using homing attack, getting the ledge regrab into back air after back air. That was so clean from Sonics, and he is keeping the pressure on here. Once again, dropping the spring down. Nowhere safe for this King K rule. Able to air dodge back, but he immediately gets blocked off again by the neutral air. Sonics playing this so clean.
Oh.
Great tech underneath to survive, but look at the damage. He's only been hit once or twice here to get up to 15, and he'll eviscerate this stock with a forward smash.
That is, I feel that's a by the textbook scenario, right? That is, I couldn't have seen it better myself. It's the, you played it about as best you could, Kopel. Like, there was nothing else to say about it. You get under the stage, that's all you had, and you got stuck, right? That is textbook. That's just how the game plays out. Well done to both, and unfortunately, we are now down to a 6-3 stock difference. This is what we feared a little bit, at least in my opinion. I was scared of this option happening, especially after the first run. Amazing job, Bad Tail Day. But can we really blame Kopel? Like, you get stuck underneath. Like, was there any real way out of that?
No, not really. Once you're off stage, I mean, Sonics is just too good at those scenarios. Once you're down low, normally the propeller, the idea is that there's a tiny hitbox on that propeller. It can help carry you up. But the other thing that made that so difficult is in those scenarios for Kopel, for really any player at that level, if you are rinse repeating getting the text off the stage, because that's what we saw numerous times, be it the spring or the back air into stage. Once you're in that scenario of just trying to survive, trying to get back to stage, flicking that switch back to trying to win neutral after being off stage for so long is really, really difficult. And it doesn't even register in your brain sometimes that, hey, you've taken 100% for being off stage, by the way. Like, taken so many hits already that if you lose neutral once, you might just lose the game. And I think that's what ends up happening to Copel here. He spends so long off stage because of Sonic's edgeguard game that by the time he gets back, he's up to 130 and he's desperate to look for anything, and it's just too clean of a punish from Sonics.
It feels good if you are a Fisher fan and you know that was a resounding kind of sigh of relief that lead that they had built up over time is not taken away. Now, though, it is do or die time for Northwood. Now that Copel's gone, you need that anchor, and the anchor coming out is not going to be that Palutena, is not going to be that floater. Instead, it's a different type of floater. We are getting SGP. First the opener, now the anchor coming in on that Wii Fit trainer.
And I do like the play here. Wii Fit's one of the few characters that can mess with the tempo that Sonic brings to the table because of the projectile game, because of the off-stage interactions. Wii Fit can spend an eternity off-stage, wall jumps, and being able to stall out with things like the down B, the up B. The hula hoops have a good hitbox to be able to help them get to the ledge potentially if Sonic isn't in the right spot here. So this feels like a good pick and counter to what Sonic is bringing to the table. The problem is, it is still Sonic's. It is still that combo game. It is still that rinse-repeat edge guard. So we'll have to see how safe the outside of the stage really is for SGP to try and back away to.
I mean, we could guess about what stage is going to come next, but I think you already know it in your heart there. It is going to be PS2 once again. So let's talk about those stage edges, right? Is this going to be a problem? I mean, I think we saw Wii Fit Trainer actually on here before as well. So, I mean, it's understandable what's going to come out. Are there major dangers? Are we just going to see a good old-fashioned brawl between the two?
I think that overall it's pretty neutral for both. It's a good stage in terms of width for the Wii Fit to be able to cover a lot of space with the projectiles and give them the space to get things like deep breathing online. But on the flip side, now for Sonics, you have platforms to escape to be able to navigate around the soccer ball, navigate around the Salute the Sun. So there's that kind of agency of, all right, both players have a lot of room to work with and options to get around in neutral. So there's a lot more to think about here. I do like Wii Fit in terms of the kind of up close and boxing type of matchups. You know, if you're a little bit more focused on getting out of shield punishes, but Sonics is, you know, with this Sonic, been very good at not getting into those scenarios, so not allowing for things like the quick punishes, like forward tilt out of shield. So it's going to be about SGP and their creativity in the neutral game to try and break through this character.
And I mean, let's look even further, right? We've now talked about this matchup because I think we understand this is going to be very difficult either way for SGP. If SGP is able to take 3 stocks, taking a look at that final run, who do you think is coming out for Fisher's side? And of course, I'll ask a funny question afterwards as well, but I mean, who do you think will be making a break for the side of Fisher to round out and try and seal this game off?
You know, there's a couple different options here, and it's really difficult to actually say. Looking through the cast again, Wii Fit is just an odd character to try and counterpick, but I do like a lot of what Fisher brings to the table. I wouldn't be surprised to let Jackal ride on the Wolf here, just because you have that reflector to deal with the projectiles. You have your own projectile that I believe does actually interact with the soccer ball, so you eliminate that projectile game pretty well, you know, right off the bat. And Wolf, the damage can come online really quickly. The bread and butter combos are things like down throw dash attack, down throw forward air. So you can rack up damage onto Wii Fit very, very quickly. And Sonics, you're assuming that they're at least going to get a stock off the back of it here, just because of how this Wii Fit Sonic type of dynamic plays out, that it's not going to be pretty clean one way or the other. And thus, when you have a character that so easily gets damage on the board, that's always a plus when you're going into a matchup with Elite.
All right, then the final question, because we got to have some fun. What stage would you think it's going to be? I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel there's a stage they're preferring here, right?
It's Pokeflux. It's absolutely Pokeflux.
Let's full send it out. I mean, oh my god, you just pulled a memory out of my hat. I forgot that stage is still around. I was like, I heard Pokey, and I was like, you're gonna say Pokemon Stadium too. Nah, let's bring out the floats. Let's bring out what? Isn't that like one of the largest stages as well? Like, it's ridiculous the size of it.
It's not. It's actually the one stage that's not in this game. It's only in Melee.
Oh my god. All I remember is just that stage and playing on it and crying because I could not figure out the float system. I'm old, by the way. I'm old, and I just like that stage gave me nightmares, right? You get knocked up and all of a sudden you run it into a float or anything like that. I can't believe they didn't bring it back. That's a hilarious stage.
I would have loved to see it come back, but unfortunately, I think there was a time where it was technically a legal, like, professional stage because there were no stage hazards on it. It was just platforms and walls, and so it was. Oh no, the joke is that it's Fox's best stage. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
That's the joke behind it. So I mean, it was I mean. We're getting PS2 here. That's the go-to. That's the comfort stage for just about everyone. And here we go. Final player for Northwood. They got to take 6 stocks here to have a chance at this grand final. Sonic's trying to end it here and now.
I mean, this is a real chance, right? This is an opportunity to go ahead and seal what is and will be a championship all the way through here in the Open Premier Division of the NA Star League, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fall League. And already the chase is not exactly working. As you can see, it is going to be SGP, just like, okay, how are we going to dance this one, right? And you go ahead and try and charge up the sun. You can't get an immediate answer, trying to deny that charge up, trying to deny that opportunity.
So far, SGP doing a pretty decent job of evading a lot of these offstage interactions. You can see that Spring is very threatening along the ledge here, but they're able to get some damage online. How do they get at a disadvantage? Good parry, but the up tilt, again, not going to be able to track him down. Sonic's really struggling to get in on SGP right now. 37% racked up through the first minute.
Honestly, well done, right? We were talking about this fact. It was going to be a little bit dirty and a little bit questionable in how this match plays out. And so far, it feels very controlled. That's a stock with a full charge. Well played. And even Sonic's was a little bit confused.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he might have been able to survive, but you check those percents. He's at 100% when that move hits. He's up to 130 when it actually knocks him off stage. So that move does a ton of damage and knockback. And now you're very weary of it if you're Sonics.
It's one of those moments that it puts the fear in you. You're like, okay, this is a problem. However, the chase there and a forward smash is prepped and ready to go. 90% now. And remember, you don't have to worry too much. Very nice tech to get back on the stage. But for Sonics, all you really do, your main job is take 1 or 2 stocks, right? You don't have to, but it's nice to be able to pull off. So let's see if they can do it. Right now, though, it's playing with a little bit of difficult time for the side of SGP. You can't lose any more. A little bit of a charge. That is going to be the back throw. Not going to be a kill at 119.
Good tech once more. So SGP's tech game online here. Can't afford to miss any of those, especially in the red here at 124. Opting to back away to the ledge. He wants deep breathing here, but he can't use that down B, and he can't grab the ledge for all that long. Not at that percent. Forward smash will scoop below and take down the first stop.
Oh no, not the chase. That cannot happen. We've seen Sonics do this before and just dance with people off the stage, and it's such a dangerous, precarious position if you're not used to it. But now the combinations on this edge are causing some chaos. We are seeing SGP not know how to really get out of these combinations. We saw rack up at 94, and still Sonics is only sitting at 45. Well played. Now the chase again, up air, looking for another quick tap, not off the top of the stage. There it is.
One, oh, wow, still unable to take the stock. That one very, very close. SGP doing their best job to get back down, but a forward air, not going to do the trick quite yet. Keep breathing, so good amount of damage could come online here, but they have to get back to the stage, and they cannot. The forward tilt sneaks underneath and kills them at a high percentage, and now it's the last hope. 1 stock remaining for Northwood.
I mean, you gotta work through 2, and that's the danger. Will it happen? Will it not? SGP knows it. SGP knows this is going to be a huge undertaking. Soccer ball is out. A little bit of a chase. A good follow through though. The lock on is so good from Sonics. And again, the combinations forward air. Racking up 73 off to the ledge. Forward smash catches him a little bit off guard, and one more hit could do it. This ledge has been the doom of SGP so far. Finally gets back to middle.
Forward air won't kill quite yet. So many threatening options here. SGP has spent so long off stage. Doesn't have to tech it, sends him outward here, but it will mean a rinse repeat. So much damage here. SGP, how do you get back? Won't be able to get that stage spike, and that is how the grand finals will end. It's Sonics to shut him down, and Fisher take your grand final.
A little bit of a heartbreaking way to fall, but you cannot disrespect the attempt. Well played by SGP, but Sonics with a nasty run. 5 stocks there, 5 to the side of Tilde as well. Brutality from the side of Fisher here in game number 2. We were wondering how it was going to play out, if it was going to be any different, but honestly, they came out with even more fire. They stepped up the pace.
And it's the veterans of Fisher that you really take this set and run away with it. Tilde, like you mentioned, with 5 stocks in the opener, and then to close it out, Sonics gets another 5 stocks, and those are 2 of the most veteran players on this Fisher College squad. So the biggest names step up on the biggest of stages once again, and Fisher, Northwood gave them a run for their money, made it close, but at the end of the day, just the execution rate for Fisher, they do not let you come back to stage for free, and they were able to take so many stocks off the back of it.
It was so good, and I gotta say, I'm very interested to see how much further they can go, but of course there's only so much time because we have another series after this. So I want to give one huge shout out once again to you, Soy. Any final words before we finish up and toss things over?
Congratulations to both schools. It was an amazing season and an amazing run by both of these schools, and I can't wait to see what they bring together in the spring split.
Right now, we are done with the Open Premier Division of the SSBU Fall Star League season here. It's been a wonderful ride. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors here tonight. Truth, CDW, Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Dunkin', Mavics, Odyssey, Mushroom Elixir, US Army ROTC, and LA Comic-Con. Once again, if you're interested in the LA Comic-Con that is going on this weekend, make sure to go ahead and check it out. However, there is only so much time that we can have. Rainbow Six is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the NACE Star League channel. My name's Klims. Joining alongside me is Mr. Jonathan Fellow. We just finished watching Fisher dominate Northwood with 3 stocks left, and now we move on into Rainbow Six Siege. That's a little bit more our speed, John. At least for me, because personally I'm a terrible Smash player. But for Rainbow Six, we've got one banger match tonight for NACE Premier Open League Finals between Fisher College's B team and the University of Central Florida.
Yeah, the final countdown before we make it into our LAN display in just a couple of days. We'll take a look at the schedule, though, to see who exactly we're commentating over for our final best of 3 for the night. Again, we had Fisher versus Northwood during their Smash debut, and then we'll be taking a look at another Fisher team, coincidentally, their B team for the R6 side of things against UCF, not to be, of course, mistaken with UFC. I ended up talking to one of the players earlier today, Mason, and they made sure that we would get it right because commentators, of course, are synonymous with botching names 24/7. It's just, it's a way of life. It's simply a lifestyle when it comes to us casting, Mason.
That's what we're meant to do. That's what we're meant to be here
Of
for.
course.
Fisher's B team, of course, being here in the Open League Finals. Their main team has made it to LAN in the main stage Varsity Premier Finals that will be happening this weekend at Boise State. John, you'll be going there. I'm sure that will be a lot of fun going into that side of things. But real quick, let's take a quick moment just to thank one of our sponsors, the Army ROTC. College Open Minds. Army ROTC opens a world of opportunity. As an Army ROTC cadet, you'll learn to be a guide, mentor, and a decision maker. So make sure you go check out that QR code and the U.S. Army website and Army or ROTC programs. Lots of colleges have them, and get involved.
Taking a moment back to go towards the rosters for our last best of 3, before we kick things off today. Fisher's B team is a familiar set of eyes if you're a bit more close to the tier 3 scene inside of that group. You've got Peekers, Gohan, Foreign, Staz, and Bomb, which Staz, I remember all the way back in my original days of collegiate commentary. He has jumped ship over several different teams and has now managed to put himself at the forefront of potentially getting a massive win under his belt after so many years of being in the collegiate trenches, and of course the remainder of his roster as well, having a lot of experience inside of T3, playing in some of the top leagues like SCS and even SFCL back when that was a thing, if you're a bit more familiar with that scene for Siege Amateur. And then going into UCF's roster, the Knights, I think you have a lot more experience even playing against them when you were still in the collegiate scene, Mason.
Well, you talk like it's been a long time, John. It's been like 2
Yeah, when you
days
made your tweet
since
yesterday about
UCF sent me to retirement. Yeah. So,
back in my day.
Yeah, so back in my day, aka like 3 days ago when I played UCF and got knocked out in a CR6 playoffs. Yes, John, of course. No, but this UCF roster is really a very solid team. You've got Caleb, who has been there for quite a little while and has really been a solid forefront leader for this team. Maui Bales, who, if you recognize the name, was in CL on that Nemesis roster, got a total of one big CL win, John. And I'm just giving him a hard time because they're all great guys. Snack and Ho, an incredible player, probably the best gunner on this UCF team, and then Active, a really solid player as well. UCF, they're a strong team. They like to be competitive, and they work really, really well together, John. So I expect this to be a very good match between both these teams. I don't think we're going to see a one-sided affair like we have seen sometimes here at the NACE Star League broadcast.
And for our best of 3 series, we've got, I believe it's Clubhouse starting our first matchup for the evening, then followed up by Bank and Chalet. So a lot of maps that teams nowadays are quite comfortable on. I think the only exception of that is Bank, but it is one of the older maps in the competitive pool as a whole, especially if you're including before it was reworked way back in the day, back in 2020. So it'll be interesting to see how these larger maps actually play out between both Fisher and UCF, since they're both basically flawless, if not flawless, in their record while it's playing in the Open Premier. Fisher, their B team, had went 8-0, and of course the Knights, a respectable 7-1 as well. They are right behind on the tail of the Falcons to see if they can catch him tonight in this matchup. And I got a moment to talk with Daz as well before the match had began, and he mentioned specifically the shot calling aspect of their dynamic for the team, where he'll tend to play a lot more vocally in the mid to late round, whereas Peekers, their primary hard breacher, he'll be the person to IGL during the prep phase and the initial moments of the round. So on a gigantic map like Clubhouse, where it's very execute focused, especially depending on how your early round pans out, I really wonder how effective that, diversity of IGLs and shot callers is actually going to pan out for them in their map pick.
Yeah, I think that PK is a really solid IGL and kind of foundational base. He's someone that he and I go way back, just our friendship and the groups that we've hung out with. Played a lot of ranked, a lot of scrims together, a lot of R6 just in general around each other. And PK is a very smart-minded individual, and he's been excited about this Fisher Falcons roster that he's been able to join and be a part of this semester. And is excited not only for what they've been able to accomplish now as Fisher's first B-team roster for the Rainbow Six Siege scene, but also just for the future, what they have coming together, and even potentially beating out some of those players on that Fisher main roster. You might see some good old roster shuffles or roster mix-ups between the school teams, because both of their R6 teams are just so successful in their respective leagues.
Starting out our first round, it's Fisher for the offensive half, while Central Florida will be defending on Clubhouse. It'll be Church and Arsenal as their primary selection. And off of what Fisher are just lightly selecting, they've got a couple of good operators for this basement attack. They'll be bringing out the Buck for a bit of self-destruction. They could, of course, pair that with a Sledge in case they're a bit concerned about either the pacing of this vertical play or in case one of the two operators ends up dying during the action phase before they can get any vertical down. And for Central Florida, since they don't have to worry about the attacker repick on their side, they have everything pre-selected. They've got an Azami, Legion, and Valkyrie, which could provide a lot of useful utility to help with that extension and potentially stall a lot of time when you tend to see those top to bottom clears. But Fisher opted to go for a couple of repicks last second. The Ying being primed up here by Staz. I'm interested to see if we're going to have those Candelas be as impactful as you tend to see them be during those primary executes, if they can get to them.
Yeah, Ying not being banned out on Clubhouse is kind of a shocker. I mean, just in general, you see Ying banned so much here in Rainbow Six Siege, at least in the current meta, the way that we see it, just because attack with those Candelas can be so dominant. And the biggest issue I see here for UCF, they've got no Warden on the board, John. That means Staz can blind literally everyone, walk into site for free, and might be able to have an opportunity to find a nice couple of picks. Of course, Fisher, though, have to go through those first opening steps, right? Clearing the full map. They're going to elect to go with that garage clear, but you've also got Ferran playing on this highway windows, looking to pull off any cutoffs to anyone that goes into the master bedroom.
Peekers making sure no one's playing top garage, but they end up detecting the Wamai just not too far from that direction. Seems like Snack will be trying to help assist his teammate, kind of stuck behind this hard wall while there's a bit of a pincer maneuver coming in from the garage doorway and across the primary breach. And Active, I believe, playing down below by the oil pit, will find an entry on Gohan as they just weren't aware of his presence there, allowing Snack to spring up, catching Peekers by surprise, and it's two openers instantly spotted by Central Florida. There's a quick response eventually by Bomb, but the damage has already been done. There's barely any hard breach left to be spotted here on Fisher's lineup, and they've lost well over half their grenades during this first minute 20.
Yeah, finally Snack with the strong power of the Legion, looking to find an opportunity here to get the pick on to Bomb. Of course, the 5.52 Commando is not a gun you want to tussle with often. It'll drop you in like 3 shots, John. It's really like a fully automatic DMR. It is not fun to fight against at all, as the IQ is very imperative to stay up and stay alive, especially with the Valkyrie cameras that Bales still has displaced around the map. Biggest thing for Fisher, though, they finally have some solid control, other than the fact that this Legion still remains in that back side of Lounge and an easy escape path down into blue should they go unnoticed. And I don't know if Fisher are quite aware. It seems like they have an idea that someone might be here, but Saz is going to run by. The timing isn't there, and Fisher get away with the freebie on the Snake.
Ooh, unfortunate there for the Legion. Things tied up now 3-3 with just 50 seconds left to go, and both hard breach devices used by Staz on the stock and Moto hatch leading into Church and Blue respectively. Having all 4 of those Candelas left could be very beneficial, but no grenades or really any utility to break these Kibas could be problematic once we see this execute unfold, Mason.
Staz looking to drop down the Moto hatch. Active still holding in the side of meeting, or Church rather, And now you see those Candelas begin to go off. This is where not having a warden is really going to punish the University of Central Florida unless Caleb is able to get that pick, takes out the Ying, and now Fisher have to dive the site. Caleb finds a second kill now during this execute. Bomb will walk into the site, but doesn't really matter. He's got no time. He's got to get the bomb down, but also has to look for these kills, and he's finished off by Caleb, who finds the last 3 attackers in the round, and the University of Central Florida will take their first defense.
Solid job by UCF as well, playing off of the utility they had left in the final 30 seconds and just not overcomplicating things. Fisher were trying to go for a Moto execute, and again, with that Kiba deployed on the Moto single door, Staz has to make himself vulnerable or take a very long time to get into the bomb site, and with there being no one there to trade him, once he's dead, that's the spearhead of Fisher now gone, and they don't have enough bodies to rotate somebody to blue to help Staz clear that position out in the bomb site, giving more opportunities for Central Florida to, again, play off that utility, take advantageous one-on-one gunfights, and play the time to their advantage, which they did perfectly, granting a pretty straightforward first-round win. Now heading into Gym and Bedroom, they once again have a big emphasis on utility, but instead of it being solely off those key barriers, they've now not only introduced the castle, which is very common for this bomb site given how many windows there are in this top floor, but also the Tachanka, which could have a very big factor to play in for later in the round.
Yeah, UCF are a big fan of the Tachanka. I don't really get it, nor do I agree with bringing the Tachanka, but you know what? I'll let him cook, I guess. I guess that's the only thing you can really respectively do for the side of UCF because they beat me twice, and I have not beat them at all. So I have to let him have something, okay? But I will say, I'm allowed to be proud. I'm allowed to be happy. I was target banned like 10 times against Central Florida for running Montaigne. So clearly, if Fisher have anything that they want to do, if they want to take some notes, bring the Monty. Be a pain for Central Florida. That could be an easy counter strategy that you could use against them if you notice that in some of the games that they've had, where they've not been a big fan and proprietor of shields. However, on the defense, they do like to run Clash here and there, so that's something you might also have to watch out for against the Central Florida roster.
So the garage overtake, albeit it's a lot more common to see it when Jim is in play compared to the basic core side of Church and Arsenal. Nomad, actually, pardon, I believe it was the Ace's head spotted out by the flat balcony. Yes, that will be the case. However, it's not a kill confirmed by Snack just yet as he'll reposition, spotting the leg of the IQ, and it's easy pickings on the player top mez. But thankfully, Staz will get that trade, still keeping Fisher in the lead just by a body, and also clearing out majority of that extension across this horizontal play. But Active is somehow in the top of garage as Tachanka eliminating Staz and just using the basement floor as a highway to get back to safety, running all the way throughout main stairs. And with there being no more hard destruction left because of Staz's death, it's going to be so much more problematic dealing with this Frost, who is still positioned by construction.
I'm sorry, but how the hell does Active flank with the Tachanka there? Gohan walks in as a pure perfect read on the Bales. Last alive is Caleb. He found 3 last time on their defense. Could he do it again? Finds 1, but gets caught sprinting around by PK, who ends up getting the kill, and Fisher will even us out at 1 apiece going into round number 3.
Still having that jacuzzi wall opened up did make things a little bit easier when it came towards that final execute. And also, again, the power of Sledge to have all these cutoff angles, that might have been a reason why the Frost got off the deployable shield. They could have been concerned that, you know, the Sledge just starts hucking out frag grenades from that pretty safe position by the window, and that's going to make them vulnerable. But they were right underneath the window, so I'm not quite sure what the thought process was there for Bales, but it allowed the Finca to get a pretty straightforward 1-for-1, clearing out construction, and then you can have both that jacuzzi push and the position by construction all flow together very cohesively. And we saw this attempted by Fisher back in round number 1, but the trade game was a lot more potent going into round number 2, and that might have been just because they had a little more control in areas that weren't just garage. That jacuzzi position, for example, something we highlighted earlier, really came into full effect towards that late round.
Well, now UCF, they go back to bedroom. It doesn't look like that they've made any adjustments particularly. They're bringing all of the same operators that they had. It looks like relatively the same setup. So I don't know if they just feel confident that, okay, we could try it again. We could try to go ahead and win the round this time around. I'm not exactly sure what their reasoning is behind this, because typically if you lose a round, there's a reasoning for it. You almost got away with one back, and you actually got away with a freebie pick because you had active get that lurk back into garage. That's not going to work again this time. Fisher's not going to allow that to happen. So how are Central Florida going to work themselves to hold against this very aggressive Fisher attack? Well, it'll start off with a little bit of an impact trick on this main CC wall.
So far, it's not going to really impede the offense all too much. No more impact grenades to slow them down unless we see Maui potentially getting a bit more aggressive by red, but playing comfortably behind that shield, so I doubt it for the time being. Another cutoff angle established by Foreign, maybe trying to put down some more pressure between CCTV and construction, but this time the castle barricades are nowhere to be spotted on this side of the map, giving a little bit more leeway and wiggle room for Foreign to do his work. Thermite charge going off in the background. That's towards the Khan's single wall, giving the cue to Snack that he might need to fall away and give up some control as Fisher is really putting down the heat towards this entire direction of the map, even getting vertical consistency down below as well.
It's a completely different take than what Fisher did before. Rather than going for that garage take that worked out perfectly for them, there was no issue, there was no struggle. They were able to now get in below. Here's the issue. They haven't cleared Bales inside of Boar, who also seems a little bit lost, rather, for those bodies who are below. Now the pin primers of those nades are heard. Bale gets the kill on the Gohan. That's the opener and initialization pick. That Central Florida needed here in this round. PK also isolated on the construction single wall. Might just fall down. He gets downed outside while Bomb takes out Snack and Ho.
Fortunately, this info game been really unfortunate for Fisher, not able to find as much as they were looking for. Now deployed, keeping that keep a barrier intact if Foreign were to try to use some of his frag grenades. And still being at this man deficit, it's going to be really taxing for Fisher to try to play in that trade game, but luckily Bomb is able to rotate, pick back up Peeker, so sure he's a bit low in HP, but he's got those smokes to use, and again with there being no Warden, that could maybe allow some angles to be just shut out in the positions by Central Florida. Before we see that execute unfold, they've got to deal with that Tachanka who just walks out into the open breach. I was going to mention how annoying it would be to deal with active in these last 30 seconds, but he's no longer a threat, and everyone's just being dropped by Fisher. Central Florida continue to peak. It's going to cost them several different bodies. There's a hop-out attempt by Maui, but now they know they've got the site up for grabs. Sure, they've lost their highway player, but that doesn't matter in the post-plant position. Fisher clean house for a second time in a row against this gym defense.
Yeah, Maui might find one there, but in reality, that was all Fisher there on the attack. Now UCF, they have to go back to the basement, but this round, sure, we can expect UCF to win it. We can expect them to be good here, right, John? Where do they go after? Because Gym Bedroom, which is typically that secondary bomb site for most teams on this map, sometimes it's even their primary bomb site with how confident teams are on that site. UCF are 0 for 2. So do they go to CCTV and Cash, which has been proven as a very iffy site? It's kind of one of those 50-50 sites that you're just not sure whether or not it's actually good or not. Or do you go to Bar and Stage, and do you try your hopes there with a weird strat and hope that Fisher might be caught off guard with their attacks? The issue here for Central Florida is that Fisher are very good at being adaptable. You saw that in the last round where, okay, there's maybe a little bit more of a heavier presence on that CCTV side from UCF, so Fisher just go below. They work the nades, they try to find picks, and they end up just rolling the bodies of UCF as they continue to play this push and pull game of Rainbow Six Siege that they're at.
That is another good point you make, is the presence of vertical nades. Of course, with the new Siege update not coming out for a little while longer.
Goes
we're still
away
playing in the current
literally
patch.
3 days, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
but
so
still
sad.
having those vertical nades, I am too. It is really is a skill curve that we're just not going to have seen. In the same light, there is a way you can, of course, get around it, but it is a bit more finicky. And, of course, if you're paying attention to hearing floorboard shot underneath you, you could still dodge the nades from down below with the new update coming out shortly. But, again, for a bomb site like CCTV and Cash, if you don't have a roam presence by stock or even lobby, for example, those nades can be a serious issue when playing inside of Cash Room or even CCTV to an extent if you're just rotating. And then, of course, going into Garage, if you have the right utility to clear out those mine magnets, which we've seen almost every single round, if not every defensive round played by Central Florida, those nades could still be an issue regardless of that. But Bales, back on the entry department, speaking of those nade players, one of the three is now gone. That'll be Bomb, the Nook, eradicated in this first 60 seconds, as Fisher still continue to clear out this top floor. I believe they've done so almost completely by now, but there is still a Tachanka playing down below by the billiards table, and it seems like there's only a matter of time before the offense goes hunting for him, but they spot Maui in the midst of bar before that happens, and they've got no clue. This info game has been so 50-50 for Fisher, and it's backfired for them once again.
And now Snack is just going to go hide inside of the strip club. Sure, Fisher may know about him. Maybe they don't. They're just going to face check. They're going to try to double up and clear everything. And now they hear the Tachanka poised inside of the strip club. The issue is, do Fisher go for the clear or do they dive the site? Now you got to watch your main flank because Bales is making a play, but he gets dusted and left behind by Gohan. Snake now can just chill inside a strip club, but look at Fisher. They're just going to go dive, hit the site. They know they've got the man advantage. They know they have the 3-on-2. Here's where they begin to make their stride.
Try to get that soft wall opened up as well if they wanted to go for an Arsenal take. There's the flank via Caleb and a nice spring up by Active as well. Perfect cohesion across two polar opposites on this point. I think Tachanka even shot above through the hatch, and that'll grant him another one in this round. Central Florida and the roaming Tachanka is somehow the most effective part of their team composition, as it's netted him now a third kill in round 4.
That's what happens when you skip the little steps, the little tiny things, John, by Fisher. They skip that player inside a strip. They strip the players around. When you skip those bodies, when you skip those members, and you get flanked later on, instead of just taking the time, yes, sure, it may have been a good investment. Here's the thing. You now have a 3v2. You have no worry about your flank. You might be able to have extra time to leverage drones into the bomb site and get a little bit more info there as well. And instead, UCF were just able to win their fights, right? You had Bales try to walk up the main stairs that at least caused enough chaos. Fisher, the comms are probably yelling very back and forth, hey, just hit the site. There's only 2 on site. We've got the man advantage. The issue is no flank drone. That Tachanka gets back into that position. Caleb wins a fight, and all of a sudden that advantage is completely washed away.
CCTV and Cash looks to be in selection by the defense of Central Florida. And interesting to see the Fenrir in play, given how many tight positions there are for this top floor and a lot of choke points that can be for this objective specifically. Definitely big fan of that pick. You know, red stairs, great example. There are rounds that can be made or completely destroyed by someone staying alive in red, whether that's the smoke on the defense or if an attacker can get past that barbed wire or any utility in that position and clear out all of red and Cash simultaneously. Having a Fenrir gadget there, you know, having a dread mine on top of barbed wire can make a hell of a difference to guarantee it's a complete pain for the offense to clear out that position of the map, which will give the rest of the defense a lot more room to breathe. And also, since you have like 5 of them, you can deploy them pretty much anywhere you like and not feel stressed about it. You can put some over by Garage for the open breach near Platt. You can put some over by Con. The list goes on at this point, Mason. There are a lot of options you can have as Fenrir, and mixing that as well with, of course, you know, Wamai, Tachanka, and Smoke. It's going to be a very long process for Fisher to clear out all these power operators. And we're not even thinking, of course, about what the 5th operator could be for Central Florida when they come back as well. Could we see a Jaeger? Could we have a Smoke being reselected? Could there be anti-breach, for example, since Cade, Bandit, and Mute are all available? A lot of good options for the defense right now.
And it's got to be anti-breach, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing here on CCTV. My guess would be Bandit. I mean, yes, you can still need the Bandits from below, where you can bring
I would think a Mute personally, but Bandit is also not bad.
I mean, even Cade could be really strong, obviously, for Raptors.
All 3 of them. Who would have thunk it?
I mean, if there's any operator that could be good. The only issue with bringing Cade here is because the Thatcher is still up, so Cade tricking is not like available. So that's why I think Bandit would be the best option here for UCF.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, of course, Mason. It's going to be a big mystery for the next, I don't know, few minutes or so. Again, still a couple of PC connection issues. Not too surprised about that, but we'll hop into a little break and return when the PC issues are over. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. competitions will soon come to an end as we go back to our first matchup between Fisher and Central Florida. Heading into CCTV and Cash, we'll get to finally see that 5th operator revealed. And you could even say the same thing for Fisher since they had a disconnection as well. And it looks like we'll be going through gentlemen's terms as well, given that we do not have any of the operator bans in effect. Luckily, I remember what they are, so at least I can tell chat what they are. It's Habana, Flores, Mira, and Solus in that order. And Peekers, along with Staz, remember that as well. Thanks, guys. And our 5th operator is the Azami. I think that was the one who's not in collection yet.
Interesting for a CCTV hold. But, hey, let them cook. John, a man once said to let them cook. And I would say, I would argue that Central Florida are cooking. Now, I don't know what they're cooking. They have a full extension all the way over here to bedroom. Look at that. They've got the single con wall open. That looks all the way over into bedroom. It's an interesting way to hold this site. I don't know if I quite agree with it because I feel like it just leaves your garage and your rafter side really, really weak if you end up doing that. So it depends on the way that Fisher read their attack and read the way that they want to go. Of course, they've got that standard double heart breach. They've also got the Thatcher being run on the board, but to be honest, Thatcher really does nothing at all for Fisher. So
if only they do the lineups if only they do the lineups for garage, then they can maybe get the magnets, but those are usually pretty hard to get regardless. Breach opened up almost instantaneously in this round, and yeah, I thought we were going to see some bloodshed, but you know, blue on blue action perhaps. You don't want to have that happen 9 times out of 10 on a map like Clubhouse. Selma charge is deployed to finish off the rest of that plat wall and still keeping someone there as basically just your cutoff player, while Celeste Fisher continues to gather info and now establish vertical pressure that we talked about earlier. We were referencing this, that if you have grenade players in this round when attacking CCTV and Cash Room, it can be very beneficial to get stock control to clear out an entire half of the objective, while it's pushing in from something like Garage or even again Plat/Red Stairs to have a lot of diversity in your clear. But in the meantime, Fisher's still building up for that tense moment. They've got at least the Finka outside looking to get rid of this Mez player, the top of Garage rafters, while again, there is some vertical down below, but it's still being brewed up.
What's interesting is that Fisher used a lot of resources to get that main wall open. 1 extra thermic charge, an EMP, also just a lot of ace doubles as well. But Forehand finds an opener on Maui inside of the rafters. That's a huge pick. The issue is Caleb still remains up top. Gohan, though, wins their fight on to Snake. But there's Bills to get a refrag. PK, though, right back traded. And UCF, they got to start fighting for their lives. Active in a 1-on-3. Has to try to revive Caleb here. The issue is the Selma will be the finishing blow for that teammate. So now Active, last alive in a 1-on-2 after they take down PK.
A lot of utility on both sides. Of course, you got the Shamika launchers. That's kind of an obvious one in that deployable shield by Top Red, since there's been no grenades tossed in that direction. Even some info via the Black Eye cameras to detect that Bomb is playing down below, maybe looking to try to clear out Red from that position. But for Bomb's case, he has all of his nades, an entire drone left, and 4 track stingers to burn through these magnets and maybe get rid of some positions that Active could try to hold to take some of these one-on-one gunfights, which he'll attempt by the plat wall. But Bomb, as he rotates up above back into Garage, he'll detect the Tachanka overextending himself, granting Fisher yet another round win in this first half. On the F92, that is an insane pairing. Wow.
Oh. That reminds me of like Nello, who had like the 1v4.
I know exactly what you're
Coastline.
talking about, yeah.
Yeah, that's what that
I think Flynn was
reminds me of.
casting that too.
That was a fire like game and cast. That was
The 1v4. That clip lives
1v4.
rent free in my head. I think that's probably one of the best, just sheer like energy and moments in Siege where it's just a nasty play.
I feel like
by
Flynn
a
has
player.
had so many good like casts of like stuff like that. He also had like the Hungry Ace. Remember the Hungry like 5 like literally
that
like
one was
10
like
seconds ace.
Ying on border, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a very mid ace, but it was also like Flynn kind of made that clip way better. Yeah, we've watched way too much Siege. You can tell that we do our job.
We need to get real.
We do our job sometimes. But,
Yeah, we do a little bit of research.
Fisher are very successful for Clubhouse Attack. I mean, getting that 3-2 split already. They win this one, which UCF has not been able to win any site that isn't named the Basement. So
True.
Fisher very well have another good opportunity. And what I dislike about UCF is, again, they're not making an adjustment, John. No adjustment at all. Same operators, same lineup, same positioning. How are they going to counter the Fisher take that just happened to them, that just took them down and completely obliterated them? I don't see it without not making some sort of adjustment. Like, I don't know, bringing wall denial?
I was going to
At least
assume
of some
that,
sort?
I was going to assume that at least for Fisher, since Central Florida did not change their lineup, they might have brought, more utility burn, another set of stuns, something along those lines, for example. Maybe even more grenades. I don't think it's necessary for this bomb site, but, Foreign is still going to be very helpful in this round, even keeping one extra EMP, which he could use for a Wamai Magnet or just some sort of burn in this round. Even a Fenrir or Dreadmine, that could be pretty impactful to get disabled whilst they're pushing into the objective. But a minute 20 has now been turned away, disposed of by Father Time, moving to the halfway mark of the action phase. And more Kibas being deployed by the Azami so she can try to safely pass across this player of Foreign right beneath the plat position, but doesn't fully block off the window. But at least it gives Caleb a bit more room to breathe, as there's still the rest of Fisher trying to clear out this spot in the top of Rafters, but Wales just swings in through lobby and smokes the Thermite. Peeker shut down immediately, and Active getting rid into Foreign as well. It's Central Florida playing much more cohesive in this top floor position, and it's working wonders against Fisher as they have nothing left to stand on besides this Finca.
More cohesion there from Central Florida. But the other thing is that Fisher just kind of walked into angles and didn't expect fights, or like they tried to take fights with Central Florida and just lost all of them. I don't really know what the play was there for Fisher. They didn't have any sort of executing utility. They didn't use flashes or any sort of thing to kick off their walk-ins. They didn't try to nade their opponents out of those positions, right? That's what they did the last round on CCTV. You saw the nade that forced the Wamai out of Rafters, got that player on the main breach, that kill, and that's what started to kindle it off and lead into a spiraling downfall for UCF on the last CCTV attack. Instead, Fisher, they got a little bit lazy. They skipped some of those steps. They tried to walk in and just take the fights, and they purely flat out lost him, because that's what happens when you try to take Garage in that way. If you try to just take those heads-up fights, 9 times out of 10, it's just so much stronger of a position for the defense.
Nobody lobby, no one stock, no one even by the secret window as well, by the blue stairs. Just a recipe for disaster that allowed Bales to be so active when it came to dealing with bottom Garage and not being inside a Garage directly. And
Bales was active? Active as Bales' teammate.
That went over my head until you just said that out loud. That's crazy. I gotta wake up apparently, man. But
wakey.
Like you mentioned, also
so
Active went a little crazy, I believe, that round too, right? Or am I tripping on that one as well?
Yeah,
he did, because Active had 4 before the
Tachanka,
rehost. Then we had another rehost for the next 2 rounds. So yeah, he did go crazy.
Let Active cook, okay?
It's too bad there's no Tachanka on the offense. That really is a shame. I'd love to see this man drop 20 with just Tachanka turret. Oh, he even ran the turret. He had the SMG for a while, I think, too.
No,
Or
that was Snack. Snack that ran the SMG. But when Active plays it, he plays the turret.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I'm glad you were paying attention to that, though, in case I didn't. That would have been that would have been a massive
unfortunately,
fumble.
I've been on the brunt end of that LMG once or twice, so
you hear it ring out and you just start shaking.
A little bit of trauma starts to settle in, John. A little bit of oh no, not the Tachanka again. Not the UCF Tachanka. Florida man with an LMG. It's terrifying. You don't want that. You don't want that in your neighborhood.
I think Central Florida are coming to the realization that there aren't many roamers afoot for this basement floor defense. Of course, there is Bomb playing atop of CCTV, but well, just kidding. There's also Elysian. I don't know how any piece of info did not detect these guys, but Active just gonna walk in full courage enhanced, hoping it's Finca to help him in time, but the polar opposite happens, and they both die isolated. And another one drops as well. Peekers just swings the guy from garage, and he's smoked. There's Bales out of the equation as well, leaving just Caleb with a mute jammer greeting him by that jacuzzi wall, and Snack across the map from his teammate's position. Fisher, at this point, they've wasted 1:30. They've killed 3 attackers. They're just going to fall back off into the bomb site, play for time, play with numbers. Not a bad move whatsoever. They got way more than they probably bargained for on that roam, which for a long time, Mason, I didn't even realize there was a roam going on. I was so surprised when there were 3 bodies basically by the top and middle floor just hunting down Central Florida.
Well, UCF started the round in the right way, right? I mean, they did the basic steps. They started to open the walls and apply pressure. And then they just walked at their opponents and gave them a bunch of ones. The really cool thing about bringing a Ying is that they have flashbangs and your opponents can't see through them. And if you use that to clear out a position like CCTV and Cash and those roamers that were held by Fisher, then you might have had an opportunity to really explode there up on the top floor, get 2 picks, maybe even a third if you're catching one that's trying to make a play, walking up blue or maybe trying to walk up red to fight you. And instead, UCF just walk in, they hop into windows, they take fights blind off of no info, and it's sloppy, it's ugly, and it allows for Fisher to just get so many free picks on that roam.
It wasn't necessarily the lack of info, because you saw drones being worked on that top floor, and they were even trying to play off of it pretty much immediately once those drones had been destroyed. It was more so the timing, I think, of it all, in honesty, because, you know, having the Ying across the map, then just getting into con as active, all around still flawless. I won't disclaim that, but Legion did survive. I was a bit awkward to watch. Yeah, it's okay. It happens to the best of us, guys. But it was more so the timing of trying to play as a team on that top floor while it's clearing out the roamers. There was really no one to assist active besides the Ying, who was kind of across the map at that point. And like you mentioned, you have those flashes. You just try to use them. They're not going to be useful if you are not in a position to have them deployed in your defenders to clear out positions on the map, help your teammates get in, and have control of the top floor. So again, the whole timing effect just kind of went south side for Central Florida, and Fisher will now retake the lead going into their second half, heading into gym and bedroom. We'll see if their defensive lineup with a bandit shotgun can do more justice to them than Central Florida when they brought this bomb set out twice and lost both of them in a row.
Yeah, well, the timing wasn't super great on the UCF end, but also just, I think that they were a little too far behind their drones. Like, they knew that there were opponents upstairs, but what I meant, like, lack of info, I meant, like, they didn't drive a drone in and then have someone swing immediately after the drone.
Right.
It was way too late. And that's, like, when I think about droning as someone who watches comp a lot, watches the pro scene a lot, and is heavily involved with everything, I think about it should be bang bang. You should trade a drone for a life if you're on the attack, right? That should be your goal. Make your opponent so that they have to look down, shoot a drone, and they're instantly smoked by your teammate, and essentially you get a refrag for a drone, which is a really, really good value worth. And it's not always going to happen. Sometimes the defender makes the better play. Maybe they make the read and they don't shoot the drone, they just shoot the person. But I would like to see at least a little bit more of that attemptive action by UCF. Just play up on your drones a little bit further and allow yourselves to have a better opportunity to take the swing while your opponent is distracted.
Not playing off of dried up / old info. That is definitely something that people could,
dried up,
not
dirty,
take into
washed
consideration.
info like me. As a
retired
player.
info. That's a good
retired
one. Retired
information.
info.
Yeah.
There you go.
We wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want retired information.
I think I see the vision here for Peekers as well. He had the bandit shotgun out. Maybe if no one was by these highway windows, he could get aggressive with the M870 and try to swing someone on the open breach. And even playing in bathroom as well, if you know someone's charging in from that wall, you are very close proximity to them. So having that shotgun could be more beneficial than you would initially think. Keeping 3 of those bandit batteries in his pocket, though, probably concerned about the window presence again and not having a castle to protect him. He's unable to trick the wall, allowing Jacuzzi to be opened up, and now Central Florida can continue the rest of their attack, which so far is presence from down below. Again, these grenades could come into effect, clearing out some of bathroom, maybe dealing with gym if there is anyone by that weight room position, whilst the rest of Central Florida is still going across the map by their cash side, with the ace of Snack helping in that front as well. And there it is, the nade presence. Getting rid of Staz, sure, it won't be as effective since there isn't a Ying, but that's still one less body to worry about and still the man advantage for Central Florida.
we were playing a week into the future, Staz would be alive still today, potentially. Caleb has to be a little bit careful, walks in and gets purpled, has to meet the shotgun of PK, who whiffs twice and gets dusted by the Fragmite. And here's the rush in from UCF. Bomb will find one on a Caleb. Foreign still positioned behind the mattress. The issue is UCF, they found their way inside a gym. They have an opportunity, and here's where the dive comes on against Foreign, who now ducks back into construction. The issue is there's a player in cash, and there's players chasing him from the master bedroom. This gives plenty of time for Snacketho to get that diffuser down. Sure, Active loses their life, but does it really matter at this point, John? Because Foran, well, has now found a second kill and might have an opportunity to come back with the 1 versus 2. The issue is Bales and Snake and Ho more than likely going to have great post-plant positioning, and there's no information that Fisher have to aid Foran in this clutch attempt, let alone that, but there's only about 15 seconds for Foran to get on the bomb. He still has to find 2 bodies and has to get to the diffuser itself. I just don't think it's going to happen, and there it is, the kill from Bales to put the nail in the coffin. We're tied at 4 apiece here on Clubhouse, John.
That step-by-step process we talked about was very well illustrated by Central Florida, you know, getting the jacuzzi wall opened up, having the idea of, okay, we want to go direct here. We want to plant inside of gym and see what options there are to have that happen. Making sure they know where the bandit is, for example, that was trying to trick the wall earlier, seeing if bathroom is still a point of contention they have to be concerned about. Having Sledge, Bales, go down below, maybe clearing out roamers. That way no one can play below for plant denial, while also working grenades to get picks in the bomb site. That allows for more open space to be gathered by Central Florida, so they can push off that open breach and that pick with the tempo they've established with the new man advantage. So that was very well timed by all of Central Florida in that round, unlike their church roam clear. So it's good to see that quick adaptation, depending on some different site changes, and hopefully now with a pretty good wake-up call win for them, they can keep that same tempo for their attacking side.
Well, basement has been the one common denominator. Wow, words are difficult tonight, John, for these two teams. And I think it might come down to literally who is going to be the best team, like, on a different bomb site that isn't named the basement of Clubhouse. Fisher still have that opportunity to erect that advantage. The issue is they're going to have to not only win here, but they're going to have to go back and win basement. And who's to say that UCF can't attack the basement successfully? And then who's to say that Fisher now has to go and win another site, like CCTV, gym bedroom, or CCTV, or maybe bar stage. I like that PK is using the bandit trick here. I think that that's smart. I think that that is important to try to keep UCF from getting this main wall. The issue is I don't see anyone from UCF playing on these main windows right now, so I don't know how they plan on handling the bandit trick here from PK, unless they're going to burn for the drone hole and the nade on this right side wall. It seems like that's the case here, but if PK gets it down, then why are you even trying?
2 EMPs left, so you could argue maybe
and we have an
having
ace.
The ace
Why
rotate.
didn't they use the ace on the wall?
Because he's the guy clearing out plat. But now he's here. Hopefully Maui can stop peekers from tricking the wall, and even having Snack across the highway window finally in that position, able to get rid of the bandit. Looks like Staz just left him. That's kind of unfortunate timing there. But eventually Central Florida will get the wall opened up. It may have cost them a bit more resources, but it's still the same outcome. They get an opening kill, bandit shut down, and the wall has been opened up, allowing them to vault in. Maybe not a direct sprint position, but still better than nothing. Now they can have Bales work down below with still 1 more grenade in his pocket, and with there being over a minute left to gather info, this could be timed perfectly to make this a potential 5 versus 3, and with there being the Mamai off the bomb site, that could be a pretty easy way to execute if that nade lands.
Really good droning and information there by UCF to get that spot of the nade for Bales from down below. It goes off. It does a little bit of damage to Staz, but it doesn't find the kill. However, it forces him out of position, and Caleb finds 2 huge picks. Gohan trying to fight off their way on CCTV and has to deal with Active, who's still over here inside of construction. It's a direct trade, and UCF will take the lead on their attacking half of Clubhouse as they go up 5-4.
And almost the exact same outcome like we saw in round number 8, except I'd say a little more decisive, funny enough, by Central Florida.
It's exactly the same, yeah.
It was the same song and dance. You know, one guy's lurking by Platt. That time it was the Thatcher because Maui had to rotate to get the main wall opened up by Jacuzzi. They still have Peekers as one of the first dead. Sure, he wasn't entry, but he did die after the 4vx position that it was back in round number 8. And they still have presence by highway and main stairs from their vertical player down below to execute into Jim. So very well done by Central Florida, just not overcomplicating anything and kind of noticing, oh, Fisher haven't changed their play style at all. Okay, let's capitalize on that. Similar to what Fisher did against Central Florida's defense on Jim as well. Both these teams struggling quite a lot for Jim and Bedroom whilst trying to attack it seems, from time to time. But now we go back to Church and Arsenal. This is a saving grace for Fisher and almost every single team that is playing on Clubhouse defense. And there is a Ying afoot, but once again, surely this Warden will be activated on this round. Surely this could be countered. And they have a Capital. This is kind of a game of if the Warden dies, we'll see what happens, because there's so many pieces of utility that are reliant on the Warden either being a non-factor because they're in the wrong place at the right time for Central Florida, or because Staz is already dead.
So here's the thing, though, John. Here's the biggest question: is UCF going to be able to successfully roam clear?
Yeah, that's probably the bigger question, if anything.
Because last time around, the answer was they did not. And
no mega lol.
And would not.
No mega lol. They did not.
They had a whole nothing burger on that roam clear. They tried to walk into cash, and they got smoked. So maybe this time around it'll go a little bit better. I like that they're taking more time. They're being a little bit more cautious. The issue is, look, there's a drone, but where is the body? So that drone effectively is completely a waste because now the Jaeger can run around, go wherever they want. Yeah, sure, you know there might be a Jaeger top red. Bum, you see the guy on the breach? Maybe you don't? No way he's going to get away. What is happening? What? No way, Bomb is he's just running back and forth, playing push and pull, but Snack finds that kill onto Bomb, and now the Legion of Gohan is left all on his lonesome. UCF maybe a little bit inefficient on that clear, but this is exactly what they needed to do. This time they make the baby steps, and they end up getting those 2 roamers.
Gohan just schizoing out before dying. That was terrifying. I could tell Gohan was like, where am I getting shot from? What is happening?
He was a dead man. He knew it was over.
He heard 8 different sounds and smelled like 30 different things and just died to air. Like, that's the most relatable Siege moment I think I've seen in a long time. But here comes the potential gamble by Foreign, and it's a direct trade. That's the best case scenario for Central Florida. Sure, they lost their Capital, but they're 2 bodies up. They've got 50 more seconds to work for this time, and actually locate where Staz is playing again. With that Ying in full effect, Staz is going to be the make or break player here to see if he can deny those Candelas or if he's just going to get smoked here playing by the bottom of this generator.
Well, 3 versus 5 is the most throwable man advantage in Rainbow Six Siege, but a 2 versus 4, much more difficult to throw away because, again, there's less bodies on the surface area of the bomb site. And if Staz loses this fight, then it's really going to be difficult for Fisher to come out and not let UCF send themselves to match point here on map number 1. PK finds the headshot on to Caleb. The issue is he's got to power his way through short, and there's drones, there's information aplenty for UCF. Even if they use their drones all so early on that roam clear, they've got enough for that late execute, and Maui finishes off PK, sending UCF to match point.
Much better isolation done by Central Florida as well. You saw 3 people primed and ready to kill Bomb, the first line of defense. Someone by Platwall who Bomb might have seen for a split second, but wasn't able to acknowledge that and hunt for the kill. He tried looking for an opening on the Capital by the highway near the window, but that also didn't really go according to plan. He has to fall back, and there's already someone by construction to greet him on top of that window player and someone by Plat that we just discussed. They isolate Bomb, and then they all just move in a cohesive unit to get rid of Gohan, since they were called from last time that Gohan and Bomb were playing off of one another on that top floor. So that was the exact adjustment that Central Florida needed to get map point on, I believe it is their opponent's selection. Clubhouse is for Fisher. They wanted to go to this map, and it seems like Central Florida might be pulling off a bit of a collegiate special, if I'm correct about that fact. Maybe potentially winning their opponent's map pick if they can get the repeat on that successful roam play.
maybe is the case. I love this pick from Staz, though. The Mozzie is just great. I think that it's a perfect counter because UCF were much better with their drones, at least that time around. I felt that they were much stronger. But are UCF not going to go for the room clear? Are they going to do something a little bit more minimal? Look at them. They're positioning themselves lower. Oh, good night. Staz getting away with a little bit of a freebie there on the bales. Very unlucky there for the Sledge. But still, I think UCF could go for this play. If they just want to completely ignore the top floor, if they just want to go and hit the site, they might be able to get away with it. But no, instead, this time around, now that they've lost bales, they feel like they have to go for this roam clear. The issue I don't like with this, John, not committing to that little bit faster play, that faster take, you lost a lot of time. You've lost utility. You've lost bodies now. And you really don't have much to give up. And it's going to be really difficult to push these bodies out of construction, out of bedroom, if they still remain up there, especially with Active having to lurk down below as the Capital. It's one of your main push kindlers, but also probably one of your main droners who now has to step up and hold a little bit more angles to try to stop Fisher from getting back on their cutoffs. But maybe it doesn't even matter because Gohan finds the pick on a Maui.
Important one spotted for the Legion, but there's the lurk up red stairs.
Oh.
Massive play for the Buck. You've got to be kidding me. We're back on even footing now because of this, and Fisher will just book it back to site, tucking tail and running. I can't fault them for that. They still wasted a lot of valuable time. There's no more grenades left in this round, but a big difference this time is that there is no wardens. This Capitao and Ying could be incredibly effective off of some good info, which there's still 4 drones available. Central Florida's offense in this final minute, if they can seize the opportunity to get that info, maybe locate any isolated defenders while also dodging these dread mines, there is a solid opportunity to get site control inside of Church. And yeah, I think Fisher have kind of realized that's the bomb site they're most likely going to be hitting, so they'll have to play a little bit more off this natural cover and hope for the best.
Because UCF felt like it'd be best to bring the kitchen sink when it comes to hard breaching tools, they can get all the hatches open that they desire, and they'll do just that. The kitchen hatch is open, the moto hatch is open, the blue hatch is open. Plenty of opportunity here for an aggressive take here from UCF, and I like this play. They're going to go through blue. They're going to use the Ying to try to flash out AKs and Church as well. Caleb has all 4 Candelas primed and ready, and then you've got Snack going on the backside with the flank inside of Dirt. This is a great play, a great execute that's about to come out from UCF. Active will walk down the blue stairs and try to kill this player if they swing behind the generator. Here's where the flashes come, but Bomb gets the timing on the swing and the drop, and the entire push has been shut down. Snack loses their fight to PK, and Fisher keep themselves on their own map pick of Clubhouse for just 1 round longer.
That timing on the execute, giving the perfect opportunity for Bomb to step up when needed most, finding 2 very impactful kills and flatlining the clear by Central Florida going in through blue. Like you mentioned, they've got 1 more round to fight for it, but they will not be heading into gym or master bedroom. They'll be opting to go for CCTV and cash, where Central Florida in the potential last round of regulation, or the last round of the match and confirmed last round of regulation, pardon, they've got Monty. So this seems to be a dead giveaway. That merged with also the Capital pick. They're probably going to be relying heavily on that garage presence. They want to use the Montane as a spearhead, get a lot of control in the top of rafters, make that player uncomfortable if there's no one to assist him, and maybe get an isolated kill in that position while also having Platwell opened up. Could make a very straightforward offense into the B bomb site, so long as, of course, they can actually play off of that Montane correctly.
Montane, very strong operator, an operator that UCF doesn't like when I'm on the board. But when they're not playing against me, I guess it's okay to leave the Montane up. I'm not salty or anything or upset about my inability to kill people with actual guns, but, you know.
Real.
You know, I'm always slightly
caster things.
irritated. Just caster things, because, you know, we're all, as casters, we're all supposed to be terrible at the game. So I'm trying to represent that by only being able to play shields or something like that. It's funny, too, because I feel like all of, like, the old men of, like, GCU, like, on our side, we all, like, became shield players at the end of our collegiate eras. Like, I became a little bit of a Monty player. Mend like loved playing Clash, and then we had Cheeks who played Monty. Like if you remember those guys from way back.
I do.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So like Mend would get like auto banned on Monty. Cheeks or I'm sorry on Clash. Cheeks would always get auto banned on Monty, and then now there was me getting auto banned on Monty like half of this semester. So I don't know. And maybe it's just a GCU thing. Maybe us and Shields are
We've
like
gone
a
full
match
circle.
made in heaven. We have, and I swore myself that I'd never be a Shield player, and here I am. I can kind of play Monty. Now
Where
they're
did that
going for the
bring you?
main wall, and they've got the Finka with the nades below, but if PK still gets the banish trick, no, it's beautifully done by UCF. Maui with the nade kill from below. You won't be able to do that in a week, my friend, but it works still now, and they'll still take advantage of it. Where's the defense from Fisher? Why is there no one below? Why is there nothing contesting them? And now Caleb could just walk up rafters, be a real big pain in the side to go on, who, mind you, has a beeper to alert if someone walks on the garage door instead of impact grenades to deal with this looming threat of the shield that's walking right his way.
Gohan's got to use this key, but to dodge the Thermite while still looking towards Caleb's position. If he unextends his shield, but it's just a little bit mistimed. However, the rest of Central Florida still doing fine as ever. Nice shot landed by Maui down below. And of course, we witnessed Caleb just smacking the Wamai on that top floor position, giving up Garage. Staz the only one left to stop this match from being a loss, or at least the map of Clubhouse from being a defeat. Go for the isolated kill down below. It's a nice shot landed. They could try to play impacts from down below to halt this plant if they have info. It doesn't look like it. Falling on deaf ears, Caleb will stick this plant as the first impact grenade is a dud. Staz will attempt one more, but it's just blindly tossed above him. And he's finished off by the Capital, prowling underneath him by Red Stairs. Well done by Central Florida to close things out, 7-5 on Clubhouse. And that'll bring us to Bank. With their opponent's map win locked in, this looks to be a pretty good start so far for Central Florida, Mason.
Well, if Fisher College want any sort of chance at having an opportunity and taking a victory here in the NACE Star League Open Premier Final, then they're going to have to pull the good old collegiate special and win their opponent's map pick. Because, I hate to tell you, but Clubhouse was Fisher's map pick. And if you're a fan of Fisher, then you are kind of grinning. You're clenching your teeth a little bit because it's a little bit ugly on their end, right? It's looking a little raw. UCF has looked really, really good, especially on their attacking half. They went 4-2 on Clubhouse on their attacking split. Pretty damn good. Their adjustments were incredible, and you can see why this team is in the position that they're in. Fisher's B team, on the other hand, John, they're just getting outpaced a little bit outmatched, and not enough adjustments on their end. The one biggest thing I would say, though, from the UCF side is on their defense. I would like to see more adjustments there, like they do on their attack. Their attack, they make great adjustments. Just do it on the defense, too. Stop bringing Tachanka. It's not that good.
I mean, hey, they're having it work in some of these instances. I think the roam game is something that we can highlight a lot more when we actually head into Bank, since it's also a fairly large map like Clubhouse, and both roam games by UCF and also Fisher had a lot more to be desired from 9 times out of 10. So before, of course, we talk more about that roam game, we'll hop into a quick little break and return shortly for this potential conclusion of our final best 3 series on R6. Don't go anywhere. We return shortly.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the NACE Star League. You just watched map number 1 conclude between Fisher's B team and UCF and their main roster here in the NACE Open Premier League Finals. My name's Clint. Joining alongside me is Mr. Jonathan Fellow. We're bringing you all more NACE action here with map number 2, Bank, coming underway after UCF was able to defeat their opponents on their own opponent's map pick, 7-5 there on Fisher's pick of Clubhouse.
I have to say, I think the both of us were very impressed with the way UCF kind of took control of a lot of rounds. There were moments where on their initial attempts when it came to clearing out the map, especially when there was a heavy roam presence when attacking Church and Arsenal, they fell flat on their faces. But after having a bit better timing, even some better communication perhaps to clear out certain position map, it was phenomenal. And I mean, it got to a point where the roam just felt like it needed to be neglected by the defense side of Fisher, or else they would just be down 2 bodies off the rip. And it did cost them a lot of rounds, which at the end of the day, their entire map got taken under them, swept under the rug, it seems.
Yeah, well, we go to map number 2 of Bank between these two teams, John. I think that this is a solid map. Here's the thing. I think UCF, the way they've looked, have been very strong. So I'm excited how it goes when we get there. But first, let's do a little cool thing that NACE Star League, in partnership with Ubisoft, they're debuting a video series later this fall featuring select schools that are actively involved in the Rainbow Six Siege community. If your school is a strong competitive program like Fisher or like UCF, or maybe a vibrant community, then we make sure we want to hear from you. Make sure you apply now at that link at the bottom of your screen, playafly.com/rainbow-6, to learn more about NACE Star League's Meet the Schools video series with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege.
And then moving into Bank, of course, it'll come down to what operators we might see taken off the board as well. Things felt pretty generic on Clubhouse, even to a point where we started questioning things like, why is there not a Ying being banned, perhaps, where Ying is also fairly good on Bank, so maybe we'll have that into effect since she was played quite a lot when
She's got to be
on
banned.
The attack. Not even
if Ying
Fisher
is
on the
not banned,
attack.
I will be shocked.
It was actually more so UCF that brought her out quite consistently. It was picked a couple of times by Fisher when they noticed that there was no Warden in play. But over the board, Ying can just provide so much. She's a bit of a one-man army type operator. So like we both mentioned during Clubhouse and now into Bank, wouldn't really surprise us if we had her taken off the board. But quickly, while we have these operator bans displayed through us, we'll go and take a moment to thank some of our sponsors for helping us bring this season to life. CDW Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Duncan, Mavix, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, U.S. Army ROTC, and LA Comic-Con. And interestingly enough, Mason, it's Fisher to ban Nook off the rip. I know we saw her a couple of times picked by Central Florida, I believe.
Picked more so by Fisher, though, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Fisher also played that operator, though. So it does seem a little odd that they're the ones to get her off the board. But the Ying, that's really no surprise, especially for Central Florida since they didn't really touch Warden all too much. Now they don't have to worry about it overall.
Well, Ying and Nook off the board, both pivotal operators here on a map like Bank. Here's the thing, though. Monty's on the board, Osa on the board. Both are very strong on Bank. Also, all hard breachers remain up and available. Solus will be the next operator. I would argue that this might be her best map. I mean, with how big it is, how important it is on the attack to have pre-placed drones, Solus being on the board makes this map 10 times harder to roam clear, especially when you're talking about that basement bomb site. She's off the board. You don't have to worry about her. Valkyrie as well goes away. That leaves up very strong operators like Azami and Mira and Kaid. So there's going to be a lot of different ways that you're going to have to deal with the different setups here from the defense as an attack. And one of the best ways to do so, if your name is Caleb, you bring the Monty and you see what you can do from there.
Montaigne pick could be one of two options when attacking this base 4 bomb site. It's either a direct take from the dirt tunnel position, or in a very rare instance, a full top to bottom clear with the help of the Montaigne to not need as many drones. It's kind of your active human drone, essentially, when it comes to that kind of selection. Looks like off the lineup, we could really see either a decision being made by Central Florida. Of course, they have people who can run secondary hard breach devices. They now have a Habana in play. So I think that's kind of a giveaway that they want to have some presence up in that top floor and not dedicate their entire attack to just the Montaigne getting dirt control. And also having, of course, the ace, they can pair that with Caleb trying to get that diffuser down, perhaps, or just covering it. And also the fragmentation grenades by Bales, that could also be effective to clear out, the Mira, for example. So I'm wondering if Central Florida are going to take a lot of time on this top floor to gather vertical, perhaps, or just try to get into the thick of it and have as little potential on that top floor as possible.
This looks like a lobby take almost here from UCF.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that, actually.
With the Montaigne
interesting
on the room. This is very interesting. You've got Bales who's going to work their way inside of top square, just waiting for a brief drone from one of their teammates, or maybe just begins to drone on their own. Monty gets rid of that main default camera. There's the X-Karos pellets to go onto the hatch, and I think it's going to be a fast take here from UCF. You can see them. They're looking to drop, but Bales is taken down by Gohan. There goes the body at top square. Here's the issue for Fisher. There's so many bodies off site. UCF just begin to hit the site. Stackdo has fallen down, but Active gets a refrag. Back onto PK it goes. And full site control in order here for UCF.
Phenomenal spot for Central Florida, and sure, they're down by a gun, but when they're finding these trades, it doesn't really seem to matter, and the defense is clueless as to where Central Florida are playing currently. Nice shot landed by Maui, but being finished off by Bomb. That leaves just Caleb in a 1 versus 2 with just a tiny little pistol to his name and the potential of maybe getting that plant down, but he does not want to risk exposing himself to 2 separate defenders. So he'll look to readjust, hoping to catch somebody by surprise. Using this bomb chassis as natural cover, look to reload and readjust himself once more to take these 1 versus 1 engagements. And he, quite frankly, doesn't have a lot of information to work off of, whereas they've got so much audio turned against this Montaigne, the shield being so loud and clanky, and the bulletproof camera over by the back of garage can also give a lot of valuable info for Fisher as well. All they've got to do is just keep poking and prodding at this Montaigne, continue to make Caleb uncomfortable so he cannot close this gap, and hopefully just bide their time and get this first round win in the books, as Caleb doesn't really have a lot of means to try to close this distance without fully extending his shield, which puts him gunned down in a very vulnerable position against Fisher College.
It's really just ring around the rosy between these 2 Fisher defenders and Caleb. Of course, when you're playing against a shield in one of those tough scenarios, you just play together. You just stack yourselves up and make it impossible for the Monty to win. They do just that. They don't give those isolated 1v1s. And Fisher plays that defensive route in a very good way, considering it almost fell to hell in a cell once UCF began to grab all of that control and were in the bomb site. Could have even potentially had a plant get down. I think that Caleb could have stuck it, but instead just waited a little bit too long, and that's, I think, what cost UCF a solid attacking round read in going for that quick strat.
CEO now in play. One of the operators you highlighted during the ban phase was that Osa. I think right when we noticed that she wasn't on the board, you mentioned how potent she is on this map. Both the top floor bomb side of CEO and even the bottom floor of CCTV, she can provide a lot of nasty cutoffs that the defense, unless they have impact grenades or someone just stopping the Osa before they can set up, it can allow the attackers to be much more comfortable when it comes to, putting themselves in the post plant and making sure Fisher have a really tough time retaking once that diffuser goes down, especially on a bomb site like CEO, where if you also tie in that top square control with a talent shield on top of having someone by those CEO window repels, there aren't many options for Fisher to get back into the A bomb site and disable that diffuser. So having, these castle barricades, for example, having these Kiba barriers, they're going to be pretty much make or break gadgets to make sure that Central Florida don't get a lot of these window positions for free, and also have a tough time just opening up these angles to deny Fisher from retake.
Fisher on the defense, just really calm on the top floor. They're not extended out super far. You don't really have any sort of roam. And that allows UCF to do what they're doing now, which is play relaxed, play deep inside a lobby. There's no wall denial for that canto wall, so that gets opened up. That's going to make it even tougher for Fisher on the defense to try to lock themselves inside a site. I think UCF, if they're able to get in below and try to work picks with Bale's grenades, that could really open up and cause chaos here for themselves against Fisher on their attack. You can see that some of these castle barricades have already been opened up inside of the front desk area. And that's going to make it rather tricky for PK, who you can see is just crawling around hoping for his life. And ends up getting the kill onto Active, who dies on Kanto.
Ace gone. No more ranged hard destruction this round. And the Osa caught, I believe, on an upside down rappel. Actually, no, it was Snack. Would almost lost their life. Firebolt deployed, and Bales will get that trade on a Gohan. No more magnets in play besides the ones already deployed for the Wamai. Things are surely tied off, and even with the info by 4, and they will use the Capitao Firebolt to push him out of that corner, exposing him to a gunfire, a series of bullets shot out towards him. Bales will collecting another one this round, making things much more favorable now for Central Florida, as they're really looking to close in on this round and even denying some of these refrags from being worked by Fisher. Bomb cannot walk past those Strack Stingers without probably dying. He'll readjust and get rid of Caleb, so that's diffuser control momentarily, but now they know that Bomb has fallen back into the objective, and they still have that cutoff by that yellow ping detected by Fisher. They should surely have a good chance of getting into the objective and maybe planting that diffuser so long as they can recover it.
Bales still has 2 grenades that they can use on their clear. Bomb spotted out. Takes a lot of damage there from the window player of Snack. Maui will walk their way up marble stairs, and Bomb now brought all the way down to just a sliver HP. They're probably about to die here to Bales, who will take the swing inside a stock, and I don't think that Bomb has any clue. But no, the timing is too late. Maui gets felled. Bales wasn't ready fast enough for that trade and refrag. And how is this going to work? Snack is going to have to use the the smoke bolt to try to repel their way on in. The issue is Bales walking from behind. Can they find the pick? Snack finds one. Bales, he's behind you. Bob just has to hide, but Snack with the wallbang gets the kill. And UCF win round number 2.
Close call for Central Florida, but a lovely shot landed by Snack. Hopping in from the open window will be just enough to seal the deal in the final seconds of round number 2. I gotta say, impressive teamwork by Central Florida in that round. Again, being able to get so much of the map for free is one of the biggest problems defenders face when playing on CEO and Executive. So, although we had Peakers winning that first engagement, with there being so many people on that window rappel, they're able to trade and also spot some people who just should not be in those positions. Again, having Foreign just stuck in a corner like that when there's no castle barricades or really anything to defend him, no Kibas he could use to make himself a little bit safer or fall back, that just allowed Central Florida to find a very easy kill with the help of those Capitao asphyxiating bolts and having multiple people on the window rappel to just shoot at him once he exposes himself. Not only that, but also readjusting and not putting all your eggs into the basket of that window rappel presence also made an incredible difference when Fisher was trying to readjust in that round. I'll tie us up going into the third, where it's a reattempt for CEO, interestingly enough, by Fisher, yet not really a lineup change, I think, whatsoever. Yeah, the only difference is that there's no longer an Aruni, and they now have, I'm not sure who the adjustment is now for that. I think it's just, what, Azami? No, they had an Azami last round as well. I'm blanking on this. Oh, it's Warden. That's the difference.
Yeah, I was
interesting.
The Warden.
Well, I guess the Capitao from last time.
Probably. And also, I think, was there a Ying show? No, there wasn't a Ying show, but there was still the Osa who has the opportunity to run smokes rather than claymores. But instead, they are bringing clays. Actually, there's a lot of claymores being brought out by UCF. They're worried about the potential runouts here from Fisher. And I think it's rightfully so. I think that they're right to be like that. You've also got Active, who has pivoted over this time to the Habana rather than the Ace. I think that that's smart as well to hold this Kanto angle. It can be done with either operator, either gun, but I think with running Habana, you can also do exactly what Active is doing here and open up some of those lobby windows on Banana to put even more pressure on your opponents. Exactly what UCF is going for here on this round. And now you bring Bales in below with grenades and with the potential threat of the lurk along with the long angle here into Janitor. This could be huge for Bales if he's able to secure this pick.
Probably heard the Azami proning through that open floor. Reinforcement going down as well. Might be a dead giveaway as to where this Azami could be. Yeah, he heard it through the floor. They tossed out, but not cooked well enough, and also it's a little bit too short as to where Bomb was playing exactly. Now he's aware someone's down below, so he'll look to get off the soft floor and play behind this Kiba almost directly, and hopefully be safe from not only the window rappel presence, but also the vertical nades that he had just narrowly dodged a few seconds prior. Minute 10 left to go, and there is no opener just yet, but eventually it's spotted by Bomb. And aggressive by Square, I would assume, if not someone down below looking to hunt him once again besides the gridlock. And that nade a second time is not cooked long enough. It just bounces off the floorboard and explodes with no damage dealt. Still keeping this man advantage strongly in the lead by Fisher as Staz springs up as well, shuts down Maui. And now it's a majority of that basement floor presence looking to now resurge up above.
Really good shot there by Staz. PK gets that kill on to Caleb that basically secures the round here for Fisher, barring a miracle of a clutch here from Bales and Active. Bales will find one on the Staz. The issue is there's so much utility. There's not enough time. You still have to walk through barbed wire and double swings galore here from Fisher. And I just don't know if it's going to happen here for the University of Central Florida. Active trying to make their way, some sort of heroes play here, up the spiral stairs. It's not going to happen. Gohan takes down Bales. Last alive is Active with seconds ticking down on the clock. They find the head of the Warden on the forehand. They find the Wamai of Gohan. Wait a second. It's doable for Active. Can he find that? Oh, look around. No. If he checks the corner, he might have it. But Bob with the clutch. Nearly tossed away by Fisher. UCF almost making a dream come true. But Fisher will take the round, and we'll go back to lockers and CCTV.
What a Hail Mary for Active, but
wow.
From the get-go, Fisher doing a much better job, at least in the early round. The late round, they kind of trolled, I will be honest. But in the early round, they did a good job of denying info, giving less opportunities for Central Florida to work those opening picks. It seemed like in round number 2, Central Florida were just so dialed in. They had Fisher's number in almost every engagement they took. And then you look at round number 3, I mean, Bales is just blindly throwing grenades from down below and not even cooking them long enough to potentially do damage. They fell on deaf ears 2 different times where that could have been a pivotal 5 versus 3 position favoring Central Florida, but in fact, it turned the other direction. Fisher won all their gunfights up above, and that left just the Habana and Bales left to come back and try to clutch. Well, Active gave it a pretty good run, I will admit, but everyone else fell short when needed most, so Fisher will still have that lead and be able to at least get the redemption arc on CEO. And now go back to the basement with so many potent options here. I'm a little surprised we don't have a Goyo, but with there being more of an emphasis on the roam game, it seems, by operators, that is probably the main reason why they're hoping the mirror windows and Cade Claws can be enough, and maybe some of those dread mines as well, depending on where Staz actually place them next round.
We've got Maui with the Habana yet again. Could look to work for that lobby hatch drop, a similar play from UCF as they had before. You've got Active making the noise over there like that's going to be the case. But instead, it looks like UCF are going to use that OSA down below and go for that server-style take, where you take Snack, you get those server walls open, you put down the OSA Talon Shield behind the server rack, and then you just hope to shoot the C4s as they come flying over. Bales also might have an opportunity to take care of some of these roam on the marble stairs if he drops down, but Active gets the opener on to Gohan, and that's perfect here for UCF. Snack also just walks up. He's going to have a freebie on the Staz, who's caught completely off guard. I'm sorry, that's not Staz, that's Bomb. Pardon me. Still, regardless, it's a kill that goes in favor for UCF, as they've got a 5-on-3 already with a minute 40 still to go for this plant.
That's power of the info. Acknowledge that CCTV, or pardon, a server was clear, so he walks right through it, and when his teammate acknowledging there's someone right beneath bottom square, it's a nice pickup lurking through the blue staircase for the offense, and Fisher just forced to swallow their pride on this roam and go back to the bomb site. The Cade and Henry are left to hold off in a 2 versus 5. Staz running around like a chicken with his head cut off. He's potentially looking for a flank in these blue stairs, and he might just end up going big, but no! It backfires. The tragedy of Fisher's roam game once again when defending this bomb site. This leaves just 4 and in a 1 versus 5, needing to ace if he wants his team still in the lead and not in another tied position. But the whole world is collapsing around this poor soul. He'll down Snack, technically a 1 versus 4 now. You got to worry about those Talon Shields. Caleb's stacking up, looking to make this position damn near unwinnable for 4, and he's across the map. Talon Shield deployed, a plant being confirmed by Caleb. He'll look to sprint past this and maybe get a C4 to confirm this kill, and it's good for 2. Finishing off Snack and eliminating Caleb, and there's no more Talon Shield to worry about, but this hatch presence is now a new obstacle being thrown in front of this man's face, and the track singers to cut him off. Yeah, it's just so much to worry about all at the same time. Central Florida, beautiful round showing how much you can get away with if you have that man advantage, if you have that utility, and they'll tie us up once again.
Gotta attribute that to Fisher just being way too greedy on their roam, right? They're so far around the map. They're all over the place, Sean. And the biggest thing that I think for me was that they almost had no info. It was like they had no idea that their opponents were in server and could have been up the stairs. I don't get it. I don't know why Fisher went for that play the way that they did. And you can see it punish them. And now we've got Bomb transitioning over to the captain, which I don't feel like traps are going to answer to your problems. I don't think that the issue is that your opponents are just running at you and you can't seem to win. Your issue is a lack of information. Sure, Valkyrie and Solus are banned. Bring Echo. Echo is so strong on the basement bomb site, for God's sake. One of the strongest operators, one of his best bomb sites in this game. And you haven't even seen a chance, a lick of hope for Echo to be played here by Fisher. They're just going purely off those traps, purely relying on those FNAT mines from Fenrir, from the Legion mines from Gohan, and then also now the Capcan traps. I just don't think it's enough to aid Fisher. I really don't.
And for almost any basement floor bomb site, it's very acceptable to not have a big emphasis on roaming, maybe just having some people on fall-off points like Marble Stairs, for example, or Blue Stairs, and then putting the rest of your stock into anchoring. And Echo is one of those operators that really excels in not only the info game, which you mentioned was lacking by Fisher, but also denying the plant and playing a bit more of a bunkered position. It looks like Fisher will look to double down on this roam once again. So much info, not only from the drones, but also the Montaigne just simply walking into the building like he owns the place.
No
Oh no,
way.
the positioning through the drone hole. Bomb spots Caleb pulling out a goo mine. Talk about unlucky for Central Florida as everything falls apart beneath them, but somehow it's a little bit more recoverable. Bales just barges in looking to pick up the pieces, but his teammate and soon to be himself as well will just get dropped. In the span of a minute 10, Mason, 5 people are dead, and 4 out of those 5 are on the side of Central Florida. Now they know the last person standing is currently by the main hallway right beneath that dread mine, protecting him once again for a second occasion. Not much left to do here for Active. I think that's a pretty obvious one. I think we can all acknowledge that. The minute 30 to work with, sure, but yeah, there's just so many positions he's got to be worried about here. And Fisher, they've got his number. They're just slowly closing in on him. They're just playing with their food at this point.
There's really nothing that Twitch can do.
Yeah,
Sound cue in the hallway, and there's Gohan to go for the swing, as he does. And Fisher with a solid defense, but I really gotta say, that was a very poor effort of a roam clear by UCF. I felt like that their minimal takes were going so well. I don't know why they didn't just try to do the same thing as they did before, where they bring the OSA into server, and they try to work that way, because that round worked perfectly for them. Like, they were great. They were excellent. There was no need to change up the attack. This is where UCF are almost psyching themselves out. And my thought on things like that is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And UCF tried to fix it, and it ended up punishing them even more so. But I'll say this, if they're able to get the 3-3 on Bank on attack in Collegiate, Bank tends to run a little bit more on the defensive side because teams struggle with that attacking coordination. That's something that Fisher does have, but how good is it? And especially late at night, already down a map, where's that mentality really at? I know from PK, I've heard some times where this team does struggle to play together and stay coordinated. So I'm curious if that's going to be able to stay through when Fisher does get onto their attacking half and how that's going to work, especially when this is UCF's map pick. They're probably going to have some pretty frothy defensive setups, as they typically do. And my guess is they're going to be running a heck of a lot of Tachanka.
Caleb's back on the Montaigne. No Legion to thwart his plays, though, so that's definitely a big sigh of relief for all the Central Florida fans.
Yeah, I want to
Typically
say, Caleb looked at that goo mine, by the way, and just chose to step into it.
He's like, yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, he found out.
Oh, he stepped on a Lego and then stepped on a drone hole. Probably the two worst
Yeah.
things to step on in range.
He's lead bullets. That's
Other than
that's
a
never fun.
landmine, definitely one of the two worst things to step on.
God, don't give me Lethal Company flashbacks when Adam will just run into a freaking landmine and blow everybody. And you know what? We can reference stuff like that because I think almost everyone in here has played Lethal Company. If you haven't, it's a fantastic game to play with friends. Highly recommend it. It's only $10. But hey, we got some Siege to talk about. So
Scary as hell, but
yeah, we'll
a
go back
lot
to
of
that
fun.
segment later for sure if we need to yap a little about Lethal
Yeah.
Company. What you see the Montaigne for normally is that main stairs walk up. Not marble, of course, but the stairs that are by lobby. So getting that canto wall opened up, clearing out anyone by that top elevator known as E3.
Please.
Then once that's
no.
done, you can have the Montaigne walk up that lobby staircase and get a lot of map control off of it. And if someone plays behind him as well, they can maybe be the forefront of working those entry picks, especially when these castle barricades are also no longer a threat. And yeah, that seems to be the case. You've got the Habana opening up all these long angles outside the map. Montaigne's walking in, having a teammate right beside him from ATM. So this castle is going to have a load of pressure from both, you know, his horizontal side across the map and also a bit directly in front of him as well from the staircase.
Bales secures the second kill for Central Florida on their map pick. Maui took a lot of damage earlier, and I know you were talking, John, but I was able to notice it. Pretty sure he almost naded himself. So that was almost tragic. Regardless, though, he's got the fake boost, so he's able to bring himself back up to higher HP. And now with UCF having this man advantage, his opening pick, it is huge for them. They also took down the Wamai. PK has now been brought down to a low HP number in which only one bullet, whether it's a straight hip fire bullet from Tane on Caleb or something else, takes him down, and it could just be that. There it is from Caleb, finds the kill on a PK. Staz has been down but not out. And Fisher have two members left alive. Maybe Forehead could get the res, but I don't know because the pressure continues to mount as Central Florida marches their way through lobby.
The suspense, it's killing Fisher. Eventually, the down player's finished off. 4 and over by Janitor, the last player alive. Eliminates active. Technically a 1 versus 2 in terms of guns, unless Caleb decides to fully go Rambo in this position, but he'll look to defuse instead. But Bales, so much impact from a distance, finally steps foot into the building and closes out the round for his team, and it's equalized going into the second half off of some flawless coordination by the lobby side of the map, Mason.
We trade round by round by round by round. First is Fisher, then UCF, then Fisher again, UCF, and the pattern continues to repeat throughout the first half. But now we get to the defensive half here for UCF, where they'll start off in basement in lockers CCTV. And what do they bring, John? I would like to bow. Echo. Because Echo is strong.
The Cho, he's
the
back.
The Cho or Echo?
Either one, whatever Harrison says. I'm not too sure, actually.
I don't know what Harrison says.
There's a
Does
lot
he
of
say
things
Echo?
that he
Harrison
says that I
Harrison
don't
says
fully
a lot
understand.
of things. Yeah, Harrison's like
He does.
a big question mark. He's a walking around question mark. That's the best way to describe him.
We love him though. We love him though.
I do.
And we love
do.
this team comp. It's very epic. Okay, a lot of utility to waste for time.
It's straight Uto to deny for time.
Yeah,
if
literally.
Tachanka was brought, like I swear, if Mira was banned, Active would be playing Tachanka, and it would be over for Fisher. Because every util denial or like late denial operator will be on the board, minus like I guess Legion you could attribute as being like a late denial because of the goo mines, but
Now they're more of a threat.
I don't want to play against this lineup if I'm Fisher. Not on the attack. No. Not fun.
Foreign's impact will be very visible in this round if his Twitch shock drones can land their shots. There's so much utility he can simply deny by playing outside the map, manning his drone, getting rid of so many Vulcan packs potentially, and even the mirror windows too that are usually one of the key factors for stopping a primary execute by CCTV. That and of course the Vulcan packs. And getting rid of Maui as the first defender too is fantastic. He's one of the only few operators with active utility that builds up the longer and longer they stay alive in this round. So only having 2 Kibas deployed max in this round will make things very straightforward for Fisher when they come throughout the rest of this queue.
Unfortunately, they did not stay alive for very long. Snack nearly finds the kill on a marble, but instead gets punished, along with Caleb, who tried to support his own teammate. And UCF, who are playing this game for the long denial for the late round, lose 3 bodies in just over 60 seconds of the round. John, if there's one wrong way to play basement when you have this type of operator lineup, this is how you don't do it. And Bales falls. It's all left down to active. Sure, you've got the mirror. Sure, you've got utility. But you're also dead. And it's a flawless attack for Fisher as Forehand storms their way through Garage and finds the final pick.
And again, we mentioned this earlier. If you're going to bring more utility, which is fine, it would be wise to have more defenders playing down below off that utility. So playing, if you're going to do it with some sort of roam or a lurk, having fall-off points is very crucial. So your roamers can still waste a little bit of time, maybe break some drones or burn utility, and then get out with their life. They need to stay alive. If you don't have people who can sit on echo cams, play off of mirrors, detonate those Vulcan packs to close off certain entry points into the site, then all that utility becomes useless. And with Central Florida still committing so much to that roam, it made them very vulnerable to Fisher with their literally their flawless clear of the map and round win altogether. So they'll take the lead back in map number 2, and their lineup doesn't really look all too different from what we just saw a couple of seconds ago. It's almost a repeat, besides Bomb is now, of course, on the gridlock, and now there is no more Twitch or Jackal, probably because they realized Basement's not in play, so they're running a composition more suited for CEO, which makes sense.
Very smart, I think, to obviously swap off of the Jackal. Not as strong here on this second floor hold by UCF, as you can imagine, because there's not much feet to run after and track around. Maybe Bales if he's on the first floor, but he's already dead, so it doesn't even matter. More than likely, Gohan had a pre-placed camera to get himself into open. Same with Bomb, and they're both already there, already in down below, and UCF had not an inkling of a clue that they were here in this position. There's a nade. It takes out active already 30 seconds in. Yet again, it's Fisher speed running on their attack here on Bank.
They've just been clinical with these opening kills, both dealing with the roamers and also when there is no roamer to really deal with, they just get map control and work nades off of that. They weren't aware of Snack, of course, walking down bottom square, but it's still a man advantage. And of course, Bomb didn't have much more utility left in this round. I think the legs were spotted briefly by that player closer to Tellers, but not able to find any damage to the Azami. They'll still get out with their life. Again, Fisher, with all that action happening so fast, they've got plenty of extra time to work these other 3 grenades, which almost killed Caleb, funny enough, as we were just talking about that. Not only work these nades from down below, but also set up for the execute, gather info, and still play as a cohesive unit. But there was no one to assist Staz. Caleb hops out, given the fact that he's so low in HP, he might as well just treat his life as if it doesn't exist anymore. And he might end up dying here, walking through ATM double, but now his teammate of Snack is here to assist him. This could be the breaking point for Fisher.
Oh my gosh, this could be a huge play. Look at Snack. He gets the wall bang on the forehead because of the information off the default cam. You gotta be kidding me, John. I don't know if it's the lobby default or if it's the E2 default. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's a massive blunder by Fisher. Maui finds the kill on the PK. And Gohan lasts alive. He still has all 3 Fika boosts in pocket and just hasn't felt the need to heal anyone on his team who have all fallen to the floor now. Gohan will try to walk through, but he needs to be dusted by Snack. What a round by UCF. What a comeback by them. Again, 5 versus 3, the most thrown man advantage in all of Rainbow Six Siege. And there it is right there, UCF. A beautiful round.
Yeah, Fisher just dropping the ball, unfortunately, there. Again, good heads up by the Azami, working back down below. That was Snack in that instance for round number 8. Just figuring, hey, let me hit a flank downstairs. I get a kill. I come back to site, use my Kivas. No harm, no foul. And then we have a better chance of winning. That's exactly what happens. And potentially acknowledging that a majority of Fisher attackers are playing down below or outside closer to lobby. That if there is someone just now moving to CEO, since that wasn't a primary attacking point by Fisher originally, it's going to be just one guy there. That was a really good intuition play by Caleb, and like we mentioned earlier, he was so low in HP. If he ran out and died, it wouldn't have made much of a difference in that round, the grand scheme of things. So because he found a kill and then stayed alive because Snack came to assist him, that completely flipped the script of the round. And now Central Florida have us tied and are still keeping this close against Fisher on Bank.
Yeah, that was huge by Caleb. That play was
absolutely
the round-changing play, and that's why UCF were able to get that win that they needed so desperately. Now, here's an interesting thing, John. Last map on Clubhouse, the opening pick conversion rate that I have totaled was 8-4 in favor of UCF. Here on Bank, it has been all over Fisher on this end. They're currently leading it 6-2. So it's interesting how, like, one team was really good on Clubhouse with the opening picks, and now Fisher has been really good here on Bank with the opening picks. If they're able to continue to do so, they might be able to find themselves a win. But the issue is, if UCF start getting opening picks more and more, then I'd be really concerned for Fisher fans as we get into the later stages of this map. But, well, Fisher will still continue to maintain strong in the opening picks. They take down the best gunner, in my opinion, over on that UCF roster in Snack, who goes down early.
Out of all the operators you'd want dead, though, probably be the Legion. The primary use of his gadget is just to kind of waste time, maybe a bit of info collection as well whilst roaming. So not a big concern. He'll just cycle cams and potentially help out in that vicinity. But as we just talked about valuable operators, Smoke was definitely one of them, and he was caught lacking by bottom marbles. He tried to get back closer to the objective. Man count strengthened even more so now for Fisher, and they have significantly less utility to deal with as well when it comes to that final threshold push into the bomb site. Minute 20 left to go. Inox scanners ringing out left, right, and center, gathering info as to where these roamers are, if they've fallen off, if they're still playing above, fishing for picks. Looks to be the former instead of the latter, giving more room for Fisher to open up these hatches and just solidify with this man advantage. Just reset and make sure they don't drop the ball like they did last round.
Again, scary in those 5 versus 3s. The issue is they were able to take down the Smoke, which I would argue is probably the best operator for them to have gotten rid of in this scenario. Still have Bales, though, playing this long angle inside a garage. Question is there an echo drone? Is there some sort of information that Bales has should someone try to lurk from behind and try to catch him off guard? Active still as the mirror window. There's plenty of utility for UCF to play behind as 40 seconds hits the timer on the clock. What's Fisher's move? What's their play? Are they going to go for the direct hit? Are they going to go late? There's 4N with a late lurking garage. Just as I said, there was no info for Bales to play off of at all. And now, here's where he gets on their own bulletproofing garage that could have been held by a UCF member. I'd be tilted if I was Bales, as it looks like it's almost another flawless round on the basement attack for Fisher. It's not quite there, but it might as well be, John. And Fisher will take another round. Oh, I'd be so mad. Oh, I'd be so mad.
I'd be too. You put so much stock into having Garage not be pushed by an attacker. You have Echo looking at an open wall that's in sight, not paying attention to Garage at all, and you have a mirror window that's completely shut down by someone in Garage by the back van. Yet there is, like you said, no utility, no idea that someone's lurking down there. The default cam was even shot too already. So
there was a bulletproof.
There was?
There was a bulletproof that Bales got onto. That was pinging Garage.
That's ridiculous. Oh, you're right, because Legion had a bulletproof. Oh my god.
Yeah, Bales got on.
That's insane.
I literally saw Bales die and immediately got into a bulletproof and started pinging Garage. I would be livid if I was Bales in that scenario. Oh, I'd be so angry. Because I looked at UCF to see if they were getting on any cams, and I saw they had no information for Garage, or at least it seemed like that, because none of those defenders were on cams. And that's a massive blunder by UCF. Yes, I get it that those cams were technically taken by the Dokkaebi from that initial roam clear that Snack had died up at the top of square, but they're still good. You can still use them for util, and especially if the bulletproof is still going to be there in Garage and not even popped out. I just don't get it. Big mistake there by UCF in that round.
A mistake that could cost them a 2-0 victory. We're talking about the entirety of this map, but it's been a very consistent back and forth between Fisher and Central Florida. Keeping their heads held high could be the best remedy for that unfortunate loss when defending the basement, which oddly enough has been very Fisher-sided so far, even on their attacking half, like you mentioned, during the round itself when it almost became another flawless victory for them. We've got this top to bottom clear, just beginning to brew up, hopefully able to utilize that ram to just wreak havoc above the objective of open area. Those boogie drones can do a lot when it comes to vertical pressure. Lion scan goes off, allowing both bomb and foreign to work together. in order to get this first floor control and walk up the lobby staircase, and a drone has already given away the intentions of one fateful roamer behind that table. It looks like Foreign's looking for a better position to shut them down. Yeah, perfectly moved out by the Lion. Sure, Maui finds a trade, but it's just only a matter of time before someone looks to recontest that angle. That's exactly what Bomb's job is to do there. 15 Bomb currently for Dokkaebi as well, doing quite a lot so far in Bank to keep Fisher afoot.
Incredible roam clear there by Fisher. They take down the only 2 members there from UCF up on the top floor. And now it comes down to Caleb, Active, and Bales, the 3 anchors for the bomb site, to hang out and just wait. And just hope that they're able to stop the onslaught of the execute that is inevitable to come here from Fisher. The biggest thing here, though, to look at, John, is there's only 3 flashes. There's only 3 things that can really be done. Bales tries to make a hero play going for the flank and lobby. It's just not something that can happen. Not with an opponent dead, you're not going to be able to make or get aggressive and potentially find someone not on a flank cam. Not a team that's good like Fisher, and make sure that they get on their cameras when they're dead. And that's the biggest issue here that you see now for UCF. They're in a 4 versus 2. Sure, they've got 2 LMGs. They've got enough bullets to get it done. But can they land the shots to find the kills? And now they have to get rid of their own utility that's spotting them in the site.
Maybe even the chance of using some of those evil eyes just to annoy West Central Florida, like you mentioned. So I saw the impact to destroy one of the 2 gadgets left. Peekers, nice shot landed on a Caleb that has just Actives trapped in their own objective. And Bombs are to greet him swiftly moving through the hatch into the bomb site. And there it is, Fisher College. Map point and a timeout being requested by Central Florida, hopefully here to clean things up.
UCF have just been struggling a ton, John. A ton in the very end. They've really not been able to get themselves on the board. And I gotta say, John, the Tachanka did literally nothing that last round. Like, no util, no usage of anything like that at all. And that's the biggest issue that I've seen from UCF. They've just got to make the adjustments. They got to make sure that they have the aggression timed and primed in those right moments. While we're taking a break here, though, for UCF, let's talk about our sponsors here. Thank you to them for helping us bring this season to life. Truth, Elixir, Seeded or Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Duncan, Mavix, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, U.S. Army ROTC, and LA Comic-Con. Thank you to them for bringing us to life here at NA Star League as UCF wrap up their 60-second long timeout, John. Bomb having a huge map here for Fisher. They've got to find a way to shut this man down because currently everyone on UCF is negative.
Bomb as well, sure he's been in a couple of entry engagements, but I think it's been the mid-round presence that's been doing wonders for him specifically in this game, and it's been a lack of resurgence by Central Florida. Sure, we've seen, you know, that early game entry kind of go back and forth again, but some rounds on the offense, it's been rather dominant where Central Florida just cannot get the ball rolling when trying to slow down Fisher, and there haven't been many moments really where Fisher, in the midst of them trying to reset in order to get an execute going, where Central Florida again have been able to stop them. There was that one time for their CEO attack where you had the flanking Azami and then Caleb hopping out as Castle. That was really the only major instance of that. But for Fisher, they've been very precise with their info, again, bringing out ops like the Dokkaebi, bringing out Lion, having other entry-focused operators like the Finka coming to assist people like Bomb, for example, as well. It's been a very structured attack for Fisher. So it looks like for them, the adaptability has been there on their roam clears, whereas Central Florida, they've tried everything at this point. It still just hasn't been able to click against Fisher's attacks.
And now UCF go back down to the basement. This is where I question their choice. You gotta watch for that Twitch drone coming for your mirrors. Active had the read, but it gets away at just the wrong time. The Twitch drone could come back to haunt them later on. We'll never know, though. We'll never know. As we begin to pan over it and watch this dirt clear here coming from PK and Staz. They're both inside of Dirt Tunnel now. Could they just hit the site? Could they just walk if they wanted to? It seems like Active isn't really paying attention, and no one from UCF is really paying attention at all. If PK and Staz have the right read, if Fisher have the right call, they might be able to just dive themselves into the site and make the play. But Snack drops, and they have the read. They know now that their opponents are in dirt. And UCF, well, they will be able to hold against what could have been a rather quick Fisher attack if they wanted to go for it.
Opportunity not seized. Maybe a second chance for Central Florida to keep themselves alive on Bank and not have to see a third map tonight. It's getting rather late along the East Coast, so I'm sure both Fisher and Central Florida would like to go to bed soon. I don't blame them. Been a rather long week since the conclusion of Thanksgiving break for the collegiate scene. Minute 20 left to go now. We see these nades coming into effect. They know the mirror window's placed much further back for this setup since it's been replayed countless times, but it'll still not connect. Still leaves active alive and quite comfortable. And one of the primary hatches is still electrified via K-Claw. However, there is info about its presence. They will eventually be able to tag team both the secondary EMP and the final sets of Habana X Kairos charges to open that position up and maybe have a little bit of an easier time when it comes to that execute. But Central Florida playing so far back, they're almost allowing the A bomb site to be captured, hoping for a potential retake. But oh no, Snack didn't spot him! The railing guarded his head, and that's the Goyo injured, and still the chance to have these finger boosts be utilized by them.
Sack at just the wrong time, gets dropped. Here's where PK goes down, and it is going to try to plant inside of the smoke. There's no warden, there's no denial here from UCF. So how are they going to take care of that planter as PK gets the diffuser down inside of the corner? It's right under the nose of UCF, but there's the C4! It denies the plant! And how do Fisher respond? Forehand tries to run all the way over to server, but there's no time left on the clock. The bomb will drop down inside of server, but it doesn't matter. Sure, bomb finds one, but there's no time on the clock. Huge denial by UCF. They keep themselves in it, and we go all the way to max regulation.
And playing for that distance made so much of a difference for Central Florida. Still having the nitro cell, still having the mirror window for info, narrowly kept them afloat to stop the plant, which is exactly what Fisher were hoping to not have happen if they wanted to bring us to a third and final map. They're still one round away from having that expectation turn into a reality. But they've got to do it on CEO, which again, one of the few bomb sites that Central Florida have actually won on their defensive side. Even though Fisher have started out in the right direction quite a few times when clearing this position out, having that mid-round series of fortunate events go their way, working some of those valuable picks and stopping the reset from being affected by Fisher, that is what kept them in kind of the long run from out number 2. And looks like for Central Florida, their lineup hasn't really changed all too much. They still have that Mira, still keeping the Azami in play as well. Maybe they'll be more reliant on utility this time around, hoping that they can kind of dodge some of the nade spam by Fisher, because once again, they've got 2 separate nade players. They've got the Flores to burn through those Kiba barriers and a lot more utility, like deployable shields, for example, as well. A lot of potential for Fisher to make Central Florida uncomfortable. But at this point, this bomb site's been in play so many times. I'm really hoping Central Florida can continue to impress when it comes to that adaptability factor.
Bomb will try to utilize the Lion Scan and the good information from their team to walk in through dirt here. Bales has a read that the gridlock is downstairs, and now that they know the warden's got on cams, Bob goes for the sprint and wins the fight. There's the 20 bomb for Bob as they're able to get themselves on the board. And that's a huge opening pick there for Fisher, yet again, finding their... Oh my god, I mean, they've found so many openings in this map. Only 3 that they haven't been able to find here, John. They just continue to be better and better and better in the early round as we go through Bank.
Unfortunate loss, but all things considered, there aren't many operators that could really be countered by the Warden, so I guess it's not that big of a blow here. What is kind of an upset, though, is not having Gohan alive anymore for those adrenaline surge boosts, and also one of your only sets of grenades. Sure, you've got Bomb, who's alive, and like we mentioned, has been kind of a force to be reckoned with throughout this entire second map, but it still goes a long way when it comes to the total outcome of this round. Active as well, springs up, PK is eliminated. No more harbor reach left, so getting into the bomb site is going to be a lot more complex here for Fisher College, but Bomb, once again, when needed most, will arise to the occasion. highest back up. Now he will look to try to recontest this angle by Stock, deploying a magnet to keep this Kiba barrier alive. And a pre-fire nets him a huge pick against Foreign. There goes the Lion off the board. No more E1D scans, and that puts us in a 2 versus 3 with Bomb injured quite heavily. And Staz across the map looking to put more pressure down by Stock. Let's hope those Rotero drones can help him clear out this one location. Maybe grant us that 2 versus 2 position that they desperately are looking for right now.
Yeah, Bomb trying to find the angle into the Wamai and the backside of Stock, but just cannot find the shots necessary to land the kill. And now has to walk up. The issue is they're so exposed to so many different angles that if Bomb walks through this part, he might just die to one of these long angles being held by their opponents, but instead walks through, has to face check everything due to a lack of time. 2 grenades in hand. It's still very winnable here for Fisher. It's just not going to be as easy, especially with Staz no longer having the luxury of those flashbangs. And instead you just have to walk in blind because you don't have the time anymore to go for the drones. And if Bomb doesn't check this corner of long desk, it might just be over. Caleb finds 2 headshots to close it off. And we're going to overtime here in map number 2. UCF will bend, but they won't break here on Bank. As we now get to head into OT on their map pick. Back to the defense for them.
Another remarkable recovery by Central Florida on that CEO bomb site. We're kind of building up to it where there were moments that Fisher, sure, they looked to be in the lead, but still keeping that presence by Stock, still having those Kibas intact, able to mitigate all that pressure you can build up by the CEO window repel, all these things coming into effect. It heavily limited where Fisher can push from, because if there's still somebody by Stock, you can't go down Janitor Hallway to clear out Janitor, and that also has a negative effect on the rest of your CEO attack. Fisher could really never get their foot into the building the way you would expect for a CEO attack, keeping Central Florida very much so in control for that round. And because of that successful run, they'll pick it again, back to back. And now Fisher, potentially looking for more of a lobby-focused attack, could maybe find more success there. But interesting to see No Montaigne, which was honestly a huge success for... Was it Central Florida that ran it all the way back into this matchup, Mason? Or was it Fisher who actually brought him out too?
UCF was running Monty for the most part.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It felt like it was so long ago.
Yeah, it was long ago. It was a little while ago. One thing I'm doing, like, looking at the scoreboard, the only player that's actually positive in this lobby at the moment is Bomb. Everyone else is either even or negative. That is insane. That is how close this map has been between these two teams. It's really... The only reason I would argue, John, that Fisher is in this map is because of Bomb's performance going 21-6. Otherwise, Fisher might be getting rolled here by UCF. Who, honestly, none of them are having, like, an outstanding performance. They're all just kind of, like, eh. They're all just kind of there. Somehow, they're netting these rounds. They're putting them together. They're finding a way to continue to keep themselves in this match. Gohan in down below, again, looking for more of these nade plays. It's been common between both of these teams on their attacks. Finding the nades, finding that gap, finding that opening. But look at UCF. They're standing further back. They're standing away from those wooden panels. Those floor nades are not going to be as effective on them unless Active stands on his mirror for too long.
Yeah, crazy mirror window to stop the CEO push. And with that castle barricade, even if there's someone playing by the window repel, if they don't have utility to clear out the castle barricade, that mirror is going to stay intact the entire round. If not for this grenade, which Active can dodge, and the paneling will actually not fully be destroyed either. It almost works against Gohan, but he still gets rid of that mirror window regardless. It's cost a lot of utility, but a kill is still confirmed off it nonetheless as Bomb steps in once again. The main character of Bank arrives in just the nick of time to clear things out for Fisher. Man advantage re-secured for a second time here when dealing with this objective. Be more time to establish that info game and even set up some lurks. We might see the Habana of Staz actually clear themselves out from the lobby staircase, which could be very impactful in these final 50 seconds. But Maui, again, still not dealt with by Stock up until now as Foreign catches him with his head exposed over the deployable shield. I was going to say we might still have that lurk come into effect, but no, Staz will rotate in this man advantage, and that gives a huge opportunity for Bales. And that's diffuser control, Mason. Someone's going to recover that.
And Bomb's going to go for the hunt inside of that elevator hallway to see if they can cut off Bales before he's able to get back. He actually finds Caleb instead down below. There's the headshot there from Bombs. Now they might work their way up the marble stairs. Like you said, though, John, who's going to get the diffuser from Fisher? I don't know if there's anyone there in a position. They might just have to go for frags. They might just have to get it all. Snack has taken a lot of damage, and there's the shot from behind. Bomb finds it. Here's Bales in a 1 versus 3, takes down Foran, just has to stay up, but he gets pinched, and Bomb just continues to be great, John, and finds another 4K to keep Fisher in it. What is this man at? Is he at like 25 kills? I mean, this is insane. This is an incredible performance.
This man just refusing to lose at this point.
He just will not lose.
Simply too angry to die. The perfect expression for Bomb currently. Oh, and now it's full potential. He's on Mozzie 1.5. It is Jover. This guy will be across the map, and you will have nightmares about this guy. And now, of course, I'll be jinxing him, of course. You were correct. This is 25 bomb for Bomb.
Wow. 25 bomb for Bomb.
I think we've said that phrase like 80 times now in this broadcast, but it's so fitting. Very, very,
like
very
I said,
common term.
he's the only reason why Fisher are in this map at all. If this guy is not dropping 25, Fisher are not winning this map. Because Bob is just winning every single fight.
Yeah, there have been so many 3Ks. There have been so many 4Ks by this man. A couple of entry kills to boot as well.
And he's doing it running the ACOG scope.
ACOG on Gridlock and Dokkaebi.
On Gridlock and Dokkaebi. Like, he might be reinventing the way. I might have to try this because this is like a cheat code or something.
I want what this
There's
guy
no
eats
way.
for bulking. Like, this is insane.
I want what this guy eats always because he's eating Fisher or Central Florida alive. And I wish I had the ability to do that.
It's crazy.
At least for my games. I don't anymore. I don't eat Florida Man for breakfast, unfortunately.
Central Florida using all of their power to get rid of Mason, but they had bigger fish to fry, apparently. That was Fisher.
Oh,
Real
my
unfortunate.
gosh. I hate you.
Just rolled
That
off
was
the tongue.
terrible.
Off the
That
dome.
was terrible. That was terrible.
These
The
Mozzie
next time I
Fests,
see you,
Yeah?
next time I see you, I think I get a sock you in the shoulder for that one.
Well, I guess you'll have to go find me in Columbus since you won't be in Idaho, unfortunately. These Mozzie Pests are already becoming a pretty big deterrent for the drone game above, which 3 of them are already being destroyed. It seems like, for the most part, there is a good emphasis on the roam, both Bomb and Gohan trying to play off of one another's Elysian Mozzie duo. That has stalled a bit of time. Snack is playing by these window repels, looking into CEO, and Caleb has now entered the top of square as Montaigne. There is no one here to directly assist him. He'll have to walk in by himself for the time being until his teammates enter in the building, but Bales has finally done so. Now they've cleared out Janitor. They can pretty much put all their attention into Long Desk, but this has really cost a lot of time just to slowly start to clear out this top floor. They've already had more success down below as as Gridlock just looked away from Long Desk and was like, oh yeah, this is probably clear, right guys? No, it's not. If you didn't see them fall off the top floor, it is not clear. You cannot just guess that.
I don't know how Maui's able to get
Like
that kill.
what?
Go on, what a
What?
shot. But Maui finds the headshot back, so it's traded back effectively. Still, though, very huge. And the biggest part, I think, of this round here for Fisher is the fact that Bomb is still alive. And he might just be what keeps them up here on bank and sends us into map number 3. Back into sight go the rest of the Fisher defenders. UCF taking their time to drone and still clear out the rest of these bodies. You've got the Habana. You've got the Montaigne. You can work a potential backside take if you wanted. You could also go for a rather fast vault drop. That could also be in play here for UCF. And that seems to be what's in the cards as you've got your players rotating over. Caleb will drop down the locker's hatch with Active as the main gun behind. Maui will try to drop down elevator and see if they can't find a freebie. But why is the Twitch running in front of the Montaigne? And why are they all picking solo? Last alive is Caleb in a 1-on-2 now after they take down 1. Trying to stop Bomb from having a 26, maybe even 27 kill map if he has that opportunity. Caleb will get into the site, begins to plant. Here's the rush from Fisher. Caleb hops off, trying to find the frags, and he's shot from behind. Bomb ends the map with 27 kills to send Fisher College and UCF to map number 3 in the Open Premier Final.
Although we sung the the praises of Bomb 9 times out of 10. I really felt like that round it was Gohan to spark things off for his teammates, salvaging the round by finding 2 kills before dying because just no one checked to see if there was another guy playing above. They had so much info established in that early round, and they still worked to pick off of it, or at least had the Mozzie fall off the roam, I should specify. And then Gohan was just able to find 2 kills and then eventually got traded. If you had those 2 bodies alive for the execute, we would still be in bank. I could almost guarantee that, even with Bomb still alive. It just goes to show the little hiccups like that make a hell of a difference. And we saw a lot of rounds like that where UCF were also in a similar position where they were able to bounce back despite being in a 3v5 disadvantage against Bomb, just wreaking havoc on bank. And unfortunately, this time, it's turned against them.
Well, a rather strong map there by Bum and the rest of Fisher. And it is the collegiate special, John, where each team wins each other's map pick. We're going to go grab our Monster Zero Sugars because it's just hit midnight here on the East Coast. We'll be back in just a few minutes with map number 3 of our final.
A historic showing by Bomb, nonetheless, will keep Fisher alive for one more map. But the question is, can anyone else on that team show up for the rest of the series, or will we have to rely on the heroics of one player alone on that team? Whereas Central Florida, sure, they had to go up against basically the David, or I guess the Goliath of their David in the storyline, Mason, as I flip this two around. Having to deal with a Titan like Bomb in that game, are they going to be able to handle that same pressure if he arises to the occasion once again? Or are they still going to keep things close despite having to deal with this literal king of the lobby?
I mean, in my experience, I just don't think you can trust someone dropping 27 kills every single map to get you to your finish line. That's the biggest thing, I think, in this game overall. I don't know if Bomb can hold that through 2 maps. Right? Map 1, he didn't really do it, and that's why you saw Fisher end up losing map number 1. Map 2, dude went crazy. Dude went nuke, and that's why you saw Fisher take map number 2. I don't want to say it was solely Bomb. Obviously, it's a team game, team performance, but when you look at the numbers, when you look at the stats, when you look at every round by round, that main player making that big impact, especially in those main impact rounds, it was mostly Bomb making a lot of a statement there for Fisher. And now as we go to Chalet, both of these teams very solid at this map. I would know, because I've played both of them on this map at one point or another. Flores off the board, Nook off the board, both strong operators on a map like Chalet. Nook, I wouldn't say as much. I would argue that the Ying should probably be banned off first rather than that Lurker, but with the way that Central Florida can play at times with those nades below, getting rid of one set often does help.
Mira being removed by Fisher as well. I can't necessarily fault them for that. Central Florida brought her out every chance they could, no matter what bomb site it was, besides maybe open area the one time they had selected it. And on Chalet, she's a phenomenal operator to help with the extensions that are off the bomb site, and also up an anchor game that can be established as well, depending on what objectives you pick. Rounding us out, we have Solus off the board as well, which has been probably the one and only consistent operator that's been taken off every single map. So nothing really too shocking there. Also to highlight the Flores ban, since we saw Fisher bring him out numerous times on bank when he was available, just to help with those Kiba barriers and deployable shields, which again, those operators are in spades off of round number 1. Azami being insta-locked by Snack. You've got both the Warden and Frost bringing out shields for this. I believe it was Bar Gaming defensive hold. So yeah, having both sets of shields and Kibas makes plenty of sense for this bomb site. And I guess the castle to help with the box extension and also blue. That's also pretty normal, I'd say, nowadays.
Very normal, I would argue. I think that's like kind of the new meta in some essence. The castle being brought, I don't know. Castle on this top floor is iffy for me sometimes because, like, I don't know. It's weird. Like, there's teams that like to do weird holds with the castle. I feel like UCF might be kind of one of those teams. Yeah, like the castle off this door. I remember because I think we played against them with this hold. And, yeah, they have, like, an interesting castle hold, and I think it's okay. But the issue is that it just creates these really awkward choke points. And sometimes it's not very good if you are UCF. Look at this fast play from Gohan. He just tries to jump in and make it ugly for Snake, who ends up winning the fight. And Snack will get that initial kill. That's a huge pick to start this round off for UCF. And to potentially start off what is the final map here on online play for Nace for Rainbow Six Siege.
Nice try for Fisher, but isn't going to work out in the slightest. Even more so, Snack is still able to play in that corner using the Kiva barriers to re-blockade off that double window, as now the rest of Fisher will look to readjust off of losing that entry fight of the sledge by main balcony, maybe putting some pressure down by mezzanine if there's anyone even there to defend it. And that's actually the job of Snack, trying to juggle between these two locations. And wow, off the Kiba destruction, he snipes peekers across the double window, and he's still able to bounce away from both frag grenades. So Foreign, having nothing left to push back this Azami, it has to be a full frontal assault from the inside of the building, not off of these window angles, which is kind of the saving grace of Chalet for the attack, is how much pressure you can put down on these window angles. But now that that's kind of out of the equation, this does not look good for Fisher in the slightest off those 2 deaths.
Well, might be able to get one with the nade. It does a little bit of damage, but he humps his way straight into a frost mat and is dropped down to the ground. That's a great way to stop the man who's dropped 27 kills on your head in the last map. Just place down a bear trap and let it do its work. Foran will sit outside, last alive for Fisher, who will most likely talk it out and talk through their next few attacks here on Chalet.
Not the start they were looking for, but one they could easily rebuttal from, since it is only the first round of map number 3. Pretty solid defensive hold by Central Florida against stopping the initial threat. Hey guys, what's up? Yep, bye. I mean, to be fair, if there was a time to cut back to caster cams, this would be it. Cause
that was a perfect time while I'm looking at my my other monitor. And
yeah, really highlighting Mason's massive forehead.
The side
and also
of
the
it.
fact that. Yeah, also the fact that really nothing is happening.
It was a
right
really
now.
good
Central
side
Florida
profile.
already won round. But like you mentioned, solid opening kill with Central Florida. Good job denying the initial threat of both Master Balcony and Library as a whole, which Library is kind of the cornerstone of many attacks for Barn Gaming. So with that no longer being a problem, pretty straightforward round Central Florida. And as the timer moves down to 0-0, it'll be set in stone that they start off on Chalet with that round.
A couple of free picks for Foran at the very end. Doesn't really matter at all. It was just time for Fisher to talk through their next attack and how they want to approach it, because that one went horribly. They tried to get quick. They tried to get crafty with that play with the Gone 6 on to the Library window. Obviously, that didn't work. Then Bomb tried to make a hero play with the nade. Dies to a frost mat. A lot of missteps there from Fisher. They've got to clean up their attack and their act if they want a chance here against UCF, who, by the way, John, is very solid at attacking on this map. And with those nades from below, with everything primed, that's kind of how UCF like to play this map. They like to play those nades from below. They also like to just push and pull as they've done in previous maps.
Fisher looking for a response here. Not have this map stolen away from them by Central Florida. They will have the double hard breach. That could probably imply they want to have both pressure by the main snowmobile wall, but also going to the big garage. Maybe having trench exposed, or trench wall by boiler exposed into pillar. Also do some presence with that long cutoff angle, since they do have ranged hard breach of the ace. Only thing they had to be concerned about is with that hatch being opened up by dining room, they would still need to clear out that roam presence. So if they were to go for a default plant on that side of the map, they wouldn't be denied via the hatch. They can, of course, still try to plant by the snowmobile side of the map, but again, that is kind of the same song and dance. You need to clear out some of that top floor, or you will die trying to plant. And with there being only the bandits for the back side of the map, or I guess just having active play and connector instead of bandit tricking, a little odd.
I'm so lost.
Yeah, the main wall is already going to be opened up, so I guess he can at least focus all of his attention on the backside by wine, but that's still a bit of a missed opportunity, I suppose.
I have a feeling that Active was supposed to be there bandit tricking and just kind of like fell asleep or like got lost on his way there. I don't know exactly what the case was. Whatever it may be, not very good here from UCF to let that wall get opened so easily. The way you play that main wall, you bandit trick the left side while you impact trick through the drone hole on the right side. That eliminates the wall from getting open at all, or makes it very difficult to do so by the timing of a mistiming. And there's UCF exploding this round. 3 kills going their way, only Bales to fall on their end. And now remaining alive are the last 2 hard breachers here for Fisher. Just Staz on the ace and PK on the thermite. And guess what? Can't even get that boiler wall open because they don't have the bandit wires off the board.
Ace knows that there's someone by Blue Hall. Probably assuming there's someone near Pillar as well, at the very least, despite there being a lack of info. So he has to time this correctly, and it's a wide swing by Maui. Aggressive play that works wonders to close things out for Central Florida as they find yet another round on the defense. And most likely we could see dining in play. The Master wouldn't be a horrible idea either. it really feels like any of the 4 bomb sites, depending on how you slice it, can be playable. It's just some teams really try to avoid kitchen and dining if there is no Mira available, which in this case, there is no Mira, but kitchen will be selected. And at least the castle will be an option here for Central Florida, as that's a very common pick for this top floor, for this middle floor objective when extending above it. And so far, Fisher, they have really fell flat in their faces when it comes to that entry game, it seems.
They have, at least so far here, for UCF, or for Fisher. They've struggled throughout these first 2 rounds to get the opening pick, and that's what helped them be so good here on their second map. Fisher was so good, so good on Bank with finding those openers. The issue is UCF has found 2 openers onto Gohan rather swiftly, and that's helped to lead Fisher to, or helped to lead Central Florida rather, to more defensive round wins as they continue to keep Fisher at bay. With the way those first 2 attacks have gone for Fisher, even after having a solid 60 to 75 seconds to talk, it still hasn't really been pretty at all. They haven't really cleaned anything up. And this round, if they don't win it, they let UCF go with a flawless defensive half. I'm going to start to get really nervous going into the later half of this map for Fisher if they're putting themselves in a hole this early on.
Library overtake for Fisher, hoping they can get the office wall opened up, most likely push back some of those roamers on the top floor, and then giving them more opportunities to work down below and hit the site. Things we've seen countless times on Chalet with this map being out for such a long time in the competitive pool, albeit it is taking quite a good chunk of seconds to have this go in full effect. There's some vertical presence right beneath that castle barricade, kind of a death trap if the sledge were to go for it. But he actually kills Snack through that vertical hole. There is still an opener that was found by Maui on the bomb, of course. So the Ash is no longer a factor in this round. And there is still someone playing inside of Office. So in terms of the ability to defend this position, it's still rather high for Central Florida, even dodging the flash grenade. So buying more time for Central Florida as a whole. They've really done a good job of just forcing Fisher's hand when it comes to clearing out this map without really giving away all too much, and even active swinging at just the right time to find one, allowing Maui to isolate. Wow. And then the closet player springs up. Look at that fluidity by Central Florida that completely halts Fisher. But in the blink of an eye, they actually tie things back up. It's a 1 versus 1, so to speak, since Bales is currently down on the ground, unable to pick himself back up. Ace knows is spotting the blood trail. Warden out with the fishes here. Giving it just Caleb by the top of Trophy Stairs. Peekers will pre-fire. No connection, though, keeps this battle constant for both sides. But Caleb, looking through the horizontal angle by Trophy, will catch Peekers, dropping the hatch, and that's 3 in a row for Central Florida.
Wow, I love that defense from UCF. I love that defense from UCF. Just, like, as you mentioned, John, I think you used the best word possible, the fluidity. Like, the way that they were defending there, right, picking back and forth off of each other, playing trades, playing refrags, it was incredible. They helped each other all at the moments that they needed. Biggest play there was from Bales, that swing onto the player in Piano. Although he traded his own life, he was able to secure that kill that kept Maui alive to get 1 extra frag to make sure that UCF stayed in the lead when it came to the refrag game. Sure, they lost a body a little bit late, but that's because Maui was in an ugly position and forced to take a 1. Had Bales still been alive, it would have been an excellent spot for UCF to play a 2 versus 1 in, and I still think that they played that round just impeccably well.
Back to bar and gaming for Central Florida, which was kind of the catalyst for this streak of success on their defensive side. You had Fisher going in for what it seemed a very gung-ho style approach where they try to get in the library as quickly as possible, look for those isolated gunfights on the player who's like tucked in library, and go from there. However, with Gohan being the first dead, and no one there to refrag him, that allowed the Azami to stay alive for much longer, and that was in fact Snacks playing on the same position, same role, as well going back to the repeated site. Having him alive, built up more Kibas, forced more grenade spam, and even found another isolated 1-4 gunfight by Library yet again. So having that cohesion by Fisher has to be a necessity in order to clear out these common positions. If not for that cohesion, we're bound to see another failed attack by Fisher, but this time It finally works out for them in the entry department. They are finally on the board in that department. Gohan gets his first kill of the match. Bale's eliminated. And now these roamers by the kitchen and trophy side of the map are now scrambling to look for an opportunity to close things back.
First opener there for for Fisher rather, on to UCF. My biggest concern, Maui's down here. They've got a C4. They could find easily a refragging pick and an equalizer there for UCF if it's placed right, if there's the right information, if there's a Valkyrie cam, something for them to go off of. Snack takes a little bit of damage there from the player. That's Staz, the Grim, playing on the balcony, and there's that C4. It finds Bomb, the man of the hour on the last map, who's currently set at 0-4. Maybe that's why we're seeing Fisher struggle so much on their attack. Maybe their man, that main gunner and frag of Bomb, being no longer alive and being ineffective thus far through Chalet, is a major factor as to why Fisher continue to struggle through this map.
The clock strikes midnight and the Cinderella story ends for Bomb. Never thought I'd say a phrase more in a literal sense than today, as he has not found anything on Chalet after the 11th hour. 60 seconds left to go roughly here for Fisher, and they are kind of stumped. They're at a blockade and don't know how to break through it right now. There's so many Kibas in front of their faces, not able to destroy them. Despite having frag grenades, I think Gohan's a little concerned there might be a couple magnets lingering. He'll have to wait for his teammates to come assist him. That'll be from the Grim, utilizing these B nano swarms to get rid of the magnets to then clear out this shield. As the barricade opens up right beneath Maui's position. He doesn't have a C4 left, and oh, that has got to be so comedic for Central Florida. One less nade to worry about, and Active swings off of this. Oren can't do anything in this position anymore, and Snack finds an elimination. Maui shuts down Staz as he desperately tries to hop in to find some sort of impact, but it doesn't do anything to stop the pain train that Central Florida has given us for now 4 rounds in a row, as they show no sign of stopping at the nearest station.
It's comedic calamity here for UCF. I mean,
Absolutely.
they're just bullying Fisher. I mean, Central Florida might have Sneaky Stitch on in the background, John. I don't know, but they might, because they are.
It's a power up. It's a power up.
It really is the way
swear.
that they're playing, because they are going insane. And so far, Fisher, there's just no response. They're dead. They're so slow with just everything they do. And minus a really solid entry off the initial part of the round, look how long it took them to get all the way over to Piano and to start to clear out some of that utility. You lose Bomb to that Nitro Cell. That continues to spiral their round just down and down and down. And no one wants to take the space for Fisher. No one wants to just take the heads-up gunfights and just be brute force through Blue Hallway. Instead, they take the time to try to go for that burn and clear. Guess what? UCF get active at the right time because they know that Fisher have util in their hands and they can't hold each other. And that's why you see the round go the way it does. And UCF go up to a 4-0 lead here on defense on Chalet.
Well, Fisher may be concerned that Central Florida will learn how to bandit trick. They brought a Thatcher just in case. Gotta respect the hustle. But it's actually a Cade, so this worked out a lot better for Fisher than my jokes would assume it. However, the hard breach hasn't really been a problem for Fisher. It's been getting kills off the open breach that has necessarily lost them quite a few rounds. First EMP deployed, pops off at just the right time with the exothermic charge, and a second one, so the K-Claw is ineffective. That's the wall opened up. 1-step, 2-step, all said and done. And now with about a minute left, or a minute burned away, pardon. You've got Fisher just now getting on the top floor, working their way down below. We could maybe see Gohan go for like a cheeky walk down snowmobile stairs to get a pick, but they did ignore an entire half of this top floor. I don't think they're aware that Bales is still playing above, inside of office, and having the assistance here of Snack, this could be a really decent 1-2 punch to get another entry kill for Central Florida.
There's a lot of really good spots that UCF are able to play in right here. What's happening between Snack and the Gohan of the Gridlock? Bomb gets down to the main stairs. Bales takes down Staz. Look at Bales in this excellent position, finding the picks necessary to keep UCF in this round. Here's this dilemma for Fisher. Do they clear him, or do they go for the site rush? They do choose to clear him. Gohan finds the pick on the Bales, leaving us at a 3-on-2. Plenty of time on the clock for Fisher to reconvene, get themselves this connector hatch opened, and potentially go for a rather fast play in the wall. But what is happening? What?
Too much faith in the track stingers. Central Florida backs turned, or backs against the wall. They turn it around somehow once again, but the Cade cannot look through the pixel angle. Plant going down. Coverage on the open breach. Akiba deployed, looking to evade this person, but Foreign will simply walk around it and finally put his teammates on the board. Fisher at a 1-4 deficit, but it's still better than 5-0. By the skin of their teeth, they got on the board. But man, has this Chalet half been defender-sided for Central Florida.
Caleb's been playing too much Fortnite no build.
Real. Real. I have no further comment on that. That's just real.
He's been playing too much no build because he built it wrong. That's what I call a zombie anyway. You're just Fortnite building. You're reconstructing the map with the Akiba barriers. I think there's no other way to describe it.
Inflatable concrete's a good one too. I like that one.
Inflatable concrete. That's funny. I've never heard that before.
It's very
pretty
long
banging.
though. You just say that to be funny because it looks like cement. Quickcrete's a good one.
Quickcrete's fire. But imagine like you're in the middle of a lobby and someone's like, "This guy's putting inflatable concrete all around me." That might be hilarious. That might be really funny.
It's got the same evil energy as you could throw a tic tac at this guy and it would kill him. He's so low. That's the better definition of 1 HP.
Yikes. Tic Tacs hurt though.
You could tickle this guy and he would die. That's another classic.
Tickle this guy and he would die. Yeah, I've heard that one. I've heard he's almost dead by a
throw
hair.
a Pez, the candy.
Pez? Ooh, dude. You want the key to my heart? If there's any viewer out there, the key to my heart, send me some Pez. Pez is like my candy, dude. I don't know why. I love it so much. It's so good. It's literally pure sugar and terrible for you, but it's so good. What is this 3-man lurk play by Fisher? This is incredible. Also,
iconic.
Also to note, Bomb used up all of his energy in map 2. This dude is 0-5. Poor guy is struggling out here.
A combined, 27 kills in the span of 2 maps?
Over the 2 maps so far. That's criminal. That's so mean.
I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Oh, and there's 2 barbed wire on West. They're not letting these guys walk up for free. Central Florida did their homework. They knew this would be a problem. And I think they're going to go for it anyways, Mason. They are not backing down from this play, which is a little astonishing. If someone hears that, or if there's some sort of, Fenrir dread mine next to it, this could be problematic.
Gutsy.
But no, there isn't. There's just the finger boost and walk right through it, and there's the Fenrir detected and sniped. Gohan gets another as well on the objective, and it is a complete disaster for Central Florida. They're forced to retake. Surprisingly enough, they're not using the vertical to stop this plant from going down, so Foreign gets it off for free. No questions asked about it. Caleb is the only person to respond so far, but he's yet the last man standing for his team. Someone just hopped inside of top of blue, looking in through that solar position by the trophy staircase. Caleb is just in a nightmarish position. He spots the Ash bomb. Only 1 kill to his name so far. I guess that's 28 now overall in the span of 2 maps, but he did bring down the castle to literally 1 HP. There goes that Pez dispenser reference. Line fire right next to the bomb next to the diffuser, but Foreign will eliminate him before Caleb even comes close to disabling that diffuser. Fisher College at the very end of their first half, they can get a good resurgence of that 2-4 split. But again, I think the way that those rounds still played out, it looked like Central Florida were just still in the lead.
Yeah, I still think that Central Florida has just been the better team. Barring like a good read there from Fisher on that last round to walk up West Main. Kind of just a mistake from UCF. The issue is you got 4 defensive rounds on Chalet. And, like, anyone that knows Chalet knows that on the attack, you can basically kill everyone from outside of the map. Like, you could get at least 2 or 3 of your kills on defenders, especially if you're really good at holding window cutoffs, which, by the way, Central Florida love their windows. I don't know what it is about these guys. They love playing windows, and they're very good at it. And that's all I have to say. They're very good at window play. And so... at Fisher, I'd be worried, especially if you're a Fisher fan in this scenario, just because this map tailors to UCF style of play very much. And losing 4 of your attacking rounds on what's kind of an attacker side of the map, especially in collegiate and just competitive in general, pretty tough on the side of Fisher. They've got a pretty big hill to climb if they want to finish off this match in first place here in NACE.
Oh,
And Bomb's
that's
dead.
just... Yeah, Bomb is just...
Bomb went from literally dropping a nuke on the head of UCF to dropping a nothing burger on the head of UCF. He's not quite at a nothing burger. He's got a breadstick.
Bomb
But-
is as quiet as a mouse in church right now.
But for what Bomb did last time, or on the last map, is basically like the equivalent of a nothing burger in Bomb speak. Active
And
also
their
gets a
speaker's
kill on a
dead.
PK. So now it's just really in shambles. Like I said, you can kill 90% of your opponents on this map from outside the building. And already 40% of your opponents are dead if
you're gonna
you're
see
on the
3.
side of UCF. So just continue. Just wait. More math. Wait till Gohan dies from this position somehow from outside.
Yep, you're gonna see 3/5 in a second.
Oh, it's very close. And it's because 2 bodies already died for Fisher, and now that forces these players to feel like they have to make a play. They have to make some sort of hero play, some sort of hero moment. And that's what you see Gohan trying to do. That's what you might see Staz try to do up here at the top of Blue Stairs. And it might get ugly for Fisher if one of these bodies die. You'll certainly see it spiral into a UCF round.
Gohan basically having to multitask because of the lack of assistance by his team. There is somebody by the blue stairs, so it's not completely just a one-man army above. But he almost got detected by the gridlock. Thankfully, Maui needed a second to react there. That gives Gohan a second chance, blocking off this main window, hoping to extend out. We look for an opportunity by Piano,
Oh, he
but
gets
Active
smoked.
just simply doesn't care. He just walks in, and Gohan didn't even hear him because the Kiba made enough sound to mask it. That's just crazy. Fisher now in a 2 versus 5. Everyone's off the top floor, vertical being established. There's so much utility left on the board for Central Florida, and they've got enough time to really think this
the
one through.
timing!
They detect the Jaeger is above the hatch, and he's got to reposition now. This is just tragic. Both him and Staz are trying to play off of one another, but in the reality of it, yeah, there's no one defending an A bomb site drop. They could just plant the diffuser from this position, and unless the Omai goes huge above, it's going to be a win for Central Florida, and that's exactly what happens. Great play by Bales, finding both kills in the very end of that round, and it's like nothing ever changed, Mason.
Told you, UCF's pretty damn good on their attacks here on Chalet. And I think Fisher are witnessing firsthand how good UCF are at on their attacks here on Chalet. They're going to immediately swap off a bar and not mess with that site probably ever again, considering how fast they got rolled. They'll go over to Kitchen Dining and try to test their hopes there. Maybe a better opportunity, but still, UCF, they just looked so good that last round, John. I mean, they found 2 kills. They had a 5 versus 3. They didn't rush it. They took their time. They used their drones. They did everything right that round. It was beautiful how poised they stayed and how they were able to sit there and just take their time, work each body one by one by one. And that's why you see the scoreline reflecting the way it is so far here on Chalet. UCF has just been much better as a team overall when it comes to team play and working your opponents individually.
Hopefully for Fisher, they can keep more bodies alive when 60 seconds has eclipsed. Might be a very difficult challenge for them here on Chalet. But they might have just been inattentive of spawn peek, look for a cheeky engagement early on, and it backfired. It happens. Not really a fault of anyone for trying that in the first round when your opponents might expect at least. But it looks like Fisher, yeah, they've learned their lesson. That's for the better of it. And they'll keep everyone alive for the time being. Central Florida, I was going to say, maybe they go for more of a west approach this time around, but it could be they're just getting up above to play by that main, or I guess that highway balcony, looking through all of Ivy, even up in a bathroom, which can cut off a lot of repositions done by the defensive Fisher. And PKers actually almost died in the first couple seconds as well, funny enough, but luckily he gets out with his life, and there we have it. That clear coming in from the top floor by Library over is beginning to come into effect, but Bomb drops Maui, and he was the only guy by that highway balcony. So that's a guaranteed opening pick with no rebuttal just yet by Central Florida.
The crazy thing is there was full info there for or for Maui there rather, to get that kill. What a weird defense by Fisher. They left no one in Master. They literally let a guy walk through Office, and they're more focused on holding top blue when the site, by the way, is kitchen dining. They're allowing your opponent to walk into Master and into Office. It's a terrible defensive strategy, and there's no one on the top floor, and now there's full top floor control for UCF. This is crazy to me. It's like Fisher... I know that these guys are smart. They're very smart players. They're very talented. They know how to play these maps and these sites. But you can't defend Master and Office by not having anyone upstairs at all. The standards are just, for Fisher's B team, are way too high for them to play in the way that they're playing. I know I'm being harsh and being critical, but these guys are better players. They're smarter than what they're doing, John, but their practices are just not very good. They're just not playing the game the way that you feel like they should be.
And all of a sudden, Central Florida, bomb went huge above, but his heroics are now for naught. Fisher are back in this disadvantageous position. This could be series point on the line if Staz and Foreign do not go big here. Vertical up above, giving away Caleb's intentions. That's a nice shot landed by Foreign. Case control, I believe, forfeit as well now. That's all the way up above, and it looks like Active and Bales will just try to play with their guns hot, hoping they can close this out in the final 15 seconds. Staz will wait, expecting this hop in. He almost whiffs, catching my breath there, but he'll still win it out. Now it's the Jaeger up against Bales, who hops into sight. Natural cover behind that bomb chassis. All Staz has to do is just wait for the timer to tick away. Bales, you gotta charge at him. And it's not going to be enough time for the Thermite to make it a close call. Good patience by Staz, working off the natural cover, forcing the hand of Bales. But that was way too close, and yeah, Fisher realized it. I'd be having some technical issues as well. Yeah, we saw Bomb earlier mention the 3,000 ping, which honestly, I believe him. That does sound like something that would happen. I think Fisher are kind of synonymous with having technical issues as well. It just, their facility is just cursed. I've heard so many war stories about that. At their facility in Boston.
Yeah, I've heard the horror stories of that. The issue is, but I don't think any of these guys are on premise. I think that they're on their own setups. So Foreign is on campus, but I think the rest of Fisher.
Oh, so Bob just his ISP is just trolling him. Yeah, nice. You know
Just
what?
totally.
That happened to me yesterday. I get it. I had to reset my router, and I was like, honestly, I was bewildered. I was not expecting to do that like 12 a.m. making food. So how funny, how coincidental.
How coincidental, how fun, and how funny. Well, we go into a tech pause as we try to remedy these issues. Of course, technical issues galore here with R6 at times, especially at the end of the season. Sometimes things just are a little wonky and not working the way that we want them to, especially with the new patch coming in very soon. I'm sure that there's a little bit less focus on keeping the current game to focus. I don't really know. I'm not a technician. I'm just the guy who's here to talk about the game. And we'll go to a break. We'll see you all in just a few minutes once we're back here with UCF and Fisher, and all these technical issues are gone.
We're back. Hopefully better than ever for Fisher. After their pause to fix some technical difficulties, they have returned with only a 2-round deficit, better than going back to round number 4, where they had nothing in their name. So they've been slowly trying to claw back against Central Florida. But again, their entries, very consistent. Their end round play, also just as solid. Fisher has, like we mentioned, been getting slightly better over time. And everyone's now consistently been on the board. But the cohesion is just, it's night and day between Central Florida and Fisher right now, Mason.
I don't know. I'm still like very, very iffy on my confidence in Fisher to bring this match back. It's not like truthfully out of the water, right? Like it's only 5-3. They're only down by 2 rounds. The issue is they're down by 2 rounds on Chalet defense. And the way that UCF has been, I just felt like they've been the stronger team on attack constantly and consistently. Their info game has been really strong, especially here on Chalet. I want to compliment UCF for being such a good information-based team. I mean, look at this. Active is in so fast inside a trophy and down below, just below the bottom of the site. And there's drones there for him. He can set up these air jabs rather quickly. This is really, really good top-level siege from UCF.
Maybe looking to set up some more flank watch with the air jabs. 2 left in his pocket. And now this position has been cleared out by both a Nomad and a drone. They will bring more bodies into the equation. Snack as well down below, so they don't have to really worry about anybody coming up West Main stairs. And just some positions being rotated from. I could imagine you might have the Nomad holding a cutoff angle somewhere with the help of those air jabs. Somebody by bars looking to contest Caleb, and they're trading damage between one another. And Caleb even forced to back away towards the building itself because someone's by the master double window. Your only heart breach almost died there. That would have been a massive pick for Fisher. But luckily for Central Florida's sake, Caleb is just still holding on by the skin of his teeth. It's still that 5 versus 5, but you have to be careful about that roam threat given how much damage it's already caused.
I hope Caleb's wearing the brown pants for that one. That was terrifying as the Thermite in that position, especially because you have to stay alive. You got to make sure you're up to get these walls open. Maui might have an opportunity to just hop into the bathroom window and find a pick, but instead PK gets the opener onto Active. That's the Nomad dead on the window rappel. Look at Snack. They're able to get that kill back onto Gohan, and Caleb still has an opportunity to potentially take down this castle, but he's able to get away just barely with his life.
PK now trying to dance around the open double window, and the presence still by Solar. There's Staz, a monumental kill onto Maui. No more Ash charges from down below. The depth charges you're oh so concerned about. It's taken out of the picture. Now Baez will have to front this push by Trophy, but there's a Fenrir Dreadmine looking to greet him. A lot of players low in HP. Staz, PKers, and Caleb all in previous engagements now. A little bit worse for wear. Even Snack to an extent, but he's a bit close to full HP, all things considered. Flash to try to help the Sledge pop in, but Bomb is holding such a long angle, he can avoid that stun and still be gun up. Now Caleb's the last one alive here for Central Florida. Again, Peekers and Staz damaged already, but so's the Thermite. So in this case, it looks like Fisher are looking to close the gap. Yet another round. Some damage dealt towards Bomb. There's 0 seconds left, and Caleb is still outside the building, unable to enter safely. This could be a comeback potentially, Mason. That 27 bomb might not be for nothing.
It might not matter at all, John. It might not matter at all. UCF have just looked a little bit rougher around the edges, at least in that last round. They brought the Thermite. Their initial plan, I imagine, was to go for a library-sided execute and into office and open up the wall to get to half wall and plant there because you have the Thermite. Instead, they tried to go for a solar take without the Ace or a Habana, someone to open up that solar wall, make it a little bit more uncomfortable for the defenders. They didn't quite have all their pieces of the puzzle aligned, and they end up getting blown away by Fisher on that defense. And now they have to attack the basement, where, yeah, maybe they could get themselves around back. Maybe we do see another 6-4 match point situation. But can Central Florida get there? That was satisfying. Did you see that?
Yeah.
You see the Cade in the late edition? That was amazing. I love that from Gohan and Bomb. But back to my point. Back to what I was saying. Fisher, that defense was really strong. I think that really came attributed to more so mistakes from UCF. And I think the team that makes less mistakes is usually the team that wins, especially in this scenario. Both of these teams, very strong rosters. UCF that last round, making just a few too many mistakes. And a lot of that really came down to using their drones, but not for a purpose. I was just commenting and like giving them praise on how good their drone usage was. This time around, it's not been great.
Interesting, default cam's still up. I guess no one spawned there, or just someone thought somebody else shot it. It happens.
Default cams are overrated.
They are.
Didn't you know?
Legion just hopping out from library. Thankfully, there was no Claymore deployed. That would have killed him. The main wall was still opened up, however, by Snowmobile. Now, Central Florida look to, I would assume, getting vertical down with these boogie drones. Already 2 have been deployed by Maui. So if they can clear out some of those positions by over in your dining room, for example, that vertical can be used to halt any chance of stopping a plant over by the Snowmobile side of the map. And they might be looking to clear out this top floor with the help of Bales, droning himself around. I believe he heard some bullets be shot right underneath him, but he's got to be more concerned about people who are directly above him. Oh my god, Snack just dropped the hatch, and Active's right behind him. Hold on a second, this rush play might have been the perfect remedy to stop the comeback from Fisher. Staz has been injured as well, and Caleb is seconds away from getting this diffuser down behind the trash can. Sure, he's finished off, but it's far too late for Foreign to make a recovery. What was that intuition call by Central Florida? They opened up the hatch, and seconds after they just dropped down and barrel into sight, Fisher had no idea what just hit them, and neither did we in the casting booth.
The info play, the game sense from UCF to look for that gap, spot that opening by Snack, and just dive the bomb site, take it by the horns. Really solid play. And this is the 3rd time around now, John, that we see a team on match and point, but this is the first time that we get to see a team on series point here on map number 3. We've been seeing ourselves at this 6-4 scoreline pretty often. On Clubhouse, Fisher was able to get that next round, but then lost in regulation. On Bank, Central Florida were able to win 2 rounds back, bring us into OT, then lost in overtime. So the team that's been to match point has always won. Can UCF keep that narrative true? Or are Fisher going to step up and make a change and try to send us into OT and then close the map from there?
Well, we're going back to dining room. Last time, Fisher narrowly won off the back of a good time crunch against Central Florida. And speaking of their composition, they might be looking to keep things a bit more simple this term, rather than having to fully clear out that top floor. Maybe hoping just to get the main wall opened up, holding a long angle by the main staircase and using these Talon shields to brute force a plant position inside a dining room. I can't fault them for that. There's no Mira, so one of the primary counters to that strategy is not going to be a problem. And if they can, remove operators like Bomb, who's probably roaming as this Mozzie, that's only, 1 Nitro Cell they've got to be concerned about. And you don't use the Talon Shield to cross into the site. You use it as coverage. So those impact grenades aren't going to be a problem either, in theory. That would leave just Peekers as really your main X factor for Fisher if their roam doesn't go according to plan. And that's already been the case, unfortunately, for them. Gohan on a bad rotate will get shut down via that LA-85, but Bomb is still alive and kicking inside of Library. He knows someone's by top mez, and he can probably assume there's another down below, so he's looking to play off this natural cover for as long as he can, and hopefully he finds something more than just that trade onto the Finca.
Well, Bomb may have been that guy, that dude on the bank, but now here on Chalet, it's been a completely different story. Bomb's been rather quiet for the Fisher side. And here's where UCF go for that pinch. The Thermite into Library. One walking in the bottom of mezzanine. Bomb has no ammo. The C4 goes through. Bales, you've got to time it properly, and he gets the kill. Caleb confirmed, though, from below. That's PK to find the kill with the support. And here on Kitchen Dining, we're at a 3-on-3. A minute 20 still on the clock, but plenty of time utility and drones and information for UCF to use to find themselves in what could be their first ever finals win.
2 players above for vertical. That's going to make the chances of planting this diffuser nigh impossible, and a massive kill is collected by the Mute once again. Peeker's huge position to be held by this half wall. Ford even dropping down, kind of realizing it might be best just to have bodies stacked up if this plant is still attempted and someone needs to assist when dealing with that thermite. But now Central Florida look to maybe play for that numbers game up above, looking to hunt down this lone player of Staz, but he just backs off. He doesn't want to challenge anything up above. That's the right call to make. They are just buying so much time since Fisher realized they got off the open breach, even putting key barriers down on the hatch, not allowing any free opportunities for Central Florida to equalize us. And because they have no info, they are blindly nading into the bomb site, hoping for the best case scenario. When it comes down to red time, they detect one person tucked in the middle of the kitchen. Fenrir mine going off, giving away this plant is going down, but Snack is holding down the line. He's eliminated by Foreign, and the C4, boom, explodes. Gets rid of Bales, not even a chance to confirm that defuse. And we got one more round in the books for Fisher College.
Big clutch there by Fisher. They've got to do it one more time here on Chalet to send us into overtime. It was a huge start to the round by UCF, getting that opener on to Gohan. But there was one man, Bomb, sitting up top, wasted enough time, distracted his opponents enough for PK to make a huge play at the bottom of Mez, get that equalizer pick. And PK had a round for himself to remember here for Fisher. We go into round number 12, max overtime between these two teams. Someone from either roster has to step up. Whether Central Florida wants to close this match out, someone's got to step it up for that UCF side. And if not, if Fisher wants to stay in, if Fisher wants an opportunity to send us to OT and still take this Star League championship, then they've got to find a way to step up. Someone's got to be that name. Maybe it could be Bomb. Maybe Bomb could return after his slumber on through the first half of this Chalet map, after his explosive map on Bank. That could be the biggest story of this. But I'm looking at these two teams, and someone's got to be that guy that just makes the play to win the series.
Fisher really making this one a heartthrob. So close to bouncing back map number 3 after a gorgeous showing on Bank. It all comes down to one round once again. So many close calls in the Best of 3 finals for the open premiere of Star League. And we once again arrive at the same position, just this time for the top floor defense of Master Bedroom. Central Florida having a bit of alert presence down below, droning this basement floor, making sure there's no one that could catch them by surprise in their most pivotal moment in Collegiate. Now moving into Library, hoping they can get some map control off the rip. Foreign forced to back off, just slightly worried about these cutoff angles that can be established. But he even has peekers here to help assist. It's a full commit by Fisher on this roam, and it's working out for them, at least initially. Bomb eliminates Snack. There's the Finka gone. Selma's destroyed by an impact trick, and eventually Azami darts down below, and Gohan's there to respond. Massive trade on active, but Central Florida, they are still in it for this round. Peeker's gone. There goes your castle. But all things considered, it's a pretty even series of trades between both teams, Mason.
Big gruesome fight inside a lobby and inside a library between these two teams. Neither team really ending out on top. You could argue that Fisher is on top because they're able to take out the Twitch, they're able to take out the Finka and the nades. But Azami off the board, that's definitely a big pick that you're happy with if you are UCF, especially because, again, as Azami stays up later in the round, her value only increases. And now UCF, 60 seconds left on the clock. They've got the time. They've got the main wall open. They could easily get themselves in. They've got 2 grenades still, John. The biggest issue is, where's Gohan? Where's that Nitro? That's going to be the all-important impact play here because Caleb's in the site, and he has an opportunity to begin to get this bomb down. The C4 shot out of the air. Incredible play by Maui. Can UCF secure it? The coverage has to be there. Bomb takes out Maui. Caleb goes down. It's a wash from Fisher, and we're going to overtime.
What an incredible recovery by the Fisher Falcons. When needed most, the entire team will show up and shut out Central Florida. They need a few more rounds to confirm the winner of the Open Premier Finals. I wasn't expecting this on the bingo cards, Mason, but man, has it been a circuit to watch through. We go back to dining room and we continue to have Fisher on their defensive terror. Whereas Central Florida, sure, they had a great start on their attacking second half, but they really have been quiet since that rehost, it feels. Had a couple of close calls, but ever since Fisher have been able just to waste the time and make Central Florida uncomfortable in that late round when it comes to working picks for an advantage and forcing post-plant positions, Fisher have been on the A game when it comes to that plant denial or when it comes to retaking in those kind of situations.
Yeah, their coordination has been outer-worldly. I mean, truthfully, Fisher have been able to find their way back into these rounds, even when it seems like it's all but for naught. UCF had an excellent play there. They got inside. They had Maui with the coverage. He's done the AIM Labs training on the C4 arcs, clearly. Was able to shoot that nitro and deny that plant from coming out of the air. Nearly incredible play there by UCF. But Fisher with a better read, the better retake. They played it incredibly. And that's why you see ourselves into overtime now. And Fisher, they get the arguably better defensive side because it has been such a defensive-sided chalet, John. 4-2 splits for both teams on the defense. So you got to argue, if you're a Fisher fan, you're feeling real happy and rather confident.
Definitely the side that, as you mentioned, Fisher would prefer. It'll be up to Central Florida again to not drop the ball in those late-round antics when they're trying to set up, looking for the chance to plant that diffuser, and just not overcomplicating anything. It has felt like they've been trying to go more direct in some of these attacking rounds, yet still unable to clear out critical positions. The entirety of the top floor basically just left undisturbed by Central Florida in some instances has cost them greatly. And this is a bomb site where they need to guarantee someone's at least holding the top floor so no one can get vertical or try to go for a flank or just push through the entirety of this extension. 1 minute taken away. It looks like the hard breach of Bales will be looking to hop into the building soon for that main wall to get opened up, allowing the rest of Central Florida to move deeper into the top floor and maybe even have a chance of working some gunfights. But with there being no vertical operators, I could imagine we'll just see only a light amount of this top floor cleared out. And again, the rest of this consideration being put into just planting that diffuser and having those talon shields do a lot of the talking if we can get that plant put down.
Building up the top floor, reconstructing it is Foran on the Azami. Drones to go through up top. Maui with a nade that sends it through, and that gets rid of some of those Kiba barriers placed here carefully by Fisher. UCF, 60 seconds on the attack. They really haven't done too much here, John. Not much to clear off the top floor. Yeah, they've pushed their opponents back. They push the defenders back as they need. The issue is, can they get inside? Do they have the coverage to make sure there's no vertical play? Where are those talon shields going to go? Staz fully blinded inside a piano, but no one aggresses off of it from UCF just yet. And Foran finds the opener on active.
Logic bomb being deployed. Here are the talon shields that we talked about, that we were hyping up. Smokes as well. Closing the gap. 4 and another. Snack will at least cover for the time being. You gotta worry about that vertical, but the Azami can't play off it. Someone's close by. It's the SMG-12 wielded from the Dokkaebi. And we're in the post lane with PKers off the bomb site as Mute, worried about his top position near Mez. And he's on red HP. This is not a spot you want to be in. The bomb site turned against you as you've got no idea where this Osa's hiding. That's Caleb with the last nail in the coffin. Central Florida, after overtime, will take the lead. And they still have a chance of beating Fisher tonight.
What an attack. What a read by UCF. That is so adrenaline pumping for them. As now they've secured match and series point yet again, John. All they have to do is win one defense, and they're going to their tried and true of bar and games, which they are currently undefeated on the defensive side. Fisher, just like UCF, have to find a way to muster the best attack of their lives if they want an opportunity here to secure a win in the grand final of the Open Premier League here in Nace. Their final game of the Nace Star League season. And God, between these two teams, John, I mean, back and forth. Let's talk about Bales. 16-8. What a performance. He is being a dog. He's eating. Bales is eating right now. And it's showing. It's really big for this UCF team. He's been that man to step up big time for this team. And all they need is one more round, one more big play by someone to secure this series and secure their first ever title in school history, if my mind serves me correct.
Once again, everything on the line for Fisher. What a storyline that would be to have both your Open Premier and your pro team as well for Collegiate win each side of Nace Star League. That would be a very interesting topic to point out, since the Fisher A team is going to be in Idaho come this weekend to compete against JMU, I believe it is, who have been a pretty familiar face inside of the Nace Star League.
No,
as
it
well.
should be
So
Akron.
just-
It should be Akron. I'm pretty sure.
We'll have to get that fact checked later, perhaps.
I'm like
but
90% sure I saw a tweet that Akron was going.
You might be right. That was the off-stream match, so I wouldn't know. But, hey,
Yeah, it was off stream, but
We'll see.
I'm like 95% sure. But regardless, whoever it may be, it's one of those teams, and it'll be a good match. In the Columbus Land, Fisher and Akron played. Obviously, slightly different on their rosters, but still, they've played. There's a good history between the teams, so it'll be a fun match to see, especially because Land is treated so differently. PK with the opener on to Caleb. That puts a little bit of life, a little bit of blood back into Fisher, which they needed
He's
so
in
bad
sight.
because PK's in the
They're just
site,
planting.
getting the bomb
What?
down. The coverage is there. Bomb shuts down active, and now look at Fisher putting together a masterful attack. Bomb's gone down. How do UCF respond? Bales gets one on the PK, trying to leave the bomb site. That won't happen, but the post-plant position is there for Fisher. All they have to do is wait out the time. Bombs don't overpeak. You're going to get double swung if you do, but you win them both. Maui goes down. Bales to the floor. Snack last alive. Has one Kiva barrier to win it all. And he's dusted. Bomb collects them all. And we're going all the way to round 15, John.
Bomb awakened and detonated on round number 14. Great coverage for the Gridlock to seal 15 full rounds of Chalet. And it's master bedroom played by Fisher. Got to be an interesting one for sure, but they've done fairly well when it comes to retaking, even when the diffuser has gone down, and making sure a solar attack was non-negotiable against Central Florida. So I guess given the context of how well Fisher have defended this bomb site, it makes total sense. When it matters most, they'll go here. It'll be up to Central Florida, a team that was in the lead numerous times on this bomb site, to now pick up the pieces. As they're not really in the driver's seat any longer. They had it there on bar. Like you mentioned, the bomb site they had never lost on. And now they're going to get a taste of their own medicine with Fisher picking master.
It's a master. Fisher, they won this site before with an excellent retake. Can they do it again? Are we going to need that? Is that going to be how we close out the season for Nace? All these maps, all these games, all these rounds that we've played, John, this is the one that matters the most. Because it secures you your title, your winnings, and what these players have been playing for the whole damn season. Both teams not wanting to give up. Bales could potentially drop a 20 bomb of his own. That'd be pretty cool to see. But of course, Fisher, in their own right, have been playing in a very dominant manner throughout the Nace season, going undefeated. Can they continue that streak? Will they stay undefeated, or will UCF finally take them down? 2 minutes and 20 seconds is all we have to find out.
Another mezzanine extension done by the Azami. Try to patent of this round, but oh, that is something we were not expecting. Not once have we seen a vertical grenade detonated for the mezzanine player. That is insane timing by Snack. And that is a huge headache now alleviated by one simple lineup. There is Bomb, however,
Oh, no.
who has really come into the limelight so far towards the end of this matchup. Caleb injured, but there's the Finka adrenaline surge to pick him back up. Bomb still collects another, though. Still hiding by the blue stairs, and now the rest of Central Florida is concerned about that open wall, but Maui somehow evades it before someone can peek that direction from sight. Will equalize us once again. No more hard breach left, but Caleb has managed to open up this wall to get to sight so long as they're able to dodge that nitro cell or at least shoot it out like we saw last time. We could see a post plant, but even when that diffuser's gone down, the retakes by Fisher when it comes to defending Master have been impeccable. There is some info to work off of here. The rest of Fisher are playing so far back. They want this plant to be attended because they've got the Castle of Peekers trying to rotate down below. Some damage done by the Track Stingers, but he'll barge right through it. C4 goes off, but it fails, and Peekers is dead. Plant going down. There's still coverage. Gohan cannot close this distance. It'll be Staz's job to do that, and it's everything. All up to Shane now, but he whips when needed most. Central Florida. It took him 15 rounds. It took him 3 maps. It took him another post plant, but they do it. They win the Grand Final Series in the Open Premiere and stamp their name inside an A-Star League history.
I can't agree more with Snake, or Snack, however you say his name. It doesn't matter at this point. Call him a champion. Give UCF the title. What a series between both of these teams, John. Back and forth, neck and neck. You could never count either of them out of it until we got to the very end where UCF got themselves right where they wanted, that post plant position. They're confident. You could see they were moving rigidly. They were fluid. They get that kill on a PK from down below, and they close out this incredible series with their first ever win. Really, really awesome to see how that team has blown up throughout this fall semester, and UCF is stapling themselves as one of the best to do it in the collegiate scene.
Absolutely. And again, it sounds weird to say this given how well both UCF and Fisher did during the Open Series. Fisher going flawless and then UCF right behind them 7-1. It's hard to call them the underdogs, but we had a lot of context of Fisher that they were really on a hot streak in the A-Star League. But even when I was talking to Staz earlier, he did mention how much better UCF has gotten over time, becoming a top 3 team inside of Collegiate R6 and now becoming the best team inside of the Open Premier for an A-Star League. I mean, they're just adding more inside of the trophy room at this point. And someone that's close to us inside of our trophy case here for an A-Star League, you could have guessed it by now, it's Monster Energy. And after this long of a broadcast, I might need a shotgun one of these to continue my day. I got to be up at the gym at 4:30 a.m., but I digress. People, since the dawn of time, since the ability to communicate to other human beings, people have been blowing up Monster's inbox, and in this case, I guess even lettering and drawings on the wall inside of caveman eras for them to come up with a new zero sugar product, and finally, after a retooled energy blend, a new sweetener system, and hundreds of failed flavors, they managed to get it right, down to the book, pristine condition zero sugar. It helps fight fatigue, improve mental performance and focus, and motivates you to work and play as hard as, maybe Fisher and UCF, because they put on a hell of a show tonight. And overall, it makes you feel pretty damn good while you do it as well. Zero sugar, Monster Buzz, helps you unleash the beast. I'm telling you, man, this was a passion run tonight, Mason, and I'm glad I got to experience that with you for these long and harrowing 3+ hours. I'm really hoping I have some sort of energy drink when I wake up tomorrow for the gym, or else leg day is going to be a marathon. But as our marathon, as our marathon concludes, we'd like to thank you all for sticking around for both Smash Brothers today and also Rainbow Six Siege. Tomorrow we've got Counter-Strike before our LAN event begins inside of Boise State. And with all that being said, we hope you all have a great rest of your night and get some proper rest. Take care, everybody.